If you're preparing for the PMP exam and want to feel confident answering waterfall project management questions, you're in the right place. Welcome to the Waterfall Review Questions video, a complete walkthrough of 15 essential waterfall topics and 150 exam-style questions designed to help you master predictive project management for the PMP exam. We'll cover everything from the fundamentals of the predictive lifecycle to key areas such as integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder management, along with project initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing processes that make up the traditional project management framework. Each topic starts with a short concept review, followed by 10 focused practice questions that help you apply what you've learned. The goal is to give you structured, balanced coverage of the most important concepts and processes you need to know for predictive project management on the PMP exam. If you prefer to focus on one topic at a time, we also have individual videos for each topic, and each question includes a timestamp for easier navigation. You can find the full playlist linked in the description below. If you find this helpful, make sure to like this video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP exam study resources. All right, let's get started. The topic we'll cover is Waterfall Project Management Fundamentals, the foundation of what many people think of as traditional project management, often called the predictive approach by PMI. In waterfall projects, the focus is on detailed upfront planning. You establish your scope, schedule, and cost baselines early, and then manage closely against those baselines. This approach assumes that requirements are well-defined, stable, and unlikely to change, which makes it a great fit for industries like construction, aerospace, defense, or government projects, where certainty and compliance are critical. The project manager's role in Waterfall is more central and directive compared to Agile, but the degree of authority depends on the organizational structure. In a functional organization, most authority rests with functional managers, and the PM's role is more of a coordinator. In a matrix organization, authority is shared. The PM may have moderate influence, depending on whether it's weak, balanced, or strong matrix. In a projectized organization, the PM has full authority over the team and resources. What's consistent is that the PM is accountable for managing the scope, schedule, and cost baselines and ensuring the project delivers according to the plan. This focus on controlling the triple constraint is at the heart of waterfall project management. Waterfall projects move through distinct phases of the project lifecycle: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. Each phase typically has a formal sign-off before the next begins. Unlike Agile, where work is iterative and adaptive, waterfall projects follow a linear, sequential flow. Because waterfall relies on certainty and structure, documentation plays a big role. Expect the exam to highlight how waterfall teams rely on detailed plans, contracts, schedules, baselines, and change logs as tools for accountability and control. One of the biggest exam traps is how change is managed. In waterfall, changes must go through integrated change control, usually involving a change control board, CCB, to review and approve them. Doing work without approval is a red flag. And don't confuse this with gold plating, adding extra features or work not in the plan. Even if it feels beneficial, gold plating is wrong because it violates the agreed scope baseline. Stakeholder engagement is another key difference. In waterfall projects, stakeholders are typically involved up front to define requirements, and then again at major milestones or final acceptance. They are not engaged continuously as they would be in Agile. This difference often shows up in exam scenario questions. So, to summarize, waterfall project management is about control, structure, and discipline. It's not better or worse than Agile. It's simply the right approach when you need certainty, compliance, and clearly defined deliverables. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your understanding of waterfall fundamentals, including lifecycle phases, organizational structures, the triple constraint, and how waterfall differs from Agile. Let's get into the first question in our first topic. Question 1. A new project manager is assigned to lead a large-scale infrastructure project with clearly defined requirements and minimal expected changes. The executive sponsor insists on frequent updates to avoid surprises, but the project team is accustomed to following strict processes with limited interaction once execution begins. What project management approach best aligns with this situation? A. Agile, due to the sponsor's need for frequent updates and responsiveness to feedback. B. Predictive, due to the stable requirements and phased delivery with formal controls. C. Hybrid, because some stakeholders expect flexibility while the team uses rigid processes. D. Iterative, since the sponsor wants visibility and changes can be accommodated as needed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of when a predictive approach is most appropriate. Look for cues that highlight structure, certainty, and strict process orientation. Choice B is the best option because predictive project management fits environments where requirements are stable, changes are minimal, and the project follows a sequential lifecycle. Infrastructure projects are classic examples of this approach, where heavy documentation, upfront planning, and formal controls are the norm. Choice A is incorrect. Agile is suited for projects with high uncertainty and evolving requirements, where frequent feedback loops are required. This scenario has stable requirements and a formalized approach, not a good fit for Agile. Choice C is incorrect. Hybrid approaches are useful when a mix of predictive and adaptive methods are needed. There's no indication of any iterative delivery or Agile practices here. Choice D is incorrect. Iterative methods involve repeated cycles of development with changing requirements. In this case, everything is fixed and defined from the start. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 2. An experienced project manager is asked to lead a government-funded healthcare system upgrade. The project's scope, funding, and contract terms were finalized through a rigorous bidding process. The solution must comply with strict legal and technical specifications, and changes are highly discouraged once work begins. Which delivery approach is most appropriate for this project? A. Adaptive, because it allows flexibility to respond to stakeholder feedback throughout the process. B. Hybrid, to combine contractual constraints with iterative feedback cycles. C. Predictive, because the scope is fixed and compliance requirements are tightly controlled. D. Incremental, so that partial functionality can be delivered and tested frequently. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to identify the most appropriate delivery approach based on project context, especially when evaluating fixed versus evolving requirements. Choice C is the best option because predictive project management is designed for projects with well-defined scope, strict regulatory requirements, and minimal tolerance for change. Government and healthcare initiatives often demand thorough planning, baseline control, and contractual compliance, making predictive the clear fit. Choice A is incorrect. Adaptive approaches are better for environments with high uncertainty or evolving requirements. In this case, the constraints are fixed and predefined, leaving little room for continuous change. Choice B is incorrect. A hybrid approach blends predictive and adaptive elements. This project has no indication of iterative delivery or feedback loops, and regulatory constraints would likely prevent agile flexibility. Choice D is incorrect. Incremental delivery focuses on providing usable components over time, but this project's compliance-heavy and tightly scoped nature favors a single integrated release. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 3. A pharmaceutical company is launching a compliance-driven project to document and validate manufacturing procedures for a new product line. Midway through planning, a stakeholder expresses concern that the predictive approach may reduce flexibility and delay feedback on documentation drafts. What is the most appropriate response from the project manager? A. Explain that predictive approaches reduce rework by confirming all requirements before execution. B. Recommend switching to Agile to allow faster delivery of individual documentation components. C. Offer to incorporate milestone-based reviews during execution to ensure stakeholder feedback is included. D. Suggest using a rolling wave planning technique to keep documentation planning flexible throughout the project. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the limitations of predictive project management and how to respond to stakeholder concerns without abandoning the chosen delivery approach. Choice C is the best option because it preserves the structure and formality of predictive delivery while addressing the stakeholders' concern. Milestone-based reviews are appropriate in predictive environments and provide formal checkpoints to engage stakeholders and gather feedback, without disrupting the plan-driven nature of the project. Choice A is incorrect. While it highlights a true strength of predictive planning, which is reduced rework, it dismisses the stakeholders' concern rather than addressing it. Effective project managers must respond with empathy and action, not just explanation. Choice B is incorrect. Switching to Agile contradicts the nature of the project, which is compliance-driven and likely governed by rigid regulatory requirements. Choice D is incorrect. Rolling wave planning is typically used in uncertain or evolving environments. In a compliance-focused predictive project, full scope planning is essential, and introducing flexibility at this level may increase risk. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 4. A project team has completed all deliverables for a multi-phase construction project. During final review, the client provides written acceptance of the work. The project manager is ready to release the remaining team members and archive project records. What should the project manager do next? A. Complete the administrative closure process and update the lessons learned repository. B. Return to the planning phase to review any change requests that were not implemented. C. Begin a new initiation phase to capture client feedback and validate business value. D. Submit the final performance report and close all procurement contracts. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the closing phase in a predictive lifecycle and the formal steps a project manager must take after all work is accepted and deliverables are complete. Choice A is the best option because administrative closure includes collecting lessons learned, confirming formal acceptance, releasing project resources, and ensuring all documentation is archived. This is the final step before the project is officially closed. Choice B is incorrect. The planning phase has already passed, and unimplemented change requests would have been handled during monitoring and control, not after client acceptance. Choice C is incorrect. A new initiation phase is unrelated to this project's closure. Client feedback can inform future efforts, but a new initiation phase doesn't belong here. Choice D is incorrect. Closing procurement contracts is part of project closure, but it's only one component. It does not replace the full administrative closure process. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 5. Midway through the execution phase of a predictive project to develop a regional transportation hub, a government agency mandates a new safety compliance standard that affects an already approved section of the structural design. The design team believes the change is urgent and wants to implement it immediately to avoid rework and schedule delays. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager? A. Instruct the team to document the change, then implement it immediately to ensure compliance. B. Facilitate an internal impact analysis with the team and update the baseline documents to reflect the change. C. Submit a change request through the integrated change control process to assess the impact. D. Advise the sponsor of the compliance issue and request verbal approval to proceed with the update. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of formal change management procedures in predictive environments. Predictive projects emphasize stability and control, meaning changes, even critical ones, must follow established processes. Choice C is the best option because changes in waterfall projects are handled through integrated change control. This process ensures the change is formally evaluated for its impact on scope, cost, schedule, and quality before any action is taken, regardless of urgency. Choice A is incorrect. Implementing the change immediately, even if documented, bypasses formal approval and risks violating contract terms, baselines, or stakeholder expectations. Choice B is incorrect. Conducting an internal impact analysis without submitting a formal change request skips the required governance step. Updates to baselines should only occur after change approval. Choice D is incorrect. Verbal sponsor approval is informal and insufficient in predictive projects, where documented decisions and controlled approvals are required. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 6. A predictive project to develop a regional airport is in execution. A conflict arises between two subcontractors over scheduling access to a restricted work zone, putting the timeline at risk. The senior engineer proposes a compromise to move one team's work off-site temporarily. The sponsor agrees with this plan to maintain progress. What should the project manager do? A. Support the compromise and update the schedule baseline to reflect the off-site work. B. Evaluate the proposed resolution and determine whether it aligns with the project plan and contract terms. C. Accept the sponsor's preferred approach to preserve executive alignment and stakeholder support. D. Approve the off-site work change based on expert judgment and document it in the issue log. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the project manager's role in a predictive environment where the PM holds primary responsibility for managing scope, schedule, and contract alignment. Even when sponsors or technical leads suggest solutions, the project manager must validate them against the approved plan. Choice B is the best option because it keeps authority where it belongs, with the project manager. The PM must assess whether the proposed change fits within the existing project plan and contract terms before any action is taken. This aligns with predictive governance and the PM's formal responsibility. Choice A is incorrect. While proactive, it assumes the compromise is acceptable without formally evaluating contractual or schedule impacts. Updating baselines without analysis undermines control. Choice C is incorrect. Deferring to the sponsor compromises the PM's role and skips proper evaluation. Sponsor support matters, but doesn't override the need for formal project control. Choice D is incorrect. Expert judgment is a valuable input but not a substitute for integrated change control. Documenting in the issue log does not replace formal review or approval processes. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 7. A project to modernize a government records management system is being delivered using a predictive approach. During execution, a key stakeholder begins asking for frequent progress updates and input on technical decisions. The project manager is concerned this may disrupt planned workflows and confuse team roles. What is the most appropriate response from the project manager? A. Invite the stakeholder to daily status meetings to ensure their feedback is regularly captured. B. Inform the stakeholder that predictive projects limit involvement during execution and defer decisions to the team. C. Revisit the communications management plan to determine the agreed-upon level of stakeholder engagement. D. Provide weekly progress summaries and include the stakeholder in decision-making to strengthen engagement. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to manage stakeholder expectations in a predictive environment. Unlike adaptive approaches, predictive projects emphasize upfront planning and formal communication channels defined early in the project lifecycle. Choice C is the best option because it demonstrates a disciplined, process-driven approach. In predictive projects, the communications management plan defines how and when stakeholders are engaged. Before making any changes, the project manager should consult that plan to ensure expectations and responsibilities are honored. Choice A is incorrect. Daily meetings reflect agile practices and may disrupt the execution phase in a predictive project. This change should not be introduced ad hoc without verifying the communication strategy. Choice B is incorrect. While it references a predictive principle, it's too rigid and dismissive. Effective stakeholder engagement requires professionalism and a willingness to revisit plans, not just enforce boundaries. Choice D is incorrect. This seems collaborative, but it introduces new communication channels and decision rights without verifying whether that aligns with the plan, a risky move in a predictive environment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 8. A predictive infrastructure project is on track with cost and quality, but a key deliverable is trending 2 weeks behind schedule due to a subcontractor delay. The sponsor asks the project manager to accelerate delivery to meet the original timeline without changing the budget. What should the project manager do? A. Reassign internal resources to the delayed work package and issue a scope change request. B. Accept the delay and update the schedule baseline to reflect realistic delivery expectations. C. Analyze options such as crashing or fast tracking and submit a change request for schedule adjustment. D. Adjust contingency reserves and reduce quality control activities to meet the deadline without escalating. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the triple constraint in predictive projects: time, cost, and scope, and how to respond when one constraint, schedule, is under pressure while others, cost, quality, must remain stable. Choice C is the best option because it reflects proper project management in a predictive context. When the sponsor requests a timeline change, the project manager should analyze options like crashing or fast tracking, then submit a formal change request to adjust the schedule. This maintains process discipline and enables informed decision-making. Choice A is incorrect. Reassigning resources may help, but issuing a scope change request is misaligned. The issue is schedule-related, not scope-related. Choice B is incorrect. Accepting the delay and rebaselining ignores the sponsor's directive to meet the original timeline. It also avoids exploring viable options to compress the schedule. Choice D is incorrect. Reducing quality and using contingency reserves without proper evaluation compromises project integrity and violates predictive planning principles. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 9. A project manager is leading a high-visibility infrastructure project in a matrix organization. During execution, a functional manager reassigns a key team member to another department initiative without informing the project manager. As a result, a deliverable is delayed and the sponsor is dissatisfied. What should the project manager do first? A. Remind the functional manager that the resource was committed and escalate the issue to the sponsor. B. Document the issue in the risk register and proceed by assigning a backup resource to maintain schedule. C. Schedule a joint planning session with the functional manager to reprioritize the project's remaining resource needs. D. Clarify resource assignment expectations with the functional manager and update the resource management plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to manage resource conflicts in a matrix organization where authority is shared. It focuses on applying integration and stakeholder management without defaulting to escalation. Choice D is the best option because the functional manager controls resources in a matrix structure. The project manager should clarify expectations and update the resource plan, a collaborative response that preserves the relationship and supports ongoing alignment. Choice A is incorrect. Escalating too quickly may harm the relationship with the functional manager. PMI emphasizes resolving issues at the lowest possible level first, especially in a shared authority model. Choice B is incorrect. Assigning a backup resource is a short-term fix but does not address the root cause, the communication breakdown with the functional manager. Choice C is incorrect. While it appears collaborative, reframing the issue as a reprioritization effort misses the immediate problem. A resource was pulled without communication, and expectations must be clarified. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 10. During execution of a predictive project to deliver a municipal water treatment system, a department head proposes modifying the specifications for one of the subsystems. The project manager refers to the original design documents, which were signed off after an extensive planning phase and used to establish cost and schedule baselines. What should the project manager do first? A. Reconfirm with the department head that the proposed change is necessary and revise the work breakdown structure accordingly. B. Initiate a formal change request and evaluate its impact on scope, cost, and schedule baselines. C. Review the requirements traceability matrix to validate whether the change was previously approved. D. Instruct the engineering team to assess feasibility before initiating the change control process. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how to manage change requests during execution in a waterfall environment. It evaluates whether you know when and how to initiate integrated change control to protect scope, cost, and schedule baselines, especially once planning is finalized. Choice B is the best option because any proposed change that affects the baselines must first go through formal change control. That starts with submitting a change request and evaluating its impact before involving resources or making updates. Choice A is incorrect. Revising the work breakdown structure before formal approval bypasses change control and risks scope creep. Choice C is incorrect. Reviewing the requirements traceability matrix may be helpful if there's uncertainty about whether the change was previously approved, but in this scenario, the design documents have already been signed off and baselined. This indicates that any modification at this stage is outside the current scope and must first be formally reviewed through the change control process. Choice D is incorrect. Assessing feasibility without first initiating change control can lead to unauthorized work and waste resources. Congratulations on completing all 10 questions for Waterfall Project Management Fundamentals. That's the first 10 out of 150 total questions mastered so far in this PMP exam series. Every question you tackle sharpens your exam readiness and builds your confidence. If you find this video helpful, make sure you subscribe to future videos in this series. You're making excellent progress. When you're ready, I'll see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Waterfall Project Integration Management, the knowledge area that ensures all parts of the project are properly defined, coordinated, and delivered as one unified whole. In Waterfall, integration is about bringing all the moving parts together: scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, procurement, and risks, and aligning them with the project's overall objectives. The project manager plays the lead role here, ensuring that all knowledge areas are not managed in silos, but integrated into a single, cohesive project plan. One of the most important responsibilities is developing the project charter, which formally authorizes the project and gives the PM authority to apply resources. On the exam, remember that the charter is issued by the sponsor or initiating entity, not by the project manager. Next comes the project management plan, which is the central document in waterfall projects. It integrates all subsidiary plans like scope management, schedule management, cost management, and risk management into one master plan. This plan is formally approved, and in Waterfall, it becomes the baseline the PM is measured against. Any changes to this plan must go through integrated change control. Change control is a major focus in this knowledge area. In Waterfall, all change requests must be documented, reviewed, and either approved or rejected by the Change Control Board, CCB. A common exam trap is scope creep, unapproved changes, slipping into the project, or gold plating, where the team adds extra work beyond what's required. Both are incorrect practices in Waterfall. Another integration responsibility is directing and managing project work, ensuring that all activities are executed according to the plan, and monitoring and controlling work to track performance against baselines. When variances occur, the PM initiates corrective or preventive actions through the change control process. Finally, integration management also includes project or phase closure. In Waterfall, each phase must be formally closed before moving to the next, ensuring deliverables are accepted, lessons learned are documented, and contracts are closed out. For the exam, remember that integration is about ownership, alignment, and control. The PM is accountable for ensuring the project runs as a single, unified effort and that no work happens outside the formally approved plan. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of project charters, management plans, change control, and the PM's central role in waterfall integration management. Let's jump into the first question in this topic. Question 11. A newly assigned project manager reviews the approved project charter for a government-funded initiative. The charter includes high-level scope, identified stakeholders, an authorized budget range, and assigns the PM. However, it does not include specific milestone dates or performance metrics. A key stakeholder requests a commitment to delivery within 6 months. What should the project manager do? A. Decline to commit to a timeline until the project management plan is developed and approved. B. Refer to the charter's budget authorization to justify setting a 6-month delivery window. C. Provide a tentative schedule based on similar past projects and stakeholder urgency. D. Agree to the request since the charter officially authorizes the project to proceed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. Choice A is the best option because the project charter does not define detailed scope, schedule, or performance baselines. It simply authorizes the project and names the project manager. Until the project management plan is developed, including a schedule baseline, it's inappropriate to commit to specific delivery dates. Choice B is incorrect. Budget authorization does not imply or justify a delivery timeline. Scheduled estimates must be developed systematically, not assumed based on funding. Choice C is incorrect. While past experience can inform planning, offering a schedule commitment without an approved plan invites unrealistic expectations and risk. Choice D is incorrect. The charter authorizes the project to begin planning, not to make delivery commitments. Execution decisions require validated plans and baselines. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 12. A project is in the late stages of planning. Several subsidiary plans, including those for schedule, cost, and risk, have been developed and reviewed. However, the project sponsor urges the team to begin executing work packages immediately, citing pressure from external stakeholders. What should the project manager do? A. Proceed with execution since key components of the plan have already been approved. B. Delay execution until all subsidiary plans are formally integrated and the project management plan is approved. C. Begin executing low-risk tasks while continuing to finalize the remaining elements of the project management plan. D. Move forward under a rolling wave planning approach and develop remaining plans as more information becomes available. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. Choice B is the best option because the project management plan in a predictive project must be formally completed and approved before execution begins. It integrates all subsidiary plans and establishes a single authoritative source for how the project will be managed. Skipping this step undermines alignment and control. Choice A is incorrect. Executing work based only on individual subsidiary plans bypasses formal integration and risks misalignment between key project areas. Choice C is incorrect. Even low-risk tasks should not proceed without an approved, integrated plan. This introduces inconsistency and undermines governance. Choice D is incorrect. Rolling wave planning is associated with adaptive or hybrid approaches. In predictive projects, full planning is expected before execution begins. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 13. A project manager is leading the execution of a predictive project to implement a new financial system. During execution, a senior stakeholder approaches the project team directly and asks them to incorporate a new reporting feature. The team begins making the changes, believing it's a minor enhancement that improves user satisfaction. What should the project manager do upon discovering this? A. Submit a formal change request to document and evaluate the impact of the additional feature. B. Allow the team to complete the feature since it improves functionality and stakeholder value. C. Review the change log to determine whether the enhancement was previously approved. D. Instruct the team to stop the work and remind them that all scope changes require formal approval. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. Choice D is the best option because in predictive project management, the project manager is responsible for ensuring that work is executed strictly according to the approved plan. Allowing scope changes without going through integrated change control risks scope creep, budget overrun, and stakeholder misalignment. The team must not implement changes based on informal requests, no matter how small or well-intentioned. Choice A is incorrect. Submitting a change request is appropriate, but only after the unauthorized work is stopped. The PM must first halt work not aligned with the approved plan. Choice B is incorrect. Even beneficial changes must go through formal approval. Implementing changes without proper valuation and sign-off violates change control procedures. Choice C is incorrect. Reviewing the change log is helpful, but doesn't address the fact that unauthorized work is already in progress. Immediate action is required. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 14. Midway through a predictive infrastructure project, the project manager notices recurring issues with contractor handoffs that are causing minor delays. The same issue occurred during a previous phase but was not documented. What should the project manager do? A. Review the final lessons learned register during project closure to include observations from this phase. B. Escalate the issue to senior management since repeated contractor problems may indicate a contract breach. C. Add the observation to the lessons learned register and share it with the team to prevent future delays. D. Ask the quality assurance team to revise their checklist to include better contractor tracking. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. Choice C is the best option because project knowledge, including lessons learned, should be captured and shared continuously throughout the project. In predictive environments, waiting until closure to document these issues means losing opportunities to improve team performance in real time. Proactively updating the lessons learned register and communicating it helps prevent recurrence and enhances execution. Choice A is incorrect. While documenting lessons during closure is important, this option delays corrective action and does nothing to improve current performance. Choice B is incorrect. Escalating to senior management may be excessive if the issue can be addressed at the project level. It also misses the knowledge-sharing intent of the question. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the QA checklist might help, but the more appropriate first step is capturing the recurring issue as a lesson learned and informing the team. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 15. While reviewing progress during a predictive infrastructure project, the project manager notices that several tasks are being completed ahead of schedule. Although there are no current delays, this pattern is starting to create dependencies that are out of sync with the procurement schedule, which was based on the original timeline. What should the project manager do first? A. Issue a corrective action to bring execution back in line with the original baseline. B. Update the schedule baseline to reflect actual performance and prevent future misalignment. C. Analyze the variance to determine whether the early task completion affects project constraints. D. Accelerate procurement activities to match the faster project pace and avoid idle time. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to monitor and control project work by understanding how to respond to performance that deviates from the plan even when it appears positive, like early task completion. In predictive environments, variances must be carefully analyzed before taking any action. Choice C is the best option because the project manager must assess the impact of the variance before making changes. Even early task completion can cause issues such as misaligned dependencies or procurement conflicts. Analysis ensures informed decision-making and maintains control. Choice A is incorrect. Corrective actions are meant to address negative performance issues, not bring a project back to the baseline for the sake of alignment alone. Choice B is incorrect. Updating the baseline without first evaluating the variance violates predictive change control processes. Baselines should not be changed casually. Choice D is incorrect. Accelerating procurement could create new risks or contractual complications. Action shouldn't be taken without confirming that the schedule variance truly warrants adjustment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 16. Midway through a predictive public works project, a stakeholder submits a change request to add a new reporting feature. The project manager evaluates the impact on scope, cost, and schedule, and finds it will extend the project by 2 weeks and exceed the approved budget. The stakeholder insists the change is critical for compliance. What should the project manager do next? A. Meet with the compliance and stakeholder teams to confirm whether the change is required for regulatory purposes. B. Convene a meeting with the stakeholder and sponsor to explore alternate solutions. C. Implement the change and document it to maintain transparency with stakeholders. D. Submit the evaluated change request to the Change Control Board for decision. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your knowledge of the formal change control process in predictive project environments. It focuses on what the project manager should do after evaluating a change request that has implications for scope, cost, and schedule and involves stakeholder pressure. Choice D is the best option because once a change has been evaluated, the next step is to submit it to the Change Control Board, CCB, for approval or rejection. The project manager is responsible for facilitating this process but does not unilaterally make the decision. Choice A is incorrect. The change has already been evaluated and revisiting the compliance justification adds unnecessary delay. Regulatory urgency should be addressed through the formal process. Choice B is incorrect. Exploring alternatives may be helpful later, but it's not the next step. Once impact is known, it must go to the CCB for decision. Choice C is incorrect. Implementing the change without approval violates predictive change control processes and can lead to baseline misalignment and audit risks. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 17. A predictive project to implement a national data center has reached the closing phase. All deliverables were accepted, contracts closed, and the final report submitted. The project manager is preparing to archive project documents when a team member raises a concern that the operational support team has not yet been formally briefed or trained. What should the project manager do next? A. Complete administrative closure and transition the issue to the operations department. B. Pause document archiving and ensure all transition activities are completed. C. Note the concern in the lessons learned and proceed with document archiving. D. Inform the sponsor that the transition training will occur post-closure as a separate activity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the formal closing process in predictive project management, particularly around the transition of deliverables and readiness for operational handoff. PMI emphasizes that closure is not just about documents and signatures, it's about ensuring the product is fully usable and sustainable by the receiving organization. Choice B is the best option because the project cannot be formally closed until all required transition and handover activities, including operational briefings or training, are completed. Archiving should pause until closure readiness is confirmed. Choice A is incorrect. Transitioning the issue without resolving it risks project failure after closure, as the organization may not be prepared to take ownership. Choice C is incorrect. Documenting the issue and lessons learned is valuable but insufficient. The concern must be addressed before closing. Choice D is incorrect. Deferring the training until after closure violates predictive project principles. Transition activities are part of closure, not a post-project phase. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 18. During execution of a predictive transportation project funded by a government agency, a senior engineer recommends a faster, lower-cost method to construct a bridge segment. The project manager agrees the idea appears technically sound, but the approved design has already been distributed to multiple stakeholders and submitted to regulatory authorities. What should the project manager do? A. Pilot the new approach on a small section to validate feasibility before submitting any formal changes. B. Submit a formal proposal through established governance channels and pause related work until a decision is made. C. Direct the team to proceed using the new method while preparing a post-implementation justification. D. Request verbal approval from the agency's technical contact to avoid delays while maintaining stakeholder alignment. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of project governance in predictive environments, particularly how formal processes guide decision-making when changes may affect compliance, stakeholder trust, or regulatory commitments. Choice B is the best option because governance frameworks exist to ensure decisions align with contractual, regulatory, and stakeholder obligations. Submitting the change through formal channels and pausing affected work protects the project from unauthorized deviations that could create compliance risks or rework. Choice A is incorrect. Piloting the new method without approval may seem low risk, but it bypasses formal change control and governance requirements. This is inappropriate for a government-funded predictive project. Choice C is incorrect. Implementing the change first and justifying it later is reactive and risky. It violates the controlled nature of predictive delivery and could undermine stakeholder confidence. Choice D is incorrect. Verbal approvals are informal and non-binding. Even with technical support, governance processes demand documented and authorized decisions, especially in regulated environments. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 19. During execution of a predictive project with a tight timeline, the engineering lead proposes a scope enhancement that would improve system functionality. The change requires resource reallocation and slight schedule shifts. The quality manager raises concerns that the change could reduce the effectiveness of upcoming quality reviews. What should the project manager do? A. Facilitate a discussion between the engineering and quality leads to explore alternatives that meet both objectives. B. Consult the sponsor to determine if the functional improvement aligns with project and organizational priorities. C. Review the proposed change against baselines and stakeholder inputs, then proceed if it provides net value. D. Ask the engineering and quality managers to adjust their plans and collaborate on a revised implementation path. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the project manager's integration role in predictive environments. Integration isn't just about making decisions, it's about facilitating alignment across competing areas such as scope, schedule, and quality. The PM must lead coordination efforts, not delegate or escalate prematurely. Choice A is the best option because it reflects the PM's responsibility to integrate perspectives from engineering and quality. Facilitating a discussion encourages collaboration, allows for trade-off analysis, and supports an informed, unified path forward. Choice B is incorrect. While the sponsor's input is valuable, the PM should first attempt to resolve conflicts internally through team facilitation. Involving the sponsor too early bypasses the PM's leadership role in integration. Choice C is incorrect. This option sounds balanced but lacks full stakeholder engagement. Proceeding after limited consultation falls short of PMI's expectations for collaborative integration. Choice D is incorrect. Delegating coordination to functional managers undermines the PM's responsibility to drive integration. The PM should lead the alignment process, not assign it to others. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 20. During execution of a predictive software implementation project, a critical defect is discovered in a module scheduled for client testing. The issue was previously discussed in meetings, but no decision was documented. The testing schedule cannot be shifted without formal approval. The client now demands clarity on how and why the module was allowed to proceed without a fix. What should the project manager review to understand whether formal action was taken and who approved it? A. Issue log. B. Change log. C. Lessons learned register. D. Decision log. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to identify the correct project document in a predictive environment when accountability and traceability are required. In formal, plan-driven projects, decision documentation is critical, especially when stakeholders demand clarity on how trade-offs were made. Choice D is the best option because the decision log tracks major project decisions, including what was decided, who approved it, and when. It helps the PM verify whether a formal resolution was made regarding the defect and supports transparency with the client. Choice A is incorrect. The issue log helps track problems as they arise, but it does not confirm whether or how they were resolved or approved. Choice B is incorrect. The change log tracks approved change requests, but this scenario centers on a decision, not a formal change submission. Choice C is incorrect. Lessons learned are used to inform future projects or phases, not to verify decisions made during active execution. Congratulations on finishing all 10 questions for integration management in Waterfall projects. That brings you to 20 Waterfall questions completed so far. You're building a solid foundation for your PMP exam, and each question sharpens your readiness. Let's keep up the momentum. I'll see you in the next topic when you're ready. The topic we'll cover is scope management, the processes that ensure the project includes all the work required, and only the work required, to complete the project successfully. In Waterfall, scope is defined up front, baselined, and tightly controlled throughout the project. This makes scope management one of the most critical areas because once scope is locked in, changes are difficult and costly. Scope management begins with collecting requirements. In Waterfall, this often involves extensive stakeholder interviews, workshops, surveys, and analysis to capture detailed requirements early in the project. The exam may test your understanding that requirements must be complete, measurable, and traceable. From here, you'll create the scope statement, which clearly defines what is in scope and what is out of scope. This document becomes the foundation for decision-making later when scope conflicts or change requests arise. The Work Breakdown Structure, or WBS, is another key artifact. The WBS decomposes the project scope into smaller, more manageable components called work packages. On the exam, remember that the WBS represents 100% of the project scope, nothing more, nothing less. Each work package can then be scheduled, costed, and tracked. Once requirements, the scope statement, and the WBS are approved, they form the scope baseline. This baseline is part of the overall project management plan, and it is what the PM monitors against during execution. Managing scope in Waterfall is about strict change control. Any request to add, modify, or remove scope must go through the integrated change control process and be reviewed by the Change Control Board. This prevents scope creep, which is one of the biggest risks in Waterfall projects. Also, beware of gold plating, when the team delivers more than what's required. On the exam, both scope creep and gold plating are incorrect practices. Verification of scope happens during validate scope, where deliverables are formally accepted by stakeholders against the defined requirements. Controlling scope happens continuously through control scope, where the PM monitors work performance, compares it against the baseline, and addresses variances. For the PMP exam, remember that Waterfall scope management is about precision, documentation, and control. You'll need to know how requirements are collected, how the WBS is created, how the scope baseline is protected, and how scope verification and control are managed. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of requirements gathering, scope statements, the WBS, scope creep, and how scope is validated and controlled in Waterfall projects. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 21. A predictive IT project is in the initiation phase. The project manager is developing the scope management plan as part of the overall project management plan. A senior analyst asks if this plan should already include a detailed list of deliverables and WBS elements for tracking. How should the project manager respond? A. Yes, because defining detailed scope elements early reduces ambiguity during execution. B. No, the scope management plan defines how scope will be managed, not the scope itself. C. Yes, because scope must be baselined during initiation to ensure traceability. D. No, but the WBS dictionary should still be created alongside the scope management plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of scope planning in predictive projects, specifically the purpose and timing of the scope management plan. It's important to distinguish between planning how scope will be defined, validated, and controlled versus actually defining scope itself. Choice B is the best option because the scope management plan outlines how scope will be handled throughout the project, including the processes for collecting requirements, defining scope, validating deliverables, and controlling changes. It does not contain the actual scope details. Choice A is incorrect. While reducing ambiguity is important, detailed deliverables and WBS elements come later, during defined scope, and create WBS, not during scope management plan development. Choice C is incorrect. The scope baseline is created during planning, not initiation, and only after requirements have been collected and scope defined. Choice D is incorrect. The WBS dictionary is part of the scope baseline. It is not developed during scope management plan creation. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 22. In a predictive project to design a new national ID registration platform, the project team is preparing to collect stakeholder requirements. Several stakeholders are unavailable for workshops, and a few have conflicting expectations. A senior systems analyst suggests finalizing scope based on previous project templates and technical specs instead of collecting new inputs. What should the project manager do? A. Proceed using historical documents to define scope, since stakeholder input is limited. B. Escalate to the sponsor to force stakeholder availability for scope discussions. C. Use available stakeholders and supplement with document analysis, surveys, or interviews. D. Delay planning until all stakeholders are available to ensure requirements are fully captured. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your knowledge of how to collect requirements in predictive projects, especially when not all stakeholders are available. It focuses on using multiple data gathering techniques and continuing progress without delay while still capturing quality inputs. Choice C is the best option because PMI recommends using techniques such as document analysis, surveys, interviews, and engaging available stakeholders. These methods help bridge gaps in availability and still yield quality requirements without stalling the planning process. Choice A is incorrect. Relying only on historical documents and technical specs limits stakeholder engagement and risks misalignment with current project needs. Choice B is incorrect. Escalating to the sponsor too early is unnecessary. The PM has tools to manage the situation proactively without invoking hierarchy. Choice D is incorrect. Delaying the project for perfect stakeholder attendance is inefficient. Predictive methods encourage progress using structured data collection tools. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 23. While defining scope for a predictive public health program, the project manager consolidates approved requirements and creates a draft project scope statement. A government stakeholder insists that her department's needs were only partially addressed and demands that the PM incorporate the remaining items immediately. What should the project manager do? A. Include the stakeholder's remaining needs in the scope statement and baseline the full scope. B. Ask the stakeholder to submit a change request for the additional requirements. C. Document the concern, finalize the scope statement, and log the new items for future projects. D. Facilitate a review of the approved requirements to confirm alignment and consider next steps. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your knowledge of the defined scope process, where the project manager translates approved requirements into a formal scope statement. It also evaluates your ability to handle last-minute input while maintaining stakeholder engagement and alignment with what was already approved. Choice D is the best option because it keeps the process on track while giving the stakeholder a voice. Reviewing the approved requirements together helps clarify whether there was a misunderstanding or misalignment and avoids rushing into unauthorized scope expansion. Choice A is incorrect. Including unapproved items at this stage risks scope creep and undermines the formal process used to build the scope baseline. Choice B is incorrect. Jumping directly to change control without reviewing what's already approved may escalate tension and doesn't foster collaboration. Choice C is incorrect. Finalizing the scope and logging concerns without review might dismiss a legitimate gap and damage stakeholder trust. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 24. A predictive project to implement a national payroll system is in the planning phase. During WBS development, a new team member asks if resources and timelines should be assigned to each work package to support schedule creation. What should the project manager do? A. Confirm that resources and duration estimates must be included in the WBS to ensure bottom-up scheduling. B. Explain that the WBS defines deliverables and resource planning is a separate process. C. Defer the question until the project schedule is developed, where these details will be captured. D. Add only high-level duration estimates to the WBS to guide resource allocation decisions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the work breakdown structure, WBS, and how it fits into predictive planning. The WBS defines what needs to be delivered. It is not the place to assign resources or estimate time. Choice B is the best option because the WBS focuses on decomposing project deliverables into manageable work packages. Resource assignments and durations are addressed in separate processes during schedule and resource planning. Choice A is incorrect. Including resources and durations in the WBS mixes planning processes and violates PMI's structured approach to decomposition. Choice C is incorrect. Deferring the conversation misses an opportunity to clarify the team's understanding of planning tools. Choice D is incorrect. Even high-level durations don't belong in the WBS. It should remain focused on scope, not time or cost estimates. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 25. In a predictive infrastructure project nearing the end of a major phase, the project team submits completed deliverables to stakeholders. One department head refuses to sign off, citing minor visual discrepancies that do not affect functionality or contractual requirements. The project manager confirms that all quality standards have been met. What should the project manager do next? A. Revise the deliverables to satisfy the department head and ensure buy-in. B. Meet with the department head to discuss the concerns and try to resolve the issue. C. Proceed with validate scope to formally document stakeholder acceptance or rejection. D. Request a change order to address the discrepancies before continuing the process. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the validate scope process in a predictive environment. Once deliverables are completed and quality verified, the project manager must seek formal acceptance from stakeholders, even if minor disagreements remain. Choice C is the best option because it follows the prescribed process. Conduct validate scope to formally capture whether deliverables are accepted or rejected. This ensures transparency, traceability, and project governance. Choice A is incorrect. Making unapproved changes to satisfy individual preferences, especially when the deliverable meets scope and quality criteria, can lead to scope creep and set a poor precedent. Choice B is incorrect. While discussion is important, it should happen within the validate scope process to ensure proper documentation and formal closure. Choice D is incorrect. Initiating a change order for cosmetic concerns not tied to baseline requirements is unnecessary and adds administrative burden without value. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 26. During a predictive project to build a regional operations center, the client casually asks the project manager to add soundproofing panels to the server room, an item not included in the original requirements. The PM agrees, thinking it's a minor change that improves quality and won't affect the budget or timeline. What is the most appropriate course of action? A. Decline the request unless it's submitted through the formal change control process. B. Proceed with the change as it enhances quality and has no impact on cost or schedule. C. Document the client's verbal request and add it to the punch list for implementation. D. Instruct the team to install the panels and update the requirements documentation afterward. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how to control scope in predictive projects. Even small changes, if not approved through formal processes, result in scope creep, which threatens the integrity of the baseline. Choice A is the best option because in waterfall environments, any change to scope, regardless of size or intent, must go through integrated change control. This preserves traceability, transparency, and sponsor alignment. Choice B is incorrect. Even if a change seems harmless, making it without approval violates the change management process and opens the door for uncontrolled scope growth. Choice C is incorrect. A verbal request does not substitute for a formal change request. Adding items informally to a punch list undermines governance. Choice D is incorrect. Updating documents after work is done does not prevent scope creep, it enables it and bypasses control procedures. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 27. During a predictive project to implement a national emergency alert system, a senior tester asks for a copy of the requirements traceability matrix. The project manager is surprised, noting that testing hasn't started yet and the RTM is still under internal review. What is the most appropriate response from the project manager? A. Postpone sharing the RTM until execution begins to avoid confusion. B. Share the current RTM to support early test planning and validation. C. Direct the tester to wait until formal test cases are approved. D. Explain that the RTM is used for stakeholder sign-off, not for team-level activities like testing. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the Requirements Traceability Matrix, RTM, in predictive projects. The RTM is a valuable planning tool, not just for requirement validation, but also for early alignment between deliverables and test criteria. Choice B is the best option because sharing the RTM early allows the testing team to prepare, align test plans with requirements, and ensure full traceability. This promotes proactive quality assurance and helps reduce risk later. Choice A is incorrect. Withholding the RTM delays critical planning and may lead to missed requirements or late defect discovery. Choice C is incorrect. Waiting for test case approval is too late in predictive projects. Early traceability is key to effective scope validation and quality planning. Choice D is incorrect. The RTM is not only for stakeholder sign-off, it's also used internally by teams to validate, test, and trace requirements to deliverables. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 28. A predictive project is developing a high-security access control system. A key stakeholder requests that facial recognition be added to the device's authentication features. The project manager confirms that the new feature aligns with market trends but would require additional design, hardware, and testing work. What does this request represent? A. A change to project scope, as it alters the work required to deliver the product. B. A change to product scope since it modifies system features and user functionality. C. A risk to scope baseline, requiring contingency planning and issue tracking. D. A stakeholder communication gap, as the feature should have been discussed earlier. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the difference between product scope and project scope. In predictive environments, it's critical to identify whether a requested change affects what is being delivered versus how it's being delivered. Choice B is the best option because the stakeholder's request directly changes the features of the product, specifically the functionality of the access system. This is a textbook example of a change to product scope. Choice A is incorrect. While the change may eventually impact project scope, the initial change request is focused on product features, not the project activities themselves. Choice C is incorrect. This is not a risk or an issue to be tracked. It's a proposed scope change that should go through formal evaluation. Choice D is incorrect. The fact that it wasn't discussed earlier doesn't change how it should be categorized. It's still a change to product scope, not a communication gap. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 29. In a predictive project to develop an air traffic management tool, early planning defines major deliverables and interfaces. As technical teams begin detailed design, new dependencies emerge between modules. The project manager decides to update several work package definitions and refine certain estimates to reflect the additional clarity without modifying the scope baseline. How should this approach be described? A. Gold plating, as the PM is enhancing deliverables beyond the original agreement. B. Scope creep, because changes are being introduced during design. C. Progressive elaboration, since detail increases as planning evolves. D. Integrated change control, because estimates are being modified. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of progressive elaboration in predictive project management. Even in plan-driven environments, some level of detail emerges over time as teams break down deliverables and refine planning outputs. Choice C is the best option because progressive elaboration is the process of adding detail to the plan as more information becomes available. The key is that this does not change the scope baseline. It simply enhances clarity within approved boundaries. Choice A is incorrect. Gold plating refers to adding extra features or enhancements not approved. That's not the case here. Choice B is incorrect. Scope creep means adding unauthorized work. In this scenario, the scope baseline remains unchanged. Choice D is incorrect. Integrated change control applies to formal changes to baselines, which isn't happening here. The PM is refining details, not initiating a change. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 30. A predictive project to deliver a regulatory reporting platform is nearing completion. During final testing, a senior developer adds a customizable dashboard feature that was not in the original requirements but believes it will improve user satisfaction. The client is pleased and asks for similar enhancements in future phases. How should the project manager address this situation? A. Thank the developer and log the client's positive response as a success. B. Accept the feature since it adds value and did not impact the schedule. C. Initiate a change request to update the baseline before project closure. D. Treat it as gold plating and reinforce adherence to defined requirements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to recognize gold plating, the addition of extra features not approved or requested, and understand why it's discouraged in predictive project management, even though it may be acceptable at your workplace. Choice D is the best option because the developer introduced functionality that was not part of the baseline. Even though it was well-intentioned and the client liked it, the addition violates scope discipline. PMI considers gold plating risky because it can lead to stakeholder confusion, inconsistent delivery, and increased risk. Choice A is incorrect. Positive feedback does not justify bypassing scope controls. This sets a bad precedent. Choice B is incorrect. Adding features without approval, even if there's no impact to time or cost, undermines project governance. Choice C is incorrect. The change has already been implemented. A change request should have been submitted before the work was performed. Congratulations on reaching the end of scope management and waterfall projects. You're now 30 questions into your PMP journey, a fantastic milestone on the road to exam readiness. Let's keep the momentum going, and I will see you in the next video. The topic we'll cover is schedule management, the processes that ensure the project is completed on time by planning, sequencing, and controlling all project activities. In waterfall projects, the schedule is planned in detail up front and then tracked closely against a schedule baseline. This means you'll need to know the tools and techniques for building a realistic and reliable schedule. Schedule management begins with plan schedule management, where the project manager defines the tools, formats, and accuracy levels that will be used to create and control the schedule. Next, you define activities by breaking down each work package from the work breakdown structure, or WBS, into individual tasks that can be scheduled and measured. These activities are then sequenced to show logical relationships. On the exam, you should be comfortable with the precedence diagramming method, or PDM, and the 4 dependency types: finish to start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. The finish to start relationship is the most common. Once activities are sequenced, you move on to estimating durations. Unlike Agile, which uses relative estimation, predictive projects rely on tools such as bottom-up estimating, analogous estimating, parametric estimating, and 3-point estimating, also known as PERT, to predict task duration. With dependencies and durations in place, you develop the schedule using tools like the critical path method, often shortened to CPM. This requires a forward pass and a backward pass to determine early and late dates, identify the critical path, and calculate float. The critical path is the longest path through the project, and activities on this path have 0 float, which means any delay directly impacts the project's finish date. You should also understand the difference between total float, which is the amount of time an activity can be delayed without delaying the project completion date, and free float, which is the amount of time an activity can be delayed without delaying the start of its successor. Additional techniques include schedule network analysis, resource leveling, which resolves overallocation but may extend the schedule, and resource smoothing, which optimizes resources without changing the critical path. During execution, you control the schedule by comparing actual progress against the baseline using methods such as variance analysis and earned value management. Forecasts of finish dates and corrective actions are made when deviations occur, and change requests may be submitted when needed. Finally, know the 2 main schedule compression techniques. Fast tracking performs activities in parallel that were originally planned to be sequential. Crashing adds resources to activities on the critical path to complete them more quickly, usually at a higher cost. Both methods shorten the schedule but increase project risk. So in predictive projects, schedule management is about detailed upfront planning, critical path analysis, and strict control against the baseline. Now we'll move into 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of activity sequencing, estimation techniques, critical path, float, schedule compression, and how predictive projects ensure on-time delivery. Let's jump into the first question in this topic. Question 31. A project manager is leading a predictive initiative to upgrade the nationwide power grid. During the planning phase, the team begins outlining activity durations, but team members are applying different estimation techniques and documenting timelines inconsistently. The sponsor expresses concern about conflicting expectations. What should the project manager have done earlier to avoid this situation? A. Finalized a schedule baseline and issued it for stakeholder approval. B. Defined standard estimating methods and formats in the schedule management plan. C. Adopt the organization's most commonly used estimation tool. D. Facilitated a planning workshop to align estimates across departments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the plan schedule management process in predictive environments. This early planning step is essential for establishing consistency in how schedule data is created, estimated, and maintained across the team. Choice B is the best option because the schedule management plan is where the PM defines the estimation techniques, units of measure, and formatting conventions that will guide the team's work. Without this, inconsistent data and misaligned expectations are likely to arise. Exactly what's happening in this scenario. Choice A is incorrect. Finalizing the schedule baseline comes much later in the process, after activities are defined, sequenced, and estimated. Choice C is incorrect. Adopting a commonly used tool doesn't ensure consistency unless guidance and standards are also defined. That's what the schedule management plan is for. Choice D is incorrect. A planning workshop might align people temporarily, but without a formal plan, inconsistencies will likely return. Well, let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 32. In a predictive project to build a multi-campus hospital IT network, the team has completed the work breakdown structure. A junior scheduler begins assigning durations to work packages, assuming they represent activities. What should the project manager clarify? A. Work packages represent deliverables and must be decomposed into scheduled activities. B. Work packages already reflect tasks and can be used directly in the project schedule. C. Durations are assigned only during the developed schedule process, not before. D. Activities are created during execution as work is performed and clarified. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the define activities process. In predictive scheduling, creating the WBS defines what will be delivered, but it doesn't yet define how or when the work will occur. That's where activity definition comes in. Choice A is the best option because work packages are deliverable focused. To build a schedule, the team must further decompose them into activities, which are the units of work that can be sequenced, estimated, and tracked. Choice B is incorrect. Using work packages directly in the schedule skips a crucial step. They are too high level to be used for scheduling. Choice C is incorrect. Duration estimation occurs after activities are defined, but activity definition comes before schedule development, not after it. Choice D is incorrect. Activities are not created during execution in predictive projects. They are defined during planning as part of structured scope and schedule development. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 33. While sequencing activities for a predictive pharmaceutical compliance project, the project manager links the submit regulatory documents activity with a start-to-start dependency to conduct final system testing. The compliance lead raises concerns about this sequencing. How should the project manager respond? A. Revise the dependency to finish to start to ensure documentation is submitted before testing begins. B. Proceed with the start-to-start link as long as both activities begin in the same reporting period. C. Add lead time to accelerate the second activity and improve delivery efficiency. D. Remove the dependency altogether to give each team more scheduling flexibility. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of activity sequencing and dependency logic, particularly within the precedence diagramming method used in predictive schedules. Establishing correct relationships is critical to maintaining schedule integrity and regulatory compliance. Choice A is the best option because, in compliance-sensitive projects, certain activities must finish before others begin. Submitting regulatory documents is a prerequisite. Testing should only begin once documentation is complete. A finish-to-start dependency correctly enforces that sequence. Choice B is incorrect. Starting both activities at the same time may violate compliance requirements and risks rework if documentation isn't finalized. Choice C is incorrect. Lead time only accelerates an already flawed dependency. It doesn't correct the logical relationship. Choice D is incorrect. Removing the dependency may create risk by allowing work to proceed without regulatory submission. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 34. A predictive construction project is in the early planning phase to build several regional train stations. The architectural concept and major deliverables are defined, but detailed engineering drawings and resource plans are still being developed. The sponsor requests a reliable cost and duration estimate within a week to secure funding approval. Historical data exists from a recently completed project of similar scale, but with different terrain and materials. What should the project manager do to produce the estimate? A. Conduct a Monte Carlo simulation to analyze potential schedule and cost ranges before committing to a baseline. B. Apply parametric estimation, multiplying productivity rates by the number of construction units to calculate precise durations. C. Combine bottom-up estimation with contingency reserves to ensure estimate accuracy despite incomplete design data. D. Use analogous estimation, referencing the prior project and adjusting for scope differences and terrain complexity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of how the choice of estimation technique depends on the project phase, data availability, and required accuracy. Choice D is the best option because analogous estimation is appropriate early in planning when detailed data is limited. It relies on results from a similar previous project to produce a quick, high-level estimate, perfect for initial funding discussions. Choice A is incorrect. Monte Carlo simulation is a quantitative risk analysis tool that requires detailed inputs and is not suited for preliminary estimating. Choice B is incorrect. Parametric estimation demands reliable, standardized metrics, such as labor hours per cubic yard, which are unavailable at this early stage. Choice C is incorrect. Bottom-up estimation cannot be performed without a complete work breakdown structure and activity-level detail. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 35. In a predictive project to deploy a national rail signaling system, the project manager identifies two near-critical paths during scheduled development. One path has 0 float, the second has 1 day of float. The team considers delaying an activity on the near-critical path to reallocate a specialized resource to the critical path. What should the project manager consider before approving this decision? A. The delay may convert the near-critical path into a second critical path, increasing project risk. B. Minor float on non-critical paths is a buffer and should be reallocated as needed. C. Schedule compression techniques should be applied to both paths to maintain float. D. Near-critical paths are not relevant unless the project is already behind schedule. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your deeper understanding of the critical path method and how changes during schedule development can impact project risk. It also assesses your ability to recognize the sensitivity of near-critical paths, paths with very little float that could become critical with minor changes. Choice A is the best option because delaying an activity on the near critical path could reduce its float to zero. This would result in multiple critical paths, raising the risk that even a minor delay could affect the overall project duration. Choice B is incorrect. Float is not a resource to reallocate casually. It's a measure of schedule flexibility and must be protected to absorb uncertainty. Choice C is incorrect. Applying compression techniques like crashing or fast tracking before assessing impact could introduce unnecessary risk and cost. Choice D is incorrect. Near critical paths are always relevant. They are a sign of schedule sensitivity and must be monitored throughout planning and execution. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 36. During schedule analysis for a predictive transportation infrastructure project, the project manager notices that one activity has 4 days of total float, but 0 days of free float. The engineering lead asks if this means the activity is on the critical path. How should the project manager respond? A. No, because only activities with 0 total float are considered critical. B. Yes, because 0 free float means it cannot be delayed without affecting any successor. C. Yes, because both total and free float must be 0 to define the critical path. D. No, because total float is more relevant to external dependencies than internal sequencing. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the differences between total float and free float, a key concept in schedule analysis. Total float refers to how long an activity can be delayed without delaying the overall project, while free float refers to how long it can be delayed without impacting the immediate successor. Choice A is the best option because critical path is defined by 0 total float, not free float. Even if free float is 0, as long as total float exists, the activity is not on the critical path. Choice B is incorrect. 0 free float means the activity affects its next task, but not necessarily the project end date. That's why it's not a critical path indicator. Choice C is incorrect. Both values don't have to be 0. The defining characteristic of the critical path is 0 total float regardless of free float. Choice D is incorrect. Total float applies broadly across the schedule, not just to external dependencies. It reflects how much flexibility exists before impacting the entire project. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 37. During execution of a predictive project to expand a regional airport, the project manager reviews the latest schedule performance data and finds that 2 work packages are behind schedule. The earned value metrics confirm SPI less than 1, but the delay has not yet affected the critical path. The team urges the PM to crash both activities. What should the project manager do first? A. Approve crashing both activities to recover schedule performance proactively. B. Consult with functional managers and stakeholders to explore resource reallocation options. C. Analyze the forecasted impact to determine if corrective action is necessary. D. Update the schedule to reflect actual progress before initiating any corrective actions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of schedule control and how to respond appropriately to performance data in a predictive project. It emphasizes the importance of using analysis to drive decision-making rather than reacting impulsively to SPI indicators. Choice C is the best option because a project manager should always analyze the forecasted impact before taking corrective action. Just because 2 work packages are behind does not mean they require immediate intervention, especially if the critical path is unaffected. Choice A is incorrect. Crashing is a schedule compression technique that should only be applied when necessary. Doing so prematurely may introduce unnecessary cost and risk. Choice B is incorrect. While collaboration with functional managers is good practice, resource reallocation should only occur after analysis confirms it's needed. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the schedule with actuals is important, but doing so without understanding the downstream impact doesn't address whether corrective actions are even required. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 38. A predictive construction project is behind schedule due to unexpected permitting delays. To meet the contractual milestone, the sponsor asks the project manager to shorten the remaining schedule. After analysis, the PM determines that some activities on the critical path can overlap but were originally scheduled sequentially due to quality risks. What is the most appropriate next step? A. Crash the schedule by assigning overtime to all remaining activities. B. Apply fast tracking to overlap critical activities while managing the associated risks. C. Rebaseline the schedule to reflect the new timeline requested by the sponsor. D. Resequence non-critical activities to create flexibility in the overall schedule. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of schedule compression techniques, particularly when and how to apply fast tracking in a predictive project, even when quality concerns exist. The goal is to shorten the schedule without compromising the project baselines unnecessarily. Choice B is the best option because fast tracking overlaps activities that were originally done in sequence, helping reduce the project duration. Since the project manager has already analyzed which activities can be safely overlapped, this is a justifiable next step with risk management in mind. Choice A is incorrect. Crashing involves adding resources or paying for overtime, which increases cost and may not address the specific cause of the delay. In this case, permitting. It's also less effective if activities can't be performed in parallel. Choice C is incorrect. Rebaselining should only be done after all options to bring the project back on track have been exhausted. It's not a first step. Choice D is incorrect. Resequencing non-critical activities won't help if the delay is on the critical path, which determines the project finish date. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 39. A predictive software infrastructure project is experiencing resource overallocation across several non-critical activities. The project manager wants to optimize resource usage while maintaining the original schedule and critical path. Which is the most appropriate technique to use? A. Apply resource leveling to redistribute work based on resource availability. B. Compress the schedule using fast tracking to free up team capacity. C. Adjust resource assignments on lower priority activities to reduce peaks in demand. D. Reassign critical path activities to non-critical resources to reduce bottlenecks. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of two important resource optimization techniques in predictive project management: resource leveling and resource smoothing, and when each should be used. It also examines how these techniques interact with the critical path and schedule baseline. Choice C is the best option because it reflects resource smoothing, which reduces overallocation by adjusting work on activities with available flexibility. This approach allows the project manager to ease resource peaks without disrupting the planned sequencing of work. Choice A is incorrect. Resource leveling may delay activities and can impact the critical path because it changes activity timing based on resource limits, not schedule constraints. Choice B is incorrect. Fast tracking shortens the schedule, not smooths resource usage. It's a compression technique, not a resource optimization method. Choice D is incorrect. Reassigning critical path work can create new risks or violate skill constraints. It's not a standard or reliable technique for resolving overallocation. Let's move on to the final question in this topic if you're ready. Question 40. During execution of a predictive manufacturing project, multiple work streams are progressing in parallel, and the project manager notices discrepancies between actual and planned task completion. To address these issues, the PM wants to coordinate with the team by tracking progress, reviewing durations, and visualizing dependencies across tasks. Which of the following tools would be most effective in this situation? A. Milestone chart showing high-level deadlines for major deliverables. B. Gantt chart displaying task durations, dependencies, and progress bars. C. Approved schedule baseline used during stakeholder reporting. D. Schedule network diagram visualizing logical relationships between activities. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of schedule management tools in predictive projects, especially how to select the right tool for progress tracking, coordination, and recovery planning. Choice B is the best option because a Gantt chart combines multiple layers of data, task durations, dependencies, sequencing, and progress updates. It's intuitive, team-friendly, and ideal for tracking and coordinating work across parallel work streams. Choice A is incorrect. A milestone chart is useful for summarizing major delivery dates, but it lacks the detail needed for day-to-day progress tracking or coordination. Choice C is incorrect. The schedule baseline is essential for comparing current progress against the original plan, but it is a static reference, not an active coordination tool. Choice D is incorrect. While network diagrams show dependencies, they are harder to interpret for tracking progress and don't include durations or progress bars. Congratulations on completing schedule management in Waterfall. You're now 40 questions into your PMP exam journey and making incredible progress. Let's keep building that momentum and move into the next topic when you're ready. The topic we'll cover is cost management. The process is used to plan, estimate, budget, and control project costs so the project is delivered within its approved financial resources. In waterfall projects, costs are planned in detail up front and tracked closely against a cost baseline. The project manager is responsible for ensuring that all work stays within the approved budget while still meeting scope and quality requirements. Cost management begins with estimating costs for each activity or work package. The exam may test you on several techniques. Analogous estimating uses historical data from similar projects and is fast but less accurate. Parametric estimating uses data-driven models, such as cost per square foot or cost per unit, and is more reliable when data is available. Bottom-up estimating aggregates detailed estimates at the activity level to build up the total cost, which is the most accurate but also the most time-consuming. Three-point estimating, also known as PERT, uses optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely values to provide a range-based estimate. Once activity costs are estimated, they are rolled up through cost aggregation into the project's total estimated cost. These values are then combined into the cost baseline, which includes contingency reserves for known risks. When you add management reserves for unknown risks, which are controlled by the sponsor, you arrive at the total project budget. During execution, cost performance is monitored using Earned Value Management, or EVM. You'll need to be comfortable with the core variables: planned value, earned value, and actual cost. The exam may also test you on key formulas. Cost variance is EV minus AC, schedule variance is EV minus PV, the cost performance index is EV divided by AC, and the schedule performance index is EV divided by PV. It is essential you understand what the numbers mean. A positive variance indicates favorable performance, while a negative variance indicates a problem. For CPI and SPI, values greater than 1 mean the project is performing efficiently, while values less than 1 signal cost overruns or schedule delay. Beyond these, you'll need to understand forecasts. Estimate at completion, or EAC, has multiple formulas depending on project conditions. It can be BAC divided by CPI when future performance is expected to be similar to the past, or AC plus ETC when remaining work is estimated again. EAC can also be AC plus BAC minus EV if future work is expected to follow the original plan. Finally, EAC can also be equal to AC plus BAC minus EV divided by CPI times SPI if both cost and schedule performance are expected to impact the remaining work. Estimate to complete, or ETC, is equal to EAC minus AC, which is the expected cost to finish the remaining work. Variance at completion, or VAC, is the budget at completion minus the estimate at completion. We went over these EVM formulas very quickly in this review. If you struggle to understand these formulas, take a pause here or check out our EVM simplified video next. But most importantly, expect questions that require interpreting these numbers to determine whether a project is over or under budget and whether it is ahead or behind schedule. Another concept you should know is funding limit reconciliation, which ensures that planned expenditures do not exceed the organization's cash flow limits. If spending spikes are forecasted, the project manager may need to reschedule work or adjust resources to smooth expenditures. You'll also need to understand reserves. Contingency reserves are allocated for known risks and are part of the cost baseline. Management reserves are for unknown risks, sit outside the baseline, and can only be used with sponsor approval. Finally, remember the broader financial perspective tested on the exam. Lifecycle costing, or LCC, is about the big picture cost used in the business case. It includes the total cost of the project or product over its entire life, from development through operations all the way to retirement or disposal. Total cost of ownership, or TCO, is about the true cost of ownership in procurement decision. It looks beyond the initial purchase to include training, maintenance, support, and long-term upgrades. So waterfall cost management is about accurate estimation, building a cost baseline, monitoring with EVM, and controlling variances through formal processes, while also considering the long-term financial picture with LCC and TCO. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of estimating techniques, cost baselines, earned value formulas, reserves, and how lifecycle costing and total cost of ownership influence decision-making. Let's get into the first question on this topic. Question 41. A project manager is launching a predictive project in a highly cost-sensitive government program. Senior leadership emphasizes that cost performance will be audited quarterly. During planning, the team begins estimating activities, but they realize there's confusion about acceptable accuracy ranges and which estimation techniques should be used for different work packages. What should the project manager do first? A. Meet with the finance team to define the accuracy thresholds and apply them across the plan. B. Refer to the schedule management plan to determine which cost estimation methods are appropriate. C. Develop or refine the cost management plan to guide estimating and control procedures. D. Estimate using bottom-up techniques to ensure accuracy across the project. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of cost management planning in predictive environments, especially when establishing rules for how costs will be estimated, managed, and reported. Choice C is the best option because the cost management plan defines the framework for cost estimating, budgeting, and control. It includes accuracy thresholds, cost aggregation rules, and preferred techniques, ensuring consistency before estimates begin. Choice A is incorrect. While meeting with finance may help align on thresholds, it's premature without having the full cost management plan in place. Finance provides input, but the PM owns the plan. Choice B is incorrect. The schedule management plan is unrelated to cost estimating techniques. Confusing these two planning documents can lead to inconsistent processes. Choice D is incorrect. Bottom-up estimating is accurate, but diving into estimation without a guiding plan risks misalignment and inconsistent assumptions across work packages. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 42. A project manager is preparing preliminary cost estimates for a predictive project. The WBS is still under development, but senior leadership has requested a forecast within 2 days to secure initial funding approval. The team has limited access to recent market rates, but possesses cost performance data from past internal projects of varying sizes. Which estimating approach should the project manager use? A. Parametric estimating. B. Bottom-up estimating. C. Analogous estimating. D. Three-point estimating. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to choose the appropriate cost estimation technique based on the level of project definition, data availability, and time constraints, all critical considerations in predictive planning. Choice C is the best option because the project manager has limited time and only high-level data from past internal projects. Analogous estimating allows for quick estimates by leveraging historical performance from similar efforts, even when the current WBS isn't complete. Choice A is incorrect. Parametric estimating typically requires reliable market data or unit costs, which the team lacks in this case. Choice B is incorrect. Bottom-up estimating is the most detailed and accurate method, but it depends on a completed WBS and takes more time than the situation allows. Choice D is incorrect. 3-point estimating involves range-based uncertainty modeling, but the scenario doesn't suggest detailed risk data or sufficient task-level definition. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 43. A project manager is finalizing the cost baseline for a predictive infrastructure project. The team has completed bottom-up estimates for all activities and included contingency reserves for known risks. However, the sponsor reminds the project manager that there are still strategic risks that could impact scope and cost, even though they're unlikely. What should the project manager do next? A. Ask the steering committee for additional contingency funding. B. Include a management reserve. C. Recalculate contingency reserves to cover low probability risks. D. Exclude the reserve to preserve baseline integrity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how to complete the cost baseline in predictive projects by addressing both known and unknown risks through proper reserve planning. Choice B is the best option because a management reserve is designed to address unknown unknowns, those unforeseen events or strategic risks that aren't identified in the risk register. Including it ensures the project is better equipped to handle future surprises without requiring immediate approval. Choice A is incorrect. While involving the steering committee may eventually be necessary if additional funding is needed, at this stage the project manager should include a management reserve as part of proper budget planning, not defer responsibility upward. Choice C is incorrect. Contingency reserves are for known unknowns, which are identified risks. Expanding them to cover strategic or unknown risks misuses their intent. Choice D is incorrect. Excluding reserves undermines risk preparedness. The project would be left vulnerable to cost overruns if unexpected risks occur. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 44. A predictive construction project is midway through execution. The project manager notices that while the earned value matches the planned value, the actual cost is significantly higher than expected. The sponsor is concerned about the trend and wants an update. What should the project manager do first? A. Recommend additional contingency reserves to address the variance. B. Update the risk register to reflect the cost overrun. C. Analyze cost performance and calculate the cost performance index. D. Schedule a meeting with the sponsor to explain the cost variance and corrective actions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to apply earned value management principles to monitor and control project costs. Specifically, it focuses on what action a project manager should take first when there's evidence of overspending. Choice C is the best option because the Cost Performance Index is the standard PMI metric used to measure cost efficiency. It's the first step in diagnosing the root cause of a cost variance and preparing a data-driven response for stakeholders. Choice A is incorrect. Recommending additional reserves is premature. The PM must first assess the cost variance using proper performance metrics before considering budget changes. Choice B is incorrect. Updating the risk register is appropriate if a risk caused the overrun, but here the root cause hasn't been identified yet. Choice D is incorrect. Meeting with the sponsor may be necessary later, but it should come after performing proper analysis. Acting without understanding the numbers weakens credibility. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 45. A project is 60% complete based on earned value analysis. The total project budget, BAC, is $1 million and the project has spent $700,000 so far. However, the planned value at this point in the schedule was $750,000. What do the current EVM indicators suggest? A. The project is under budget and slightly ahead of schedule. B. The project is over budget and slightly behind schedule. C. The project is on budget but significantly behind schedule. D. The project is under budget but behind schedule. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to apply core EVM formulas and interpret cost and schedule performance. You must calculate earned value and then compare it to planned value and actual cost to assess project health. Choice B is the best option because earned value, EV, equals 60% times $1 million equals $600,000. Actual cost AC equals $700,000, which means the project has spent more than earned value. In other words, the project is over budget. Planned value PV is $750,000, which means the project has completed less than the planned value. In other words, the project is behind schedule. Choices A, C, and D are incorrect. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 46. A project has the following performance data. Budget at completion, BAC $900,000. Earned value, EV, is $450,000. Actual cost, AC, is $500,000. Planned value, PV, is $600,000. What is the estimate at completion, EAC, assuming current cost performance continues? A, $900,000. B, $1 million. C, $1,200,000. D, $1,100,000. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your knowledge of earned value forecasting formulas, specifically how to apply EAC when assuming current cost performance will continue for the remainder of the project. Choice B is the best option because the correct formula in this case is EAC equals BAC divided by CPI, where CPI equals EV divided by AC equals 450,000 divided by 500,000 equals 0.9. So EAC equals 900,000 divided by 0.9 equals $1 million. Choices A, C, and D are incorrect. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 47. 3 months into a predictive infrastructure project, the project manager reviews earned value metrics. Cost performance index equals 1.12. Schedule performance index equals 0.85. The sponsor requests a progress briefing during the monthly governance review. The project has strict delivery milestones and limited schedule flexibility. What should the project manager report? A. The project is on track to finish within budget but risks delay if schedule performance doesn't improve. B. The project's cost efficiency is offsetting the schedule delays, so no corrective action is needed. C. The scheduled performance is acceptable for now, but costs must be closely monitored going forward. D. Since SPI is below 1, the project is at high risk of exceeding the budget unless reserves are applied. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to interpret EVM metrics in context, specifically CPI and SPI, and communicate realistic project status during governance reviews. In predictive environments, both schedule and cost metrics matter, especially when milestones are fixed. Choice A is the best option because a CPI of 1.12 shows the project is spending efficiently. It's getting more value for each dollar spent. However, an SPI of 0.85 indicates work is not progressing as quickly as planned. With tight deadlines, this presents a schedule risk that should be communicated and addressed. Choice B is incorrect. Cost efficiency is good, but it does not eliminate the need to manage delays, especially when deadlines are inflexible. Choice C is incorrect. The schedule performance is the main issue, not cost. Focusing on cost diverts attention from the primary concern. Choice D is incorrect. SPI below 1 reflects schedule risk, not cost overrun. Applying reserves is not appropriate unless there's a defined risk being realized. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 48. During planning for a large predictive project with multiple subcontractors, the project manager develops a detailed cost baseline. However, the finance department informs the PM that funding will be released in quarterly installments not aligned with the planned expenditures. What should the project manager do next? A. Submit a change request to adjust the scope and reduce short-term costs. B. Reallocate contingency reserves to cover early expenditures and avoid delays. C. Proceed with the original plan and flag the funding constraint as a risk. D. Adjust the schedule to align activities with the timing of available funding. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of funding limit reconciliation, which ensures that planned expenditures align with the actual availability of funds, a critical element in cost management for predictive projects. Choice D is the best option because reconciling funding constraints typically involves adjusting the schedule to align with the funding timeline. This keeps the project within its approved funding limits and avoids creating cash flow problems or needing premature budget changes. Choice A is incorrect. Adjusting the project scope is unnecessary unless the funding issue cannot be resolved through other methods. This would be a more extreme response. Choice B is incorrect. Contingency reserves are for known risks, not for managing cash flow constraints. Misusing them could cause budget issues later. Choice C is incorrect. Simply flagging the issue as a risk does not resolve the misalignment and may lead to actual delays or cost problems during execution. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 49. A project manager is leading a predictive project to deliver a custom data center for a public agency. During planning, the sponsor emphasizes minimizing total long-term costs, including energy consumption, maintenance, and system upgrades over the facility's lifespan. What approach should the project manager apply? A. Incorporate lifecycle costing into decision-making during planning and procurement. B. Use expected monetary value, EMV, to assess risk costs during execution rather than plan for long-term operational expenses. C. Apply total cost of ownership, TCO, analysis separately during project planning to estimate future costs. D. Prioritize project cost reduction strategies to minimize budget variance. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of lifecycle costing, a cost management technique that considers not just the project budget, but also the total cost of ownership over the product's lifetime. It's especially relevant in predictive projects involving infrastructure, where long-term maintenance, energy, and upgrade costs significantly affect overall value. Choice A is the best option because it correctly applies lifecycle costing during project planning, ensuring procurement and design decisions consider both immediate and future costs. Choice B is incorrect. EMV is a valuable risk management tool, but it focuses on probabilistic cost outcomes, not total long-term cost considerations. It doesn't replace lifecycle costing. Choice C is incorrect. TCO and lifecycle costing are closely related, but treating TCO as a separate analysis outside of the integrated planning process leads to fragmented decision-making. The project manager should embed lifecycle thinking into scope, procurement, and design decisions. Choice D is incorrect. Reducing costs during the project may seem helpful, but it risks sacrificing long-term value. For example, cutting quality to stay under budget could increase maintenance costs later. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 50. During cost planning for a complex predictive project, the team includes extra funds to address specific risks such as known site access delays and expected vendor price fluctuations. The sponsor later asks if additional budget should be set aside for unknown risks that may emerge during execution. How should the project manager respond? A. Recommend placing additional funds in the contingency reserve to address emerging unknown risks. B. Explain that the contingency reserve is already sufficient and covers all types of future uncertainties. C. Propose creating a management reserve under sponsor control to address unforeseen and undefined risks. D. Allocate a portion of the contingency reserve for management reserve to simplify oversight and approvals. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how reserves are categorized and managed in predictive projects, especially the distinction between contingency reserves and management reserves during cost planning. Choice C is the best option because PMI defines management reserves as funds set aside for unknown unknowns, events that cannot be specifically identified during planning. These reserves are not included in the cost baseline and are typically controlled by upper management or the sponsor, not the project manager. Choice A is incorrect. Contingency reserves are for known unknowns or identified risks that have been analyzed. Using them for unknown risks would misapply their purpose. Choice B is incorrect. Contingency reserves do not cover all uncertainties. They do not account for unforeseen or undefined risks. That's what management reserves are for. Choice D is incorrect. Management reserves must be separately identified and managed outside of the cost baseline. Combining them with contingency reserves would violate cost planning best practices and reduce financial transparency. You've now completed all 10 questions for cost management in waterfall projects. Great work. You're now 50 questions into your PMP exam journey. 1/3 of the way there. Stay sharp, stay focused, and let's keep pushing forward. The topic we'll cover is quality management, the processes that ensure project deliverables meet defined standards and satisfy stakeholder expectations. In waterfall projects, quality is formally planned and documented. This begins with planned quality management, where the project manager identifies quality standards, metrics, and processes that the project will follow. The outputs include the quality management plan, quality metrics, and quality checklists that will guide the team throughout the project. Next comes manage quality, also known as quality assurance. This is an executing process that focuses on doing things the right way. The project manager ensures that processes are being followed correctly by using activities such as audits, process analysis, and preventive actions. The goal is to build quality into the work and enable continuous improvement rather than relying only on inspections at the end. Then we move to control quality, which is about verifying results. This monitoring process involves inspections, testing, and measuring deliverables against defined quality standards. While quality assurance ensures that the process is correct, quality control ensures that the final deliverables meet the required specifications. The exam also emphasizes the concept of the cost of quality, which includes 4 categories. Prevention costs are incurred to avoid defects in the first place. Appraisal costs are for measuring and monitoring, such as inspections and tests. Internal failure costs are the costs of defects found before delivery, such as rework or scrap. External failure costs occur after delivery, such as warranty claims or recalls. Remember, PMI stresses that prevention is cheaper and preferred over inspection. Quality management also ties into continuous improvement frameworks. One is Deming's Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle, which drives ongoing process improvement. You should also be aware of Six Sigma, which focuses on reducing defects, and Lean, which emphasizes eliminating waste. On the exam, expect questions on quality tools. These include the cause and effect diagram, also known as the Ishikawa or fishbone diagram, which helps identify root causes of problems. The Pareto chart, which applies the 80-20 principle to highlight the vital few causes that generate most problems. Histograms, which display data distributions. Control charts, which track process variation and use concepts like upper and lower control limits, the rule of 7, and distinguishing assignable from common cause variation. Scatter diagrams, which show relationships between 2 variables. Flowcharts, which map processes, and check sheets, which are simple tally forms for data collection. Other important concepts include benchmarking, where project processes are compared against best practices, audits, which ensure compliance and promote continuous improvement, and the distinction between prevention and inspection. Remember, in predictive projects, prevention is always emphasized over inspection. Finally, predictive projects place a strong emphasis on formal quality planning, documented standards, and acceptance testing at the end of the project to confirm deliverables meet requirements. So, quality management in predictive projects is about planning standards, assuring the process, controlling results, preventing defects, and driving continuous improvement using structured tools and techniques. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of quality assurance versus quality control, cost of quality, continuous improvement frameworks, and the use of quality tools in predictive environments. Let's get into the first question on this topic. Question 51. The project manager is planning a large-scale infrastructure project using a predictive approach. The sponsor emphasizes minimizing costly rework and ensuring stakeholder satisfaction. During quality planning, the team struggles to agree on how to measure success and apply quality standards consistently across work packages. What should the project manager do? A. Begin quality planning after scope and schedule baselines are finalized to avoid misalignment. B. Use the requirements traceability matrix to define measurable quality goals linked to stakeholder expectations. C. Facilitate a workshop to define quality metrics and integrate them into the quality management plan. D. Allow each work package lead to define quality standards independently to improve ownership and accountability. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of planning quality in predictive environments, where quality must be defined early and clearly documented to guide execution and avoid costly rework. Choice C is the best option because facilitating a workshop promotes shared understanding and ensures quality metrics are agreed upon and integrated into the quality management plan. This promotes alignment and proactive quality control. Choice A is incorrect. Waiting until the scope and schedule are baseline delays quality planning. PMI recommends starting quality planning in parallel with scope planning, not after. Choice B is incorrect. The requirements traceability matrix is useful for tracking stakeholder needs, but it's not the primary tool for defining project-wide quality metrics and standards. Choice D is incorrect. Allowing different teams to define their own standards leads to inconsistency, which undermines quality control in predictive projects. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 52. A predictive project is in execution, and the project manager notices that different teams are using slightly different procedures to complete similar tasks. Some completed deliverables are failing inspections due to inconsistencies in how quality standards were interpreted and applied. What should the project manager do next? A. Conduct a root cause analysis on failed deliverables and update the issue log. B. Assign inspection responsibilities to ensure objectivity during quality control. C. Perform a process analysis and recommend preventive actions to align execution with quality standards. D. Increase the frequency of quality inspections to identify non-conformance earlier. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the difference between manage quality, QA, and control quality, QC, in predictive projects. It emphasizes how process issues, not just product defects, must be proactively addressed to prevent recurring quality failures. Choice C is the best option because process analysis and preventive actions are core activities of managed quality, QA. They help ensure that teams follow consistent, approved methods aligned with the quality management plan. Choice A is incorrect. Root cause analysis is a useful technique, but it belongs more to control quality, and it focuses on identifying why deliverables failed, not on improving the processes themselves. Choice B is incorrect. Assigning new inspectors may help reduce bias, but it does not address the underlying inconsistency in execution across teams. Choice D is incorrect. More frequent inspections might catch issues sooner, but this is reactive and doesn't solve the root cause, lack of consistent quality process application. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 53. During quality control on a predictive project, a control chart tracking manufacturing defects shows that several data points fall within the upper and lower control limits but consistently trend upward and approach the upper limit. No single point exceeds the control limits, but the pattern is persistent. What should the project manager do? A. Take no action since the process is still statistically in control. B. Halt production and initiate a formal root cause analysis to address potential nonconformance. C. Share the trend data with the sponsor and suggest increasing sampling frequency to ensure compliance. D. Investigate the trend as a possible assignable cause and evaluate the need for preventive action. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your knowledge of control charts and early quality intervention. In predictive projects, identifying subtle signals before defects occur is key to preventing rework and protecting quality baselines. Choice D is the best option because while the process appears in control, the upward trend suggests a possible assignable cause. Investigating early allows the team to apply preventive actions and avoid future quality failures. Choice A is incorrect. Although all points are inside limits, the trend pattern violates control chart rules like the rule of 7, which may signal an underlying issue. Choice B is incorrect. Halting production is extreme. There's no actual nonconformance yet, only a potential risk that should first be investigated. Choice C is incorrect. Sharing data and increasing sampling may help with monitoring, but it delays taking proactive action to investigate and correct the potential root cause. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 54. During planning for a highly regulated infrastructure project, the project manager is asked to justify the high budget allocated for team training, documentation reviews, and preventive testing. A senior stakeholder suggests reducing these costs and increasing post-delivery inspections to save time up front. What should the project manager do? A. Accept the recommendation, as regulatory projects typically emphasize final acceptance inspections. B. Explain that preventive costs reduce overall quality costs by minimizing rework and customer dissatisfaction. C. Agree to reduce training and instead allocate more to defect tracking and reinspection. D. Propose balancing prevention and inspection efforts to maintain stakeholder support and reduce initial planning effort. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the cost of quality categories in predictive projects and PMI's emphasis on prevention over inspection to minimize total cost and improve long-term outcomes. Choice B is the best option because prevention costs like training and documentation reviews help avoid expensive rework, non-compliance, and customer dissatisfaction later. PMI recommends investing upfront in quality. Choice A is incorrect. While inspections are important, final acceptance is too late to catch many quality problems. This approach increases the risk of external failure costs. Choice C is incorrect. Shifting funds to defect tracking focuses on appraisal and internal failure costs, which are reactive, not preventive, and drive up overall costs of quality. Choice D is incorrect. While it sounds balanced, compromising prevention efforts undermines quality planning and increases the risk of failures later in execution. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 55. A project manager on a large multi-year predictive project is reviewing defect trends and delivery delays across multiple phases. The team previously applied corrective actions, but similar issues continue to reoccur. Leadership now expects a more structured approach to identify systemic inefficiencies and reduce variability in outcomes. What should the project manager do? A. Implement fast tracking in the schedule to make up for lost time and improve team motivation. B. Recommend additional quality audits across all phases to ensure compliance with documented procedures. C. Apply lean principles to eliminate non-value-adding activities across the workflow. D. Initiate a structured root cause investigation using the PDCA cycle and Six Sigma principles. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of structured continuous improvement frameworks such as PDCA and Six Sigma, which focus on root cause analysis and reducing process variation in predictive projects. Choice D is the best option because the repeated nature of the issues points to deeper systemic inefficiencies. Using PDCA and Six Sigma provides a disciplined, data-driven approach to improve performance and prevent recurrence. Choice A is incorrect. Fast tracking addresses schedule delays, not quality issues or root causes. It may even introduce more risk if underlying inefficiencies remain. Choice B is incorrect. Audits can help identify compliance gaps, but they do not replace structured process improvement methods. The scenario needs more than procedural verification. Choice C is incorrect. Lean can reduce waste, but the scenario also requires analytical depth to uncover why defects keep happening, not just to eliminate steps. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 56. A quality audit on a predictive project reveals a spike in defect frequency related to electrical subsystem testing. The quality lead wants to determine if these defects share a common root cause and whether the trend suggests a deeper process failure that needs prevention. Which quality tools should the team use together to investigate and validate the source of variation? A. Histogram and run chart. B. Flow chart and control chart. C. Pareto chart and control chart. D. Fishbone diagram and histogram. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to match the right quality tools to both the problem type and the intent of analysis, a key expectation in predictive project environments where data-driven decision-making is critical. Choice C is the best option because the Pareto chart helps the team prioritize the most frequent defects, applying the 80-20 principle, while the control chart enables them to see whether the process is statistically in control and whether variation is assignable or common cause. Used together, they provide both prioritization and trend validation. Choice A is incorrect. While histograms and run charts show frequency and trend, they don't provide insight into process stability or root cause depth. Choice B is incorrect. Flow charts map processes and control charts detect variation, but this pair lacks prioritization of defect types and doesn't guide resolution effectively. Choice D is incorrect. A fishbone diagram supports brainstorming potential causes, and a histogram shows defect frequency, but neither shows whether variation is systemic or under control. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 57. Midway through a complex government infrastructure project using a predictive approach, the project manager notices inconsistent quality results across multiple work packages. To address the issue, the manager wants to ensure alignment with industry best practices while also identifying internal process inefficiencies. What should the project manager do? A. Conduct a controlled quality inspection and update the quality metrics to reflect observed trends. B. Initiate a lessons learned session with key team members and vendors to review execution gaps. C. Perform benchmarking against similar high-performing projects and initiate a quality audit. D. Present the issue to the sponsor and recommend increasing compliance reviews across the remaining work. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of proactive quality improvement tools in predictive projects, specifically how to use benchmarking and audits to identify gaps and align with best practices. Choice C is the best option because benchmarking allows the project manager to compare performance with external high-performing standards, while a quality audit helps evaluate the effectiveness of current processes and identify opportunities for improvement. Both are proactive, structured tools for addressing systemic issues. Choice A is incorrect. While controlled quality inspections focus on verifying deliverables, they don't address root causes or broader process weaknesses. Choice B is incorrect. Lessons learned are valuable, but they're generally captured after phases or at closure, not ideal for mid-project course correction. Choice D is incorrect. While escalating to the sponsor and increasing compliance reviews sounds reasonable, it's a reactive governance tactic, not a strategic improvement initiative like auditing and benchmarking. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 58. During testing of a repetitive manufacturing process in a predictive project, a control chart for defect rates shows 7 consecutive points plotted on the same side of the mean, all within control limits. The process owner insists that since the points are inside the limits, no action is required. What should the project manager do? A. Take no action, as all points fall within upper and lower control limits. B. Recalculate the control limits to account for the shift in performance trend. C. Perform a cause analysis and consider corrective action due to the indication of a non-random pattern. D. Consult with the quality team to adjust sampling frequency and continue monitoring for additional trends. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your knowledge of statistical quality control using control charts, especially recognizing non-random patterns like the rule of 7, which is often misunderstood in predictive projects. Choice C is the best option because 7 points on the same side of the mean, even within control limits, signal non-random variation. This violates process stability assumptions and calls for investigation and possible corrective action. Choice A is incorrect. While the points are within limits, ignoring the trend misses the early warning of process instability. Choice B is incorrect. Recalculating control limits without understanding the cause could normalize abnormal behavior, masking issues. Choice D is incorrect. Adjusting sampling frequency is premature. While it sounds reasonable, it doesn't address the non-random trend already present. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 59. A pharmaceutical manufacturing project following a predictive life cycle is in the execution phase. The quality assurance team recommends investing more time in process audits and preventive checks to ensure compliance. But some engineers argue that testing the final deliverables is more practical given tight timelines. What should the project manager do? A. Support increased preventive activities to reduce the likelihood of defects and downstream rework. B. Prioritize final product testing and inspections to ensure regulatory compliance. C. Discuss the decision with the quality control lead to balance prevention with available resources. D. Continue with inspections while adding defect tracking metrics to guide future quality improvements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of PMI's emphasis on prevention over inspection, especially in highly regulated industries like pharmaceuticals, where quality issues can be extremely costly if detected late. Choice A is the best option because preventive actions such as audits and process checks reduce the risk of errors before they occur. In predictive environments, early quality planning and prevention help avoid costly downstream rework. Choice B is incorrect. While final inspections are important, relying on them reactively increases the risk of missing process-related defects and leads to a higher cost of quality. Choice C is incorrect. While discussing the matter is collaborative, it defers decision-making and lacks the proactive leadership expected from the project manager. Choice D is incorrect. Adding defect metrics is helpful for trend analysis but does not substitute for prevention. It's reactive rather than proactive. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 60. A predictive infrastructure project is nearing completion. The project manager wants to implement lessons learned from quality reviews and embed a culture of continuous improvement into the organization's project practices. Which approach best supports this goal within a predictive project environment? A. Use control charts and inspections to identify deliverable defects during testing. B. Establish a root cause analysis framework and apply statistical process control post-project. C. Conduct a quality audit and recommend Kaizen techniques for ongoing small improvements. D. Use total quality management (TQM) principles to embed organization-wide continuous improvement focused on processes and people. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of organizational-level quality frameworks and how they can be applied after project execution in a predictive environment. It also compares TQM with tactical methods like Kaizen and inspection tools. Choice D is the best option because TQM provides a structured, organization-wide approach to improving quality systems, aligning people, processes, and culture around continuous improvement. It's a strategic fit for post-project quality enhancement. Choice A is incorrect. Control charts and inspections are tools used during execution, not suitable for establishing long-term quality culture post-project. Choice B is incorrect. Root cause analysis is useful for issue resolution, but lacks the systemic organizational focus needed to drive cultural change. Choice C is incorrect. Kaizen supports incremental improvements, but in this context, TQM is broader and more aligned with embedding quality throughout the organization. Congratulations on completing all 10 questions for quality management in Waterfall projects. You've now answered 60 questions in your PMP exam journey. If this content is helpful, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to PM Aspirant for helpful content like this. Keep up the great momentum and keep pushing forward. The topic we'll cover is resource management, the processes that ensure the project has the right people, equipment, and materials available at the right time to complete the work successfully. In predictive projects, resource management begins with planned resource management. This process defines how resources will be identified, acquired, managed, and released. The outputs include the resource management plan, the team charter, and tools such as the responsibility assignment matrix, often shown as a RACI chart, which clarifies who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed for each task. Next, you estimate activity resources. This step involves quantifying the type and amount of labor, equipment, materials, and supplies required to perform each activity. After estimating, you move to acquire resources, where you secure both human and physical resources. This may involve negotiation with functional managers, assigning available staff, or obtaining resources through procurement. Once resources are secured, the project manager focuses on developing the team. This process builds team skills, fosters trust, and improves collaboration. The Tuckman ladder describes the stages of team development: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. The next process is managed team, which involves tracking performance, resolving conflicts, and giving feedback. The exam often tests conflict resolution techniques. The options include withdraw or avoid, which delays dealing with the conflict; smooth or accommodate, which emphasizes areas of agreement; compromise or reconcile, which looks for a middle ground; force or direct, which is a win-lose approach; and collaborate or problem solve, which is PMI's preferred method because it seeks a win-win outcome. In addition to managing people, you must also control resources, which is about monitoring physical resources such as equipment and materials to ensure they are used as planned and remain available when needed. Understanding organizational structures is also important for the exam. In a functional structure, authority rests with department managers, and the project manager has little influence. In a matrix structure, authority is shared and can be weak, balanced, or strong depending on the organization. In a projectized structure, the project manager has the highest authority and direct control over resources. The exam may also test on motivation theories that explain how to manage and inspire teams. Maslow's hierarchy of needs highlights that basic needs must be met before higher-level motivation occurs. Herzberg's two-factor theory distinguishes between hygiene factors that prevent dissatisfaction and motivators that truly drive satisfaction. McGregor's Theory X and Theory Y contrasts a view of workers as inherently unmotivated and needing direction versus workers as self-motivated and seeking responsibility. So, predictive resource management is about planning how resources will be managed, estimating and acquiring them, developing and managing the team, monitoring resource use, and applying organizational and motivational theories to support project success. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of resource management planning, conflict resolution techniques, team development models, and motivation theories in predictive environments. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 61. A predictive software project is in the early planning phase. The project manager is preparing a resource management plan and wants to ensure role clarity and accountability across departments. Which of the following tools would be most effective for achieving this? A. Organizational breakdown structure, OBS. B. Responsibility assignment matrix, RACI. C. Resource histogram. D. Staffing management plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your knowledge of resource management tools, particularly how to promote clarity in roles and responsibilities within a predictive project environment. Choice B is the best option because the responsibility assignment matrix clearly defines who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed for each task or deliverable. It's especially helpful in cross-functional environments to reduce ambiguity and improve coordination. Choice A is incorrect. The organizational breakdown structure shows departments or units and their connection to project work, but it doesn't explicitly define individual roles or accountability. Choice C is incorrect. A resource histogram displays resource usage over time, useful for capacity planning, not defining roles or responsibilities. Choice D is incorrect. The staffing management plan outlines how resources will be acquired, developed, and released, but it lacks the visual clarity of responsibility assignments like a RACI matrix. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 62. A project manager is preparing the schedule for a predictive product launch. During planning, the team identifies a complex work package that requires specialized testing, but there is uncertainty about the exact resource needs. What should the project manager do to estimate the activity resources? A. Consult historical data from previous projects and apply expert judgment to forecast resource needs. B. Engage with functional managers to assign available resources and monitor utilization during execution. C. Use analogous estimating based on a similar project and update the estimates once more details are known. D. Apply resource smoothing techniques to reduce the resource variability across the project phases. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how to estimate activity resources in predictive projects, especially when uncertainty exists during the planning phase. It focuses on selecting the most effective approach to forecasting resource needs using available data and tools. Choice A is the best option because using historical data and expert judgment is a recommended practice when estimating resources in predictive environments. This ensures a data-informed and experience-based forecast, which is critical when specialized tasks are involved. Choice B is incorrect. While involving functional managers is appropriate for acquiring resources, assigning and monitoring during execution does not address the need for estimating during planning. Choice C is incorrect. Analogous estimating may work, but deferring updates until later phases creates risk. Predictive planning emphasizes upfront accuracy. Choice D is incorrect. Resource smoothing is a schedule optimization technique, not a resource estimation tool. It's used after estimates have been created, not as a method for developing them. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 63. A predictive engineering project is in the initiation phase. The project manager is developing the resource management plan but learns that several key technical experts are assigned to other high-priority initiatives. What should the project manager do to acquire the necessary resources? A. Meet with the project sponsor to elevate the resource constraints and seek prioritization. B. Collaborate with functional managers to clarify availability and agree on resource commitments. C. Adjust the resource plan to focus on currently available personnel to avoid delays. D. Submit a formal staffing request to the PMO for assistance in resolving the conflict. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to navigate resource conflicts in a predictive project operating in a matrix environment. A common situation on the PMP exam. It evaluates how well you engage the right stakeholders while maintaining project performance. Choice B is the best option because in a matrix structure, the project manager does not directly control resources. Collaborating with functional managers ensures the project stays aligned with staffing realities while maintaining professional relationships. Choice A is incorrect. While escalation might work eventually, it's premature. PMI encourages resolving conflicts at the lowest level through collaboration first. Choice C is incorrect. While this may help maintain momentum, it risks misalignment between resources and the scope that actually needs expert input. Choice D is incorrect. Although submitting a request through the PMO sounds process compliant, it lacks the stakeholder engagement necessary for effective resolution in a matrix environment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 64. A predictive government project is in the early execution phase. Team members are debating how to approach technical decisions, voicing frustration about unclear processes, and occasionally questioning each other's roles. The project manager observes tension and reduced collaboration. Which stage of team development does this most likely represent, and what should the project manager do? A. Storming. Support open discussion and help the team clarify roles and processes. B. Forming. Delegate tasks quickly to accelerate team performance. C. Norming. Encourage the team to resolve issues independently to build trust. D. Performing. Shift focus toward continuous improvement and self-management. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of Tuckman's ladder of team development, a key team development model often applied in predictive projects. It also evaluates your ability to recognize behavioral cues and take the right leadership approach during early execution. Choice A is the best option because the symptoms, tension, confusion, pushback, and lack of alignment, are classic indicators of the storming stage. During this phase, the project manager should promote open discussion, clarify expectations, and guide the team toward shared understanding. Choice B is incorrect. Delegating quickly in the forming stage may backfire if the team hasn't yet built trust or clarified roles. Choice C is incorrect. In the norming stage, teams begin to self-organize, but the question indicates that trust and role clarity haven't yet been achieved. Choice D is incorrect. Performing teams are high-functioning with minimal conflict and strong autonomy, not the case described here. Let's move on to the next question, if you're ready. Question 65. Two experienced team members on a predictive project are in conflict over how to implement a key requirement. The disagreement is causing tension during meetings and slowing progress. As the project manager, what should you do? A. Meet with each individual privately to understand their perspectives and reduce friction. B. Pause the discussion and ask both team members to submit written proposals for review. C. Facilitate a structured discussion to reach a mutually beneficial solution. D. Refer the issue to the functional manager since both team members report to them. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of conflict resolution strategies in a predictive environment, especially when managing interpersonal disagreements between skilled team members. PMI strongly favors the collaborate/problem-solve approach because it aims for consensus and long-term resolution rather than short-term fixes or avoidance. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the collaborate problem-solving technique, a structured, inclusive approach that leads to commitment and shared ownership. It's especially important in predictive projects where trust and clarity among team members drive execution quality. Choice A is incorrect. While understanding perspectives is useful, handling the conflict privately may delay resolution and limit transparency. This is closer to smooth or accommodate, which doesn't address root causes. Choice B is incorrect. Asking for written proposals delays conflict resolution and may escalate tensions. It leans toward avoidance and reduces face-to-face collaboration. Choice D is incorrect. In predictive environments, especially when the project manager has formal authority, escalating to functional management should be a last resort. It avoids responsibility and can damage team dynamics. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 66. Midway through a predictive construction project, the project manager learns that several critical pieces of equipment reserved for an upcoming phase are no longer available due to internal reallocation by another department. What should the project manager do first? A. Initiate a negotiation with the department that reassign the equipment to recover what was lost. B. Conduct a physical resource audit and compare availability to the resource management plan. C. Submit a change request to extend the schedule based on the anticipated delay. D. Contact procurement to immediately source replacement equipment from external vendors. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of resource control in predictive project environments, specifically the need to monitor actual usage of physical resources against the resource management plan. Choice B is the best option because conducting a resource audit ensures the project manager first verifies what is truly available and compares it against what was planned. This is essential before taking corrective actions. In PMI's approach, monitoring precedes escalation or change. Choice A is incorrect. Negotiating may ultimately be needed, but acting before confirming the current resource status could lead to misalignment or wasted effort. It's a reactive step without baseline verification. Choice C is incorrect. Submitting a change request at this stage is premature. Change control is necessary only after confirming a variance exists and understanding its impact on the schedule or scope. Choice D is incorrect. Going to procurement immediately assumes replacement is needed without validation. This risks unnecessary spending and may not be aligned with the original plan. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 67. During a status review meeting on a predictive project, two team members both claimed they were responsible for a failed deliverable, but neither is clear who is ultimately accountable. The client is dissatisfied and the team's trust has been impacted. What should the project manager do next? A. Clarify who is accountable for the deliverable and ensure the team aligns on roles. B. Schedule a lessons learned session to prevent similar issues in future phases. C. Update the project schedule to reflect the delay caused by the confusion. D. Review the documented role definitions in the resource management plan for needed adjustments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to interpret and act on responsibility assignment issues using a RACI matrix in a predictive environment. When confusion exists over who is responsible versus accountable, the project manager must immediately clarify ownership to avoid further breakdowns. Choice A is the best option because it addresses the core problem, unclear accountability. In a RACI matrix, each task or deliverable must have a single accountable party. Clarifying this ensures future alignment and restores confidence in team roles. Choice B is incorrect. While a lessons learned session is valuable, it happens later in the project and doesn't resolve the immediate role confusion. It's a reactive measure, not a corrective action. Choice C is incorrect. Updating the schedule only records the impact of the issue. It doesn't resolve the root cause. The confusion over accountability must be clarified first before adjusting project timelines. Choice D is incorrect. Reviewing documented roles may be useful as a follow-up, but it does not directly resolve who is currently accountable for the failed deliverable. The project manager needs to take immediate action with the team. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 68. A project manager is leading a predictive project within a functional organization. One team member has been reassigned to a different initiative without consulting the project manager, affecting the project schedule. What should the project manager do next? A. Notify the project sponsor to ensure support for resource recovery. B. Reassign tasks among remaining team members to maintain delivery timelines. C. Submit a formal change request to document the reduction in available resources. D. Consult the functional manager to assign resources based on departmental availability. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of authority and decision-making roles in a functional organizational structure. In predictive projects run under functional reporting lines, project managers have limited authority over staff. Resource assignments typically fall under the control of functional managers. Choice D is the best option because in a functional organization, the project manager must work through the functional manager to assign or recover team resources. This aligns with PMI's expectations for resource coordination in predictive environments. Choice A is incorrect. While sponsor support may help if resource conflicts persist, escalating immediately bypasses the functional manager and skips proper channels. Choice B is incorrect. Reassigning tasks without addressing the root cause of the resource loss could lead to further imbalance or overloading the team. Choice C is incorrect. A change request may be appropriate if the issue cannot be resolved, but first, the project manager should follow internal processes to try and recover the resource through the functional manager. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 69. A project manager notices that team members are increasingly disengaged despite the project staying on schedule. Exit interviews reveal no major conflicts or pay issues, but employees report feeling that their work lacks purpose and recognition. Based on Herzberg's motivation theory, what should the project manager do? A. Emphasize job security and salary stability to improve morale. B. Address underlying work conditions to remove dissatisfaction and enable motivators. C. Rotate team members across different tasks to create variety and reduce boredom. D. Provide mandatory professional development courses to improve skill alignment. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your knowledge of Herzberg's two-factor theory, which separates factors that eliminate dissatisfaction, hygiene factors, from those that truly motivate, motivators. Just removing problems doesn't increase satisfaction. You need to add elements that create meaning, recognition, and growth. Choice B is the best option because it reflects Herzberg's dual approach. Fix the environment if needed, but also create purpose and recognition to spark intrinsic motivation. The key is enabling motivators like achievement, responsibility, and growth. Choice A is incorrect. Salary and job security are hygiene factors. Improving them may reduce complaints but won't create engagement or satisfaction. Choice C is incorrect. Task rotation may address boredom, but it's not tied directly to Herzberg's motivators unless it includes meaningful work or ownership. Choice D is incorrect. Mandatory development may not address the core issue. Training should be aligned with personal growth and autonomy to act as a true motivator. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 70. A project manager is leading a predictive project with team members distributed across multiple time zones. Recently, the team has encountered missed handoffs and inconsistent understanding of requirements. What is the most appropriate action the project manager should take? A. Establish clear communication protocols and ensure access to project documentation. B. Implement overlapping work hours and require all team members to attend scheduled meetings. C. Assign regional leads to manage communication within their zones and report updates to the project manager. D. Increase the use of instant messaging and informal chats to improve responsiveness. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests how to manage virtual teams in a predictive project, where structure, documentation, and formal communication are key. Unlike agile environments that favor flexibility, predictive projects require predefined plans and controlled flows of information. Choice A is the best option because it reflects PMI's best practices, establishing formal communication expectations, setting protocols for asynchronous collaboration, and ensuring team members have access to accurate and up-to-date project documentation. Choice B is incorrect. Forcing all team members into overlapping hours may lead to burnout, particularly in global teams. It's not always feasible and doesn't address the root cause, which are unclear processes and documentation gaps. Choice C is incorrect. While regional leads may sound helpful, this creates unnecessary hierarchy and risks filtering or misinterpreting communication. It adds complexity and undermines centralized control in predictive environments. Choice D is incorrect. Informal chats can help with quick clarifications, but relying on them for critical handoffs and requirements introduces inconsistency and reduces traceability, something predictive projects depend on. Awesome work completing all 10 questions on resource management in waterfall projects. This brings you to 70 PMP questions mastered so far. Every question you tackle brings you one step closer to exam success. If you found this helpful, be sure to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP prep content. When you're ready, I'll see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Waterfall Communications Management, the processes that ensure information flows effectively so stakeholders remain informed and engaged throughout the project. In predictive projects, communication starts with planned communications management. This process determines who needs what information, when they need it, how it should be delivered, and in what format. The output is the communications management plan, which sets expectations for all stakeholders and ensures consistency. The next process is managed communications, which is about collecting, creating, and distributing project information. The project manager uses tools such as status reports, progress reports, dashboards, and meetings to keep stakeholders informed. The third process is monitor communications, which ensures that the information being shared is actually reaching the intended stakeholders and meeting their needs. This step emphasizes feedback and adjustment to maintain effective communication. The exam may also test on communication models. A basic model includes the sender, the message, potential noise that distorts the message, the receiver, and feedback to confirm understanding. You should also know the different communication methods. Interactive communication is two-way, such as meetings and phone calls. Push communication sends information to recipients, such as through emails or memos. Pull communication makes information available for stakeholders to access when needed, such as a shared portal or knowledge repository. Another important exam concept is the communication channels formula, which is n times n-1 divided by 2. This formula shows how the number of potential communication channels grows rapidly as team size increases, making coordination more complex in larger teams. Effective communication also requires tailoring information based on stakeholder needs, considering their level of influence, interest, and role in the project. For predictive projects, there is a strong emphasis on formal, written reports, structured documentation, and hierarchical information flow. This reflects the need for clear records and approvals in more traditional environments. Finally, be aware of common barriers to effective communication, such as language differences, cultural issues, time zones, noise, or selective listening. Project managers must actively work to overcome these barriers to ensure clarity and alignment. So, predictive communications management is about planning clear communication strategies, managing the flow of information, monitoring effectiveness, and tailoring messages to stakeholders, while emphasizing formal documentation and structured reporting. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of communication models, methods, channels, stakeholder needs, and barriers to effective communication in predictive projects. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 71. During the initiation phase of a predictive project, several stakeholders express concern about receiving inconsistent updates across departments. The project manager wants to ensure communication expectations are clearly defined for the rest of the project. What should the project manager do next? A. Schedule recurring cross-functional meetings to promote transparency and alignment. B. Create a stakeholder engagement plan to manage interest and influence. C. Define what information stakeholders need, when, and how it will be delivered. D. Prepare a communications audit to identify and correct current communication gaps. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the planned communications management process in predictive environments. The focus here is on establishing clear expectations for communication before the project is in full swing. Choice C is the best option because it reflects exactly what the planned communications management process is designed to do. Determine who needs what information, when, how, and in what format. This helps eliminate confusion and ensures consistency from the start. Choice A is incorrect. While recurring meetings can support communication, they are part of managing communication, not planning it. Meetings alone won't resolve stakeholder concerns about inconsistency if expectations aren't clearly defined. Choice B is incorrect. The stakeholder engagement plan focuses on interest and influence, not communication, timing, methods, or formats. It's related, but not the best tool here. Choice D is incorrect. A communications audit is a tool used during monitoring, not planning. It's useful for identifying problems, but this situation is about preventing misalignment, not diagnosing it. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 72. Halfway through a predictive project, stakeholders complain they are receiving inconsistent project updates from different team members. The project manager wants to ensure future updates are reliable, timely, and aligned with the communication plan. What should the project manager do? A. Use approved communication tools to create and distribute formal project information. B. Conduct a stakeholder survey to assess preferred update formats and frequencies. C. Update the stakeholder engagement plan to reflect evolving communication needs. D. Hold a lessons learned session to understand root causes of prior miscommunication. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your knowledge of the managed communications process in predictive projects. At this stage, the focus is on executing the communication plan, delivering accurate, consistent information through the correct channels. Choice A is the best option because it aligns directly with the process of managing communications, creating and distributing formal project information using approved methods like dashboards, reports, and structured updates. Choice B is incorrect. A survey may be useful, but this situation isn't about planning, it's about execution. The communication plan already exists, the issue is inconsistent application. Choice C is incorrect. The stakeholder engagement plan deals with managing influence and interest, not the mechanics of communication execution. Choice D is incorrect. Lessons learned are conducted later in the project or phase. The issue here requires immediate correction through consistent execution. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 73. On a predictive project, the project manager notices that although status reports are sent on schedule, some stakeholders remain confused about progress and upcoming risks. What should the project manager do to improve communication effectiveness? A. Increase the frequency of status report distribution to reduce misunderstanding. B. Replace written reports with visual dashboards to simplify the presentation. C. Review feedback and stakeholder responses to ensure communications are achieving intended outcomes. D. Schedule a meeting to reiterate the project's objectives and update the communication plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the monitor communications process in predictive projects. It's not enough to send reports. The project manager must ensure that communications are actually being received, understood, and meeting stakeholder needs. Choice C is the best option because it focuses on assessing communication effectiveness using stakeholder feedback, observations, or responses. This aligns directly with the purpose of monitor communications. Choice A is incorrect. Sending updates more frequently doesn't guarantee clarity or effectiveness, especially if the reports are already being misunderstood. Choice B is incorrect. Switching formats may help, but without validating what's not working through feedback, this change could miss the mark. Choice D is incorrect. Revisiting project objectives or updating the plan may be useful long-term, but the immediate priority is to assess how current communications are performing. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 74. During a project meeting in a predictive environment, the project manager verbally assigns a critical task to a remote team member. Days later, the task remains incomplete. When questioned, the team member says they didn't fully hear or understand the assignment due to poor audio quality. Which communication model component caused this issue? A. The sender failed to verify feedback and confirm task understanding. B. Noise interfered with the message, preventing clear understanding. C. The receiver misinterpreted the message due to lack of context. D. The feedback loop was skipped, delaying task confirmation. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the communication model, specifically how messages can be distorted between the sender and receiver. One key element in the model is noise, any factor that disrupts or distorts the transmission of a message. Choice B is the best option because the poor audio quality acted as noise, a classic communication model element. It prevented the receiver from clearly hearing the message and contributed to task failure. Choice A is incorrect. While feedback is important, the core issue in this scenario was the interference during the message transmission, not the sender's failure to confirm understanding. Choice C is incorrect. Misinterpretation may occur, but this situation was caused by distortion during delivery, not by a lack of context or background. Choice D is incorrect. Skipping feedback may lead to confusion, but in this case, the problem started with unclear reception due to noise. Feedback wouldn't help if the original message was garbled. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 75. A project manager distributes a weekly progress report via email to all stakeholders on a predictive project. The report contains key metrics but is not followed up with meetings or confirmation that stakeholders have reviewed it. What type of communication method is being used? A. Push. B. Interactive. C. Pull. D. Passive. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of communication methods in a predictive project environment. PMI defines 3 core methods: push, pull, and interactive. Each is suited to different stakeholder needs and levels of engagement. Choice A is the best option because push communication involves sending information to recipients, such as through emails or reports, without requiring confirmation that it was received or understood. This is exactly what's happening in the scenario. Choice B is incorrect. Interactive communication involves two-way exchange, like meetings or phone calls, where confirmation and discussion are part of the interaction. That's not present here. Choice C is incorrect. Pull communication refers to information stored in a central location like a shared portal that stakeholders access on their own. This report was pushed out, not stored for retrieval. Choice D is incorrect. PMI does not define a communication method called passive. This choice is a distractor and does not represent a valid communication method within PMI's framework. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 76. A predictive project team currently has 7 members, including the project manager. Due to a recent organizational change, 2 additional team members will be added to the project next week. Assuming all team members need to communicate with each other, how many total communication channels will exist after the new members join? A. 36, B. 28, C. 18, D. 21. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. Use the communication channels formula. N times N minus 1 divided by 2, where N is the number of team members. In this case, N equals 7 existing plus 2 new equals 9. 9 times 9 minus 1 divided by 2 equals 9 times 8 divided by 2 equals 36 communication channels. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 77. A project manager on a large predictive project receives feedback that a key stakeholder feels overwhelmed by the level of detail in project reports, but still wants to stay informed about major decisions and risks. What is the most appropriate action the project manager should take? A. Summarize the full reports with key highlights and continue sending them on the same schedule. B. Provide tailored updates that reflect the stakeholder's role and level of influence. C. Replace written reports with regular meetings to allow for more interactive communication. D. Create a central location where stakeholders can access updates based on their own needs. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how to tailor communication in predictive environments. PMI emphasizes adjusting the level, format, and frequency of communication based on each stakeholder's role, interest, and influence. Choice B is the best option because it reflects the principle of stakeholder-specific tailoring, sending the right level of information based on what the stakeholder actually needs and can act on. Choice A is incorrect. Summarizing reports is a partial improvement, but continuing the same cadence may still overwhelm the stakeholder and doesn't fully address their feedback. Choice C is incorrect. Meetings are valuable, but written updates are still preferred in predictive projects where formal documentation and traceability are emphasized. Choice D is incorrect. This describes pull communication, which could be helpful, but it shifts the burden to the stakeholder rather than addressing the communication need proactively. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 78. In a predictive project, several department heads have complained that project updates are inconsistent across teams and lack visibility into schedule progress and risk exposure. What should the project manager do to improve the clarity and consistency of communication? A. Allow each team to highlight updates relevant to their area using department-specific templates. B. Increase the cadence of executive briefings to provide verbal summaries of key metrics. C. Assign team leads to contribute summary data for inclusion in weekly project updates. D. Use structured dashboards and status reports to communicate key project data consistently. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of how to manage formal communication in predictive environments. PMI emphasizes structured, consistent documentation, especially when communicating with leadership in cross-functional areas. Choice D is the best option because dashboards and status reports provide standardized, visible, and reliable updates across the organization. These tools help eliminate inconsistency and ensure that key information like schedule progress and risk exposure is clearly communicated. Choice A is incorrect. While allowing flexibility might help teams feel comfortable, using inconsistent templates undermines visibility and comparability at the program or executive level. Choice B is incorrect. Verbal briefings may support visibility, but they lack permanence and are less effective than formal written communication in predictive projects. Choice C is incorrect. While team lead contributions can support reporting, relying on informal summaries risks introducing variability and gaps. Formal tools are still necessary for consistency. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 79. A predictive project is approaching a governance milestone that requires approval from a cross-functional steering committee. Several committee members express concern that prior updates have been inconsistent across functions and lacked supporting metrics. What should the project manager do to best support informed governance decisions? A. Ask each functional lead to present department-specific updates during the milestone review. B. Use standardized reports to support data-driven governance and reduce reliance on informal updates. C. Schedule one-on-one briefings with key decision makers ahead of the milestone to build alignment. D. Provide a summary presentation with visual highlights and talking points for discussion. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how structured reporting supports project governance in predictive environments. Effective governance relies on timely, accurate, and standardized data to evaluate performance and authorize progress. Choice B is the best option because standardized reports ensure consistency, traceability, and alignment with governance requirements. They provide decision makers with objective data, minimizing reliance on informal or fragmented updates. Choice A is incorrect. Departmental updates may reinforce silos and variability and don't guarantee consistency or alignment with governance standards. Choice C is incorrect. While stakeholder briefings help with influence and alignment, they don't replace the need for documented, formal project reports. Choice D is incorrect. Presentations are useful for delivery, but without standardized, data-driven reports, they lack the credibility required for governance decisions. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 80. In a globally distributed predictive project, a key change in vendor compliance requirements was shared via instant message with the subcontractor's team lead. Days later, the vendor delivers non-compliant work, stating they were unaware that the change had been finalized. What is the most likely cause of this communication breakdown? A. The change was communicated too late to be implemented within the vendor's timeline. B. The subcontractor was not involved in earlier discussions and lacked context for the decision. C. The team lacked access to the centralized repository where compliance updates are stored. D. The formal communication was sent using an informal method, leading to misinterpretation. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to recognize communication barriers in predictive environments, where formal methods are critical. PMI expects project managers to use structured, traceable channels, especially when communicating changes related to compliance, scope, or contracts. Choice D is the best option because sending a finalized compliance update via instant message, which is an informal channel, increases the chance it won't be interpreted or acted on correctly. Predictive projects rely on formal documentation for critical communication. Choice A is incorrect. There's no evidence that timing caused the breakdown. The issue lies in how the message was delivered. Choice B is incorrect. Context can affect understanding, but here the concern was whether the change was final, not why it was made. Choice C is incorrect. The team lead received the update directly. The issue was not about access to a repository, but the format of the message. Congratulations! You've just completed all 10 questions on communications management in waterfall projects, bringing you to a total of 80 PMP practice questions completed so far in this series. You're doing an amazing job. Keep building momentum and sharpening your exam readiness. If you found this helpful, be sure to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP prep content. When you're ready, I'll see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is waterfall risk management. The process is used to identify, analyze, and respond to risks so that uncertainty is managed throughout the project. In predictive projects, risk management begins with plan risk management. This process defines the methodology, roles, categories, and timing for risk activities. The output is the risk management plan, which sets the framework for how risks will be addressed during the project. Next, you identify risks. This involves using tools such as brainstorming, checklists, SWOT analysis, and prompt lists to uncover potential threats and opportunities. The main output is the risk register, which lists identified risks, potential responses, and risk owners. After identifying risks, you move to qualitative risk analysis. This is where you assess each risk based on its probability and impact, often using a risk matrix to prioritize which risks deserve the most attention. For some projects, you may also perform quantitative risk analysis. This analysis uses numerical techniques such as Monte Carlo simulations, decision tree analysis, expected monetary value, or EMV, and sensitivity analysis to estimate the potential effect of risks on project objectives. With risks analyzed, you then plan risk responses. For negative risks or threats, strategies include avoid, which eliminates the threat entirely, transfer, which shifts the impact to a third party, often through insurance or contracts, mitigate, which reduces the probability or impact, and accept, which acknowledges the risk without proactive action. For positive risks or opportunities, the strategies are exploit, which ensures the opportunity is realized, share, which allocates ownership to a partner best able to capture it, enhance, which increases probability or impact, and accept, which simply takes advantage of the opportunity if it occurs. The next process is implement risk responses, where the project team carries out the agreed upon actions. Then comes monitor risks, which involves tracking risk triggers, residual risks, and any new risks that arise during the project. This step ensures that the risk register is kept current and that the risk report is updated to provide a high-level summary for stakeholders. You should also understand the concept of reserves. Contingency reserves are for known unknowns and are built into the cost and schedule baselines. Management reserves are for unknown unknowns, sit outside the baseline, and are controlled by the sponsor. In predictive projects, risk management has a strong emphasis on formal, detailed upfront risk planning, along with ongoing monitoring through structured governance reviews. So, predictive risk management is about proactively planning, identifying, analyzing, and responding to risks, while continuously updating the risk register and ensuring stakeholders remain informed through risk reports. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of risk planning, analysis techniques, risk response strategies, reserves, and the differences between managing threats and opportunities in predictive projects. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 81. A project manager is leading a large predictive project with multiple vendors and regulatory constraints. Before identifying risks, the PM wants to ensure consistency in how risk-related activities will be conducted across all stakeholders. What is the most appropriate action? A. Review past risk registers and lessons learned from similar projects. B. Facilitate a brainstorming session to uncover early-stage threats and opportunities. C. Establish the framework for identifying, analyzing, and responding to project risks. D. Prioritize risks based on their probability and potential impact to the project objectives. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the plan risk management process in predictive environments. Before diving into risk identification or analysis, the project manager must define the risk management approach for the entire project. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the purpose of plan risk management: to establish a structured framework that outlines how risks will be identified, assessed, monitored, and responded to. The result is a risk management plan. Choice A is incorrect. While historical data is useful, reviewing lessons learned is a supporting activity, not the primary objective at this point in the risk process. Choice B is incorrect. Brainstorming is part of the identify risks process, which comes after the risk management framework is defined. Choice D is incorrect. Prioritization is part of qualitative risk analysis, which also follows the planning step. Let's move on to the next question, if you're ready. Question 82. In a predictive project, the project manager is preparing to create the initial risk register. To ensure a thorough and structured approach, the PM plans to involve subject matter experts and team leads. What is the most appropriate next step? A. Facilitate workshops using prompt lists and checklists to uncover potential project risks. B. Prioritize identified risks based on likelihood and severity using a probability impact matrix. C. Consider using simulation techniques like Monte Carlo analysis to support early risk understanding. D. Update the risk report with trends and effectiveness of past response strategies. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the identify risks process in predictive projects. PMI expects project managers to use a structured, collaborative approach, especially early in the project, to uncover both threats and opportunities. Choice A is the best option because it directly reflects recommended tools in the Identify Risks process, prompt lists, checklists, and expert workshops. The result of this step is the initial risk register. Choice B is incorrect. Prioritizing risks comes after they've been identified, during qualitative risk analysis. Choice C is incorrect. Monte Carlo is a tool for quantitative risk analysis. It's a powerful technique, but not appropriate or efficient at this stage. Choice D is incorrect. The risk report is a monitoring artifact. It's updated later in the project, not during risk identification. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 83. A predictive project has just completed risk identification, and the team now has a lengthy list of documented risks. The project manager wants to focus the team's efforts on the risks most likely to affect project success. What should the project manager do next? A. Estimate the potential cost impact of each risk based on financial modeling. B. Group risks into categories using a prompt list to identify root causes. C. Document detailed response strategies for each risk in the register. D. Use a probability impact matrix to prioritize risks requiring further attention. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of the qualitative risk analysis process. In predictive projects, once risks have been identified, the next step is to prioritize them based on likelihood and impact using tools like the probability impact matrix. Choice D is the best option because it aligns with the goal of qualitative risk analysis, to determine which risks need further analysis or action. It helps the team focus their efforts where it matters most. Choice A is incorrect. Estimating financial impact falls under quantitative risk analysis, which occurs after qualitative prioritization. Choice B is incorrect. Grouping risks by category is useful for analysis, but doesn't help with prioritization. Choice C is incorrect. Documenting responses is part of risk response planning, which happens only after risks are prioritized. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 84. A predictive project involves high-budget procurement activities and has several high-impact risks already identified and prioritized. The project sponsor asks for a financial estimate of potential downside exposure if certain risks materialize. What should the project manager do next? A. Use a risk matrix to rank risks based on likelihood and severity. B. Facilitate a workshop to define response strategies and assign risk owners. C. Use expected monetary value and decision tree analysis to quantify cost-related risk exposure. D. Update the risk report with summaries of recent issues and control effectiveness. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the perform quantitative risk analysis process. In predictive waterfall projects, once risks are prioritized through qualitative analysis, the next step, when needed, is to apply quantitative techniques to determine the financial or schedule impact of risk exposure. Choice C is the best option because performing quantitative risk analysis involves tools like expected monetary value (EMV) and decision tree analysis, which allow the project manager to model different outcomes based on probability and cost impact. These techniques are especially important when high-stakes decisions are involved. Choice A is incorrect. The risk matrix is a qualitative tool used to prioritize risks based on subjective ratings of probability and impact. It does not provide a financial estimate or quantify risk exposure. Choice B is incorrect. Facilitating a workshop to define response strategies is part of planned risk responses, which comes after quantitative analysis, not before it. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the risk report is part of Monitor Risks, a process that occurs later in the risk management lifecycle and focuses on tracking existing risks, not analyzing new risk exposure. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 85. During risk response planning, a predictive project team identifies a high probability risk. A third-party software component has an unstable release cycle and has caused delays in similar past projects. The component is optional but currently included in the system architecture. What is the most appropriate response? A. Add a contingency buffer to the schedule in case delays occur again. B. Modify the design to eliminate the dependency on the unstable third-party component. C. Transfer the risk by requiring the vendor to guarantee timely releases in the contract. D. Accept the risk and monitor the vendor's release schedule throughout the project. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of planned risk responses, specifically how to address negative risks, threats. Predictive projects rely on proactive strategies to minimize disruptions, and when a risk can be entirely eliminated, PMI recommends using the avoid strategy. Choice B is the best option because redesigning the system to remove the dependency eliminates the risk altogether. This is the textbook example of the avoid strategy, one of the most effective ways to manage a known threat. Choice A is incorrect. Adding buffer time is part of the mitigate strategy, which reduces the impact but does not eliminate the risk entirely. Choice C is incorrect. Contractual protections can transfer some liability, but they don't guarantee the vendor's performance or eliminate the risk from the project. Choice D is incorrect. Accepting the risk without taking any preventative action is only appropriate when the impact is minimal or mitigation is infeasible, neither of which applies here. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 86. A predictive project enters execution and several high-priority risks from the risk register have approved mitigation actions. The risk owner for a critical technical risk has not yet reported progress on the assigned mitigation work. What should the project manager do? A. Send a project-wide reminder to all team members about upcoming risk tasks. B. Document the delay in the risk register and revisit it during the next risk review meeting. C. Revise the risk response strategy to reassign ownership of the mitigation task. D. Ensure that the team member assigned to the mitigation action is executing it as planned. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of the implement risk responses process. In predictive projects, once risk response strategies are approved during planning, they must be executed and monitored during project execution. The project manager is responsible for ensuring risk owners carry out their assigned mitigation or contingency actions as planned. Choice D is the best option because it reflects a direct, action-oriented follow-up aligned with PMI's expectations. Implementing risk responses means confirming that the work is happening as planned, not just waiting for updates. Choice A is incorrect. A general reminder may help raise awareness, but it doesn't specifically address the assigned action or hold the responsible person accountable. Choice B is incorrect. Waiting for a future meeting delays action and allows the risk to escalate. Implementation issues should be addressed proactively. Choice C is incorrect. Reassigning ownership is premature unless there's confirmation that the original assignee cannot or will not complete the task. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 87. Midway through a predictive project, the project manager notices that two previously low-priority risks are now showing early warning signs of materializing. One mitigation strategy appears ineffective, and a new stakeholder has raised concerns about emerging technical dependencies. What should the project manager do? A. Consult with functional managers to understand if additional support is needed to reduce risk impact. B. Begin preparing a formal change request in case schedule impacts become unavoidable. C. Reassess the risk register and review the effectiveness of existing response strategies. D. Document the concerns in the issue log and revisit them during the next phase gate review. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the monitor risks process. In predictive projects, risks must be tracked actively to ensure response strategies remain effective, and evolving risks are addressed proactively. Monitoring is not just about documenting issues, it involves reviewing assumptions, evaluating the risk environment, and adapting responses as needed. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the ongoing risk monitoring cycle, reassessing existing risks, adjusting response strategies, and ensuring the risk register reflects current realities. Choice A is incorrect. While consulting with functional managers may help later, the first step is to revisit the risk response plan, not immediately seek new resources. Choice B is incorrect. Preparing a change request is premature. A formal change should be pursued only after reevaluation confirms that the risk impact cannot be mitigated within existing plans. Choice D is incorrect. Logging concerns in the issue log and waiting for a phase gate is too passive. Effective monitoring calls for timely analysis and action. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 88. During risk planning in a predictive project, the team identifies an opportunity. If a key software module is developed flawlessly on the first attempt, it could eliminate a full round of testing and shave 2 weeks off the schedule. What is the most appropriate response? A. Assign the most skilled team to the task to ensure maximum performance. B. Accept the opportunity and proceed with the current team and plan. C. Offer the client a time-based incentive if the testing phase can be skipped. D. Add the opportunity to the risk register and reevaluate it during monitor risks. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of positive risk opportunity response strategies. In waterfall projects, PMI distinguishes between 4 key responses to opportunities: exploit, enhance, share, and accept. The goal is to choose the approach that best increases the chances of realizing the benefit. Choice A is the best option because it reflects the enhanced strategy, increasing the probability or impact of an opportunity. By assigning the most capable team to the module, the project manager is deliberately improving the odds of flawless execution. Choice B is incorrect. Accepting an opportunity means taking no proactive steps to increase its likelihood. While valid in some cases, it doesn't maximize potential benefit. Choice C is incorrect. Offering the client an incentive would be more aligned with sharing an opportunity, but in this scenario, the opportunity lies in internal execution, not external collaboration. Choice D is incorrect. While documenting the opportunity is important, deferring action until later undermines the chance to proactively seize the benefit during planning. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 89. A predictive project is halfway through execution. The steering committee requests a summary of the top project threats, including how risk exposure has evolved and how well mitigation strategies are working. Which document should the project manager provide? A. Risk register. B. Issue log. C. Risk report. D. Risk breakdown structure. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the difference between 2 key risk artifacts in predictive project management: the risk register and the risk report. The key here is understanding the audience and the purpose of each document. Choice C is the best option because the risk report is designed for stakeholder communication. It provides a high-level summary of key threats, trends in risk exposure, and how well mitigation strategies are performing, exactly what the steering committee needs in this scenario. Choice A is incorrect. The risk register contains detailed data on all identified risks, their triggers, responses, and owners. It's too granular and not suited for executive-level updates. Choice B is incorrect. The issue log tracks active problems and stakeholder concerns, not potential risks or mitigation effectiveness. Choice D is incorrect. The risk breakdown structure is a hierarchical categorization tool used during risk identification, not something used for reporting or monitoring. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 90. During execution of a predictive project, the team encounters an unexpected technical challenge that requires new hardware not included in the original cost estimate. The cost impact is significant and unrelated to any known risk. What should the project manager do? A. Use the contingency reserve to absorb the cost overrun. B. Request sponsor approval to access management reserves. C. Reallocate funds from lower priority deliverables to cover the cost. D. Issue a change request to update the project budget and baseline. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of reserve management in waterfall projects, specifically how to respond to unknown unknowns or risks that were not previously identified or planned for. Choice B is the best option because management reserves are set aside for unforeseen work that falls outside the cost baseline and was not associated with identified risks. Accessing these reserves typically requires approval from the sponsor or governance body. Choice A is incorrect. Contingency reserves are for known unknowns, risks identified during planning. Since the situation was unplanned and unrelated to documented risks, this reserve cannot be used. Choice C is incorrect. Reallocating funds from other deliverables risks scope creep and violates proper budget control procedures. Choice D is incorrect. While a change request may eventually be needed to update the budget, the first step is obtaining sponsor approval to access the appropriate reserve. You've now completed all 10 questions for risk management and waterfall. That brings your running total to 90 questions completed. If you're finding this series helpful, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP prep content. Let's keep going. You're doing great, and I will see you at the next topic. The topic we'll cover is waterfall procurement management. The process is used to acquire goods and services from outside the organization so the project can be delivered successfully. In predictive projects, procurement begins with planned procurement management. This process involves conducting make-or-buy analysis, market research, and selecting contract types. The outputs include the procurement management plan, procurement strategy, and procurement documents that will guide the rest of the process. The next step is conduct procurements, which includes soliciting proposals through requests for proposals, or RFPs, requests for quotation, or RFQs, and invitations for bid, or IFBs. It may also involve advertising opportunities, hosting bidder conferences, evaluating proposals, and negotiating contracts. The goal is to select the seller that provides the best value while aligning with project requirements. Once vendors are engaged, the project manager must control procurements. This process ensures that vendors are meeting contractual commitments, delivering on time, and providing agreed-upon quality. It also involves managing disputes, monitoring performance, and ensuring payments are made correctly. When the work is finished, the project manager moves to close procurements, which involves verifying that all deliverables are complete, obtaining formal acceptance, and closing contracts officially. A key exam area is understanding contract types and the associated risk. Fixed price contracts include variations such as firm fixed price with incentives, and fixed price with economic price adjustment. In all fixed price contracts, the seller bears most of the risk. Cost reimbursable contracts include cost plus fixed fee, cost plus incentive fee, and cost plus award fee. In these contracts, the buyer carries more of the risk. Finally, time and materials contracts combine aspects of both fixed price and cost reimbursables and are often used for staff augmentation or when scope is uncertain. You should also know that contract risk allocation depends on the contract type. Fixed price places the risk on the seller, cost reimbursable places it on the buyer, and time and materials shares the risk between both parties. The exam may also test you on procurement documents. RFPs are used when you are looking for a detailed solution or proposal. RFQs are used when you want pricing for specific items or services. IFBs are used when the requirements are clear and you want competitive bids based on price. Other important concepts include claims administration, which refers to resolving disputes through methods such as negotiation, mediation, arbitration, or litigation. You should also know about independent estimates, which are used by the project manager or organization to benchmark seller proposals and confirm that pricing is reasonable. In predictive projects, procurement management typically involves formal procurement cycles, extensive reliance on contracts, and strong oversight of vendors to ensure compliance. So, predictive procurement management is about careful planning, structured solicitation, rigorous control, and formal closure of contracts, while understanding how different contract types shift risk between buyer and seller. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of procurement planning, contract types, procurement documents, and how predictive projects emphasize formal vendor oversight. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 91. You are managing a waterfall project with multiple external dependencies. Your team has confirmed which work must be outsourced. What should you do next to ensure an effective procurement process? A. Send a request for proposal to pre-qualified vendors to initiate bidding. B. Develop a procurement strategy, define contract types, and create bid documents. C. Begin advertising procurement opportunities to ensure competition. D. Conduct a market analysis to identify recent pricing trends and vendor capabilities. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of planned procurement management, which is the first step in the procurement lifecycle in waterfall projects. Once the team has completed the make-or-buy analysis and confirmed which work needs to be outsourced, the next step is developing the procurement strategy, choosing appropriate contract types, and preparing the procurement documents like RFPs or RFQs. Choice B is the best option because it directly reflects what the planned procurement management process produces: a procurement management plan, procurement strategy, and bid documentation, all of which are needed before solicitation can begin. Choice A is incorrect. Sending out RFPs happens during conduct procurements, which comes after planning is complete. Choice C is incorrect. Advertising opportunities are part of sourcing and solicitation, again, a conduct procurements activity. Choice D is incorrect. Market analysis is useful and often conducted earlier during procurement planning, but it supports the planning process, not replaces it. At this point, strategy development takes priority. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 92. During a waterfall project, your team has received multiple proposals from vendors after issuing an RFP. During evaluation, different stakeholders favor different vendors and disagreements are emerging. What should the project manager do next? A. Choose the vendor with the lowest price to maintain budget alignment. B. Invite all shortlisted vendors for a second round of interviews. C. Refer to the evaluation criteria defined in the procurement documents. D. Coordinate a meeting for stakeholders to vote on the preferred vendor. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the conduct procurements process in predictive projects, particularly how vendor selection must follow formalized and predefined steps. PMI emphasizes that decisions must align with the evaluation criteria established during planned procurement management, which ensures transparency, fairness, and objectivity. Choice C is the best option because using the documented evaluation criteria provides a structured and agreed-upon basis for selecting the most appropriate vendor, avoiding bias, internal politics, or ad hoc decisions. Choice A is incorrect. Choosing the lowest price ignores other critical factors like capability, quality, and risk, which are usually weighted in the evaluation criteria. Choice B is incorrect. A second round of interviews might help clarify differences, but it's a delay tactic and not required if clear evaluation criteria already exist. Choice D is incorrect. Voting may feel democratic, but procurement decisions must follow formal criteria, not popularity or majority preference. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 93. Halfway through a waterfall project, a key vendor has missed multiple delivery deadlines. The contract includes clear performance metrics, but the vendor cites resource shortages. What should the project manager do next? A. Replace the vendor and initiate a new procurement process. B. Document the performance issues and request a formal performance improvement plan from the seller. C. Review contract terms and meet with the seller to discuss corrective actions. D. Update the risk register, note the delay as a realized risk event, and implement the risk response. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your knowledge of the control procurements process in predictive projects. When vendor performance is below expectation, the project manager must take a structured, contract-driven approach, not jump to escalation or risk processes prematurely. Choice C is the best option because it ensures that actions are based on the contractual obligations agreed upon. Reviewing the contract and meeting with the seller shows a commitment to resolution, accountability, and compliance, exactly what's expected in the control procurements phase. Choice A is incorrect. Replacing a vendor is extreme and should only occur after all formal remedies, discussions, and escalations have failed. Choice B is incorrect. While documenting the issue and requesting an improvement plan is a useful step, it misses the essential first move, evaluating the contract and initiating a formal corrective conversation. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the risk register and implementing a response plan is part of risk management, not procurement control. The issue is not a generic project risk, it's a vendor under contract. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 94. A vendor has completed work on a waterfall project. The project manager wants to ensure the procurement is formally closed. What should be the project manager's next step? A. Notify the procurement team to reassign internal resources for closeout activities. B. Confirm all deliverables are accepted and finalize contract closure documentation. C. Review the procurement file and verify contract performance against expectations. D. Archive the procurement records and lessons learned in the project repository. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how procurement closure is handled in a predictive environment. Closing procurements is a formal contract-based process. Before the contract can be closed, the project manager must verify that all deliverables have been accepted and that contractual obligations are fulfilled. Only then can closure documentation be finalized. Choice B is the best option because it directly reflects the PMI process for contract closure. Validate completion, obtain formal acceptance, and complete required documentation. Choice A is incorrect. Reassigning internal resources may happen later, but it's not part of the formal procurement closure steps. Choice C is incorrect. Reviewing the procurement file is a good quality control step, but it comes before or during closure, not in place of formal contract closure and acceptance. Choice D is incorrect. Archiving records and lessons learned is part of project or phase closure, not the contract closure step specifically. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 95. A project manager is initiating a predictive project involving an emerging technology. The scope is evolving and detailed requirements are still being clarified. However, the sponsor wants to begin work immediately using external consultants. What is the most appropriate contract type? A. Firm fixed price. B. Cost plus fixed fee. C. Fixed price with incentive fee. D. Time and materials. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of contract type selection in waterfall projects. When the scope is unclear or evolving, flexibility is key, and time and materials contracts allow work to begin while details are still emerging. Choice D is the best option because time and materials contracts are ideal when you need to get started quickly but don't have complete scope clarity. They offer flexibility in both pricing and effort and are commonly used when hiring external consultants in uncertain environments. Choice A is incorrect. Firm fixed-price contracts place the risk on the seller, but they require well-defined scope and deliverables which don't exist here. Choice B is incorrect. Cost plus fixed fee is useful when detailed effort is needed and oversight is high, but it may still not provide enough control or flexibility for early-stage work with unclear scope. Choice C is incorrect. Fixed price with incentive fee still relies on clearly defined deliverables and milestones to reward performance. Not a good fit when requirements are fluid. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 96. Which contract type places the greatest financial risk on the buyer in a predictive project? A. Firm fixed price. B. Cost reimbursable. C. Time and materials. D. Fixed price with incentive fee. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how risk is distributed between buyer and seller depending on the contract type. PMI expects project managers to recognize not just how a contract works, but who assumes the most risk, particularly when it comes to financial exposure. Choice B is the best option because cost reimbursable contracts place most of the risk on the buyer. The seller is reimbursed for actual costs plus a fee, and if the work takes longer or costs more than expected, the buyer pays the difference. This contract type is often used when the scope is uncertain, but it means the buyer carries cost overrun risk. Choice A is incorrect. In a firm fixed price contract, the seller assumes the risk. If costs exceed the agreed price, the seller absorbs the loss. Choice C is incorrect. Time and materials contracts share risk between buyer and seller. The buyer pays for time and effort so cost can rise, but only as work is approved and performed. Choice D is incorrect. A fixed price with incentive fee contract still places baseline cost risk on the seller. Incentives encourage performance, but the seller carries the main financial risk. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 97. You are procuring a vendor to develop a customized software component. The solution requires input on technical design, implementation strategy, and timeline. Which procurement document is most appropriate for this type of work? A. Request for information, RFI. B. Request for quotation, RFQ. C. Request for proposal, RFP. D. Statement of work, SOW. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the different procurement documents used in a predictive project. The key is identifying how much detail and collaboration is needed from the seller. In this case, the buyer is looking for input on design and approach, not just pricing. Choice C is the best option because a request for proposal, RFP, is used when the work is complex and you expect the vendor to contribute ideas on how to perform the work. RFPs allow evaluation based on both technical merit and cost. Choice A is incorrect. An RFI is used to gather general information from the market before a formal procurement, not to select a vendor for implementation. Choice B is incorrect. An RFQ is used when the scope is fully defined and you just want pricing for known deliverables, not applicable here. Choice D is incorrect. A statement of work, SOW, describes the work to be done, but it's an input to procurement documents, not a solicitation tool by itself. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 98. Your team is managing a predictive project and has just issued an RFP for a critical system component. Several vendors have submitted questions that may affect pricing and scope interpretation. What should the project manager do next? A. Respond individually to each vendor to avoid delays. B. Ensure all prospective vendors receive the same information and clarifications. C. Set up meetings with each prospective vendor to address their questions. D. Proceed with evaluating the initial proposals since the RFP has already been issued. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of bidder conferences and PMI's emphasis on fairness and transparency during the procurement process. When vendors submit questions during the solicitation phase, the project manager's role is to ensure equal access to information so no vendor is unfairly advantaged. Choice B is the best option because it reflects the PMI standard practice of holding a bidder conference or issuing shared responses to vendor questions. This ensures that all prospective sellers are working from the same baseline of information when preparing proposals. Choice A is incorrect. Responding to vendors individually risks inconsistent information being distributed, which violates procurement fairness principles. Choice C is incorrect. While one-on-one meetings seem helpful, they create unequal communication and potential bias, which can lead to disputes or procurement challenges later. Choice D is incorrect. Moving forward with evaluations despite unresolved vendor questions ignores the impact that clarifications may have on pricing, timelines, or deliverables. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 99. A seller on your predictive project claims that a change request impacted their delivery schedule and is requesting additional compensation. The project manager disagrees with the claim. What should be the project manager's next step? A. Review the approved change requests and contract terms to determine if the claim has merit. B. Set up a meeting with the seller and legal counsel to review the contract. C. Refer to the claims clause in the contract and follow the documented resolution process. D. Meet with the seller to negotiate a resolution. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of claims administration and how to respond when a seller raises a dispute under a formal contract. In predictive projects, contract changes and claims must be handled with care using a structured, documentation-driven approach. Choice A is the best option because the first step is to verify the validity of the claim by reviewing the approved change request and the applicable contract terms. If the claim has no basis in the documented agreement, there may be no need to escalate or negotiate further. Choice B is incorrect. While reviewing the contract with legal support might happen later, it's an escalation step, not the appropriate next action if the claim hasn't even been reviewed yet. Choice C is incorrect. Following the claims clause is important, but only after you've determined whether the claim meets the conditions that justify invoking that clause. Choice D is incorrect. Negotiation can be useful, but only after the claim's legitimacy is assessed. Otherwise, you risk compromising unnecessarily or setting a poor precedent. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 100. A predictive project is under pressure to deliver within a fixed timeline. A key technical component is behind schedule. The internal team has the expertise to complete the work, but doing so would delay the project significantly. What is the most appropriate action? A. Assign additional internal staff and re-baseline the schedule. B. Attempt to fast-track related activities to absorb the delay. C. Extend the timeline to allow the internal team to finish the component. D. Procure the component from an external vendor to meet project deadlines. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to apply make-or-buy analysis in a schedule-constrained, predictive project. The scenario highlights a trade-off between internal expertise and external sourcing, with time being the primary constraint. Choice D is the best option because procuring the component from a qualified external vendor addresses the immediate schedule pressure. This is a textbook example of when buying is more strategic than making, even if you have internal capability, because meeting the deadline is the overriding concern. Choice A is incorrect. Adding staff and re-baselining may not recover enough time and could introduce new risks. The internal path is already delayed. Choice B is incorrect. Fast-tracking other activities won't resolve the delay in this specific component. It doesn't directly mitigate the root issue. Choice C is incorrect. Extending the timeline violates a key constraint of the project. Predictive environments rely on stable baselines and formal approval for such changes, which may not be feasible here. Congratulations for completing all 10 questions for procurement management in Waterfall. That is a total of 100 questions completed in Waterfall PMP Exam Prep Series. It's a big milestone and you are making amazing progress toward exam readiness. If you found this helpful, please like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP exam prep content. Ready to tackle the next topic? Let's keep going. The topic we'll cover is Waterfall Stakeholder Management. The process is used to identify, engage, and monitor stakeholders to ensure their expectations are managed and their support is secured. In predictive projects, this begins with identify stakeholders. The project manager develops a stakeholder register that includes names, roles, level of influence, power, interest, and expectation. This register becomes the foundation for planning and managing engagement throughout the project. The next step is planned stakeholder engagement, where the project manager creates an engagement plan tailored to the needs, interests, and influence of stakeholders. This plan outlines how the team will build and maintain relationships and how communication will be structured. During execution, the project manager must manage stakeholder engagement. This involves actively communicating, managing expectations, resolving issues, and gaining buy-in. It is about ensuring that stakeholders remain aligned with project objectives and supportive of project outcomes. The process of monitor stakeholder engagement ensures that engagement strategies are working. The project manager continuously assesses engagement levels and updates strategies as needed, adapting to changes in stakeholder attitudes or project circumstances. For the exam, you should be familiar with models and tools that help prioritize and assess stakeholders. The Stakeholder Salience Model prioritizes stakeholders based on their power, legitimacy, and urgency. The Engagement Assessment Matrix compares current engagement levels with desired levels, such as moving a stakeholder from resistant to supportive. Predictive projects face unique challenges. Because stakeholders often engage primarily at key milestones, there is a greater risk of late dissatisfaction if their needs are not well understood or managed early on. Conflict resolution in predictive projects frequently requires more formal escalation and negotiation by the project manager rather than informal resolution. Another challenge is change resistance. Predictive projects often deliver outputs that require integration into existing operations, so organizational change management is critical to ensure adoption and sustained value. Finally, communication in predictive environments typically relies on structured reports, formal sign-offs, and hierarchical updates rather than informal or iterative feedback cycles. So, predictive stakeholder management is about identifying stakeholders, planning and managing engagement with structured strategies, monitoring effectiveness, and addressing challenges like resistance and formal conflict resolution. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of stakeholder registers, engagement planning, prioritization models, and the communication strategies used in predictive projects. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 101. During project initiation, the project manager learns that the head of compliance, who is not part of initial planning discussions, has a strong interest in ensuring the project adheres to regulatory guidelines. What should the project manager do next? A. Schedule recurring meetings to gather ongoing input from the compliance lead. B. Record her details in the stakeholder register and assess her level of influence. C. Assign her as the compliance lead in the responsibility assignment matrix. D. Update the stakeholder engagement plan to reflect her concerns. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of stakeholder identification, a foundational step in predictive project environments. Stakeholders must first be formally documented and analyzed before any engagement or planning can occur. Choice B is the best option because the stakeholder register is where the project manager first captures information such as name, role, interest, influence, and expectations. This step comes before engagement planning or role assignment. Choice A is incorrect. While setting up communication is a good idea, it should follow after the stakeholder is properly identified and assessed in the register. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning her in the RACI matrix is premature before formally identifying and analyzing the stakeholder's role and authority. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the stakeholder engagement plan skips the critical first step of adding her to the stakeholder register and performing a basic analysis. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 102. While planning stakeholder engagement for a waterfall project, the project manager notices that some influential stakeholders are resistant, while others are unaware of the project. What should the project manager do next? A. Use a general stakeholder engagement strategy to reduce planning complexity. B. Engage resistant stakeholders and send more frequent updates to those unaware of the project. C. Develop tailored strategies to move each stakeholder toward their desired engagement level. D. Hold a kickoff meeting to address all stakeholder concerns. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to apply a nuanced approach to stakeholder engagement planning. In predictive environments, stakeholder strategies should be intentional, structured, and adapted to each stakeholder's power, interest, and current engagement level. Choice C is the best option because PMI recommends using tools like the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix to identify current versus desired levels and then develop customized strategies to close that gap. Choice A is incorrect. Using a general strategy may save time, but it ignores the fact that different stakeholders require different approaches, especially when some are resistant. Choice B is incorrect. This approach sounds proactive, but it addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Simply increasing updates or engagement won't guarantee alignment unless the strategy is customized. Choice D is incorrect. A kickoff meeting may help raise awareness, but it is only one tactic and doesn't replace the need for a comprehensive engagement plan. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 103. Midway through a predictive project, two influential stakeholders, one from compliance and the other from operations, have begun providing conflicting feedback on key deliverables. The compliance lead insists on additional documentation not in the original scope, while the operations manager is frustrated by the resulting delays. The tension is starting to impact team morale and schedule commitments. What should the project manager do? A. Bring both stakeholders together to discuss their concerns during the next team meeting. B. Ask the team to prioritize the compliance changes to avoid regulatory risks. C. Request that both stakeholders document their concerns in writing for the next governance review. D. Meet privately with both stakeholders to clarify expectations and reinforce project objectives. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests how well you manage stakeholder engagement when interests conflict and the project is under stress. In waterfall environments, engagement isn't just about pushing information. It's about resolving misalignment early and proactively. Choice D is the best option because meeting privately with both stakeholders gives the project manager a chance to understand concerns in a controlled environment and refocus both parties on the project's goals. It helps preserve relationships and prevents conflict from escalating further. Choice A is incorrect. While a joint discussion may seem reasonable, doing so in a team meeting risks escalating tensions in front of others without resolving the root issue first. Choice B is incorrect. Prioritizing one stakeholder's request, even if it seems risk-based, undermines balanced engagement and can alienate other key stakeholders. Choice C is incorrect. Deferring the conflict to a governance review delays resolution and may lead to further team disruption or project delays in the meantime. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 104. You are managing a waterfall project and notice that a previously supportive stakeholder has become unresponsive. They've stopped attending review meetings and are no longer replying to emails. You want to address the issue methodically using the project's existing plans. What should the project manager do first? A. Reduce the volume of communications to minimize stakeholder fatigue. B. Review the stakeholder engagement plan and update engagement strategies as needed. C. Contact the stakeholder directly to ask why they've disengaged. D. Adjust upcoming communications to match the stakeholder's preferred format and tone. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your understanding of the predictive approach to stakeholder engagement, specifically, how to respond when a stakeholder shows signs of disengagement. The key phrase in this question is methodically using the project's existing plans. Choice B is the best option because, in a waterfall environment, PMI recommends starting with your plans. The stakeholder engagement plan outlines how each stakeholder should be engaged, how often, and through which channels. If a stakeholder has become unresponsive, the first step is to verify whether your plan was adequate or needs to be updated. This ensures your next actions are informed and aligned with the project's governance. Choice A is incorrect. Reducing communication without investigating the root cause may worsen the issue and doesn't reflect a structured or informed approach. Choice C is tempting but not correct as the first step. While directly reaching out to the stakeholder is useful, the predictive approach emphasizes plan-based analysis before interpersonal engagement. You need to confirm whether your strategy was appropriate before contacting them. Choice D is incorrect. Tailoring communication sounds proactive, but it assumes the stakeholder's preferences without validating them through the engagement plan. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 105. During a predictive project, a stakeholder who was previously uninvolved suddenly escalates a complaint to the steering committee, demanding immediate changes to a critical deliverable. The stakeholder has formal authority, a valid business concern, and insists on resolution before the next milestone. What should the project manager do? A. Submit a change request to the CCB while continuing work on current deliverables. B. Prioritize the stakeholder due to the combination of power, legitimacy, and urgency. C. Reassess the stakeholder's role and adjust their influence level in the stakeholder register. D. Acknowledge the concern and schedule time to discuss it in the next stakeholder review session. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of stakeholder prioritization using the stakeholder salience model, which considers three factors: power, legitimacy, and urgency. Choice B is the best option because the stakeholder in this case demonstrates all three attributes: formal authority, power; a valid concern, legitimacy; and time sensitivity, urgency. According to PMI, such stakeholders must be prioritized immediately, even if they've only recently engaged. Choice A is incorrect. While submitting a change request to the CCB is part of the process, delaying direct engagement with a highly salient stakeholder while continuing other work risks damaging relationships and missing critical input. Choice C is incorrect. Adjusting the stakeholder register might be helpful, but it does nothing to address the urgency of the complaint or the stakeholder's current expectations. Choice D is incorrect. Deferring the conversation to a later meeting fails to acknowledge the urgency and importance of the concern. Waiting is not an acceptable response in this case. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 106. You are managing a multi-year waterfall project for a government agency. Stakeholder engagement has been structured around predefined review stages. After a major design phase concludes, several stakeholders raise concerns that their feedback was not reflected in the final output, even though they were involved in earlier planning sessions. What challenge does this situation most likely reflect? A. Stakeholder feedback is often delayed due to long gaps between key milestones. B. Requirements were not properly baselined before moving into design. C. Change requests were not logged formally in the change control system. D. The communication plan lacked detailed instructions for stakeholder meetings. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of a common stakeholder engagement challenge in waterfall projects: delayed feedback due to limited engagement points. Choice A is the best option because, in a waterfall lifecycle, stakeholders are typically engaged at structured checkpoints, like phase gate reviews or milestone meetings. Between these stages, weeks or months may pass, making it easy for stakeholders to feel their feedback is outdated or ignored by the time decisions are implemented. Choice B is incorrect. While requirements baselining is important, the scenario isn't about unclear or unapproved requirements. The issue here is more about the timing of stakeholder feedback, not requirement stability. Choice C is incorrect. The concern isn't about undocumented changes, it's that feedback didn't make it into the deliverables, likely because engagement came too late. Choice D is incorrect. The communication plan may have included the correct stakeholders and meeting details. The root problem is the delayed engagement structure, not missing logistics. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 107. A project manager is overseeing a predictive IT infrastructure project. During a stakeholder review, it becomes clear that a key stakeholder expected to be supportive has been actively opposing recent design decisions. The stakeholder was classified as supportive in the original engagement plan. What should the project manager do to address this discrepancy? A. Increase the stakeholders' involvement by including them in more meetings and decisions. B. Issue a change request to update the stakeholder register and seek sponsor input. C. Compare the stakeholders' current and desired engagement level, then revise the engagement strategy accordingly. D. Schedule a working session with the stakeholder to revisit their original requirements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your understanding of how to manage engagement discrepancies in a structured, plan-driven way. PMI's preferred approach in a predictive environment is to treat stakeholder engagement like any other project element through analysis and planned adjustments. Choice C is the best option because the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix helps compare where a stakeholder currently is, resistant, neutral, supportive, versus where they need to be. Once that gap is identified, you can revise your strategy to shift their engagement level in a purposeful way. Choice A is incorrect. Increasing meeting participation might sound proactive, but without understanding the stakeholders' current concerns or tailoring your engagement strategy, it could worsen the situation. More exposure does not equal better engagement. Choice B is incorrect. Changes in stakeholder engagement don't necessarily require a formal change request unless project baselines are affected. This is a strategic engagement issue, not a change control issue. Choice D is incorrect. Reopening requirements assume the stakeholders' opposition is about scope, but this scenario is about engagement behavior, not missed deliverables. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 108. During the execution of a predictive IT modernization project, several senior engineers resist adopting a newly approved change request that updates system architecture. They argue that the original design was already approved and implementing the change will cause unnecessary rework. The sponsor insists that the change must be implemented immediately to meet compliance requirements. What should the project manager do next? A. Arrange a meeting between the senior engineers and the sponsor to discuss the reasons for the change and reach alignment. B. Meet with the engineers to understand their concerns and reinforce the rationale and benefits of the approved change. C. Proceed with implementing the change as directed by the sponsor and document the team's objections in the issue log. D. Negotiate a compromise with the senior engineers to minimize the change's impact on their current work. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of change resistance management in predictive projects, a scenario where strong personalities, technical resistance, and compliance requirements collide. Choice B is the best option because PMI emphasizes the use of organizational change management to understand resistance, reinforce the need for change, and guide adoption. The change has been approved, but instead of escalating or compromising, the project manager must lead engagement by listening, clarifying, and supporting the team's transition. Choice A is incorrect. Involving the sponsor in tactical friction at this stage is premature. The project manager should first attempt to address resistance directly before seeking executive alignment. Choice C is incorrect. While it respects the sponsor's directive, immediately forcing the change without resolving concerns risks morale and execution quality. Logging objections doesn't solve the root issue. Choice D is incorrect. Negotiating a compromise might sound diplomatic, but it undermines a formally approved change request, especially one driven by compliance. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 109. A predictive infrastructure project is behind schedule and the sponsor has expressed concern about delays during steering committee meetings. Meanwhile, several external stakeholders complain that they only learn about issues after decisions are already made. The project manager realizes that updates are mostly focused on executive-level audiences. What should the project manager do next? A. Update the communication plan to include timely updates and feedback loops for all key stakeholders. B. Send weekly progress summaries to all stakeholders to increase transparency. C. Meet with the sponsor to confirm which details should be shared with external parties. D. Develop a stakeholder engagement matrix to reassess influence and adjust future communication frequency. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question evaluates your understanding of stakeholder-focused communication planning in predictive projects, particularly how to address unbalanced information flow. Choice A is the best option because it reflects PMI's recommendation to maintain and revise the communications management plan as the project evolves. If certain stakeholders are not receiving timely information, the plan should be updated to add feedback mechanisms and ensure broader visibility across all key groups. Choice B is incorrect. While sending weekly summaries may improve visibility, a generic one-size-fits-all message won't meet the diverse needs of executive and external audiences. It doesn't address the systemic gap in communication strategy. Choice C is incorrect. Relying solely on the sponsor to filter communication decisions is not best practice. The project manager is responsible for planning and executing stakeholder communication. Choice D is incorrect. Reassessing influence is useful, but the issue here isn't stakeholder mapping, it's communication coverage. The engagement matrix won't fix incomplete updates. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 110. During the execution of a predictive ERP implementation project, several department managers express frustration that new processes are being introduced without sufficient preparation. The project followed all approved plans and issued formal communications before rollout, yet employees are resisting adoption and reverting to old systems. What should the project manager do next? A. Work with functional managers to reinforce the importance of following the new processes. B. Engage change champions within departments to gather feedback and address adoption concerns. C. Conduct additional formal training sessions to ensure all employees understand the new procedures. D. Update the communications plan to increase the frequency of implementation status updates. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of organizational change management in predictive projects, especially how to handle late-stage resistance after rollout. Choice B is the best option because it reflects a proactive, people-focused strategy. Change champions help bridge the gap between leadership and frontline employees by addressing real concerns, collecting feedback, and building trust. Key elements of successful adoption, even in a plan-driven environment. Choice A is incorrect. Reinforcing top-down compliance without engagement can increase resistance. It lacks the empathy and dialogue required to understand the root causes. Choice C is incorrect. More formal training may help, but without understanding why resistance is happening, it may not be effective. This is treating symptoms rather than the root issue. Choice D is incorrect. Increasing communication frequency does not guarantee alignment or behavior change. Adoption issues require deeper interaction, not just more updates. You've now completed all 10 questions for stakeholder management in waterfall projects, bringing your total to 110 questions. If this video helped your PMP prep, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more exam prep content. Let's continue when you're ready for the next topic. The topic we'll cover is initiating waterfall projects, the formal processes that begin a project and provide the foundation for detailed planning. The purpose of initiation is to justify why the project should be undertaken, define the high-level scope, and obtain the official authorization to proceed. Without initiation, there is no formal approval to commit organizational resources. A key input to initiation is the business case. This document defines why the project is being undertaken and explains how it ties to organizational value. It weighs expected benefits against costs and risks, ensuring that projects support strategy rather than becoming isolated efforts. Organizations often use project selection methods to decide which initiatives to approve. Tools such as net present value or NPV, internal rate of return or IRR, payback period, and benefit cost ratio or BCR help evaluate alternatives. NPV measures the total value of future cash flows in today's terms, with higher values preferred. IRR is the discount rate where NPV equals 0 and higher percentages indicate stronger returns. Payback period shows how long it will take for benefits to cover initial cost, with shorter periods favored. Benefit cost ratio compares expected benefits to expected costs, with ratios above 1 indicating a positive return. The benefits management plan is another important initiation document. It describes the benefits the project is expected to deliver, how those benefits will be measured, and how they will be tracked after the project ends. Perhaps the most critical output is the project charter. This high-level document formally authorizes the project, names the project manager, and defines objectives, constraints, assumptions, and initial stakeholders. It gives the project manager authority to begin applying resources. Another part of initiation is stakeholder identification. At this stage, the focus is on recognizing high-level stakeholders who will influence the project. More detailed stakeholder analysis is handled later during stakeholder management. Waterfall projects also operate within governance frameworks. During initiation, these frameworks establish stage gates, approval checkpoints, and decision rights that control how the project moves forward. The sponsor plays a critical role. They champion the project, provide funding, ensure alignment with strategic goals, and sign the project charter to make the effort official. All of this ties into strategic alignment. Waterfall projects are not standalone activities. They support broader organizational goals and often fit within larger portfolios and programs. Finally, remember the waterfall emphasis. Traditional projects rely heavily on formal documentation and early approvals before detailed planning begins. This creates a stable foundation and ensures that the project has organizational backing from the start. So, initiating waterfall projects is about business justification, formal authorization, stakeholder recognition, and strategic alignment through documented processes and sponsor support. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of business cases, selection methods, charters, and the sponsor's role in initiating waterfall projects. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 111. You are leading the initiation phase of a new project to upgrade your company's customer relationship management (CRM) system. A senior executive asks you to justify why this project should be prioritized over others currently under consideration. What document would best help you answer this request? A. Project charter. B. Benefits management plan. C. Business case. D. Strategic plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. What's being tested here is your understanding of the purpose and content of a business case during project initiation. Choice C is the best option because the business case outlines the justification for the project. It compares benefits, costs, and risks, helping decision makers determine whether the project aligns with organizational strategy and is worth the investment. Choice A is incorrect. The project charter formally authorizes the project and names the project manager, but it does not provide detailed justification or comparison with other initiatives. Choice B is incorrect. The benefits management plan explains how benefits will be tracked and measured, but it assumes the project is already approved. It does not justify why the project should be selected. Choice D is incorrect. The strategic plan provides high-level organizational goals, but does not justify or evaluate individual projects. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 112. Your organization is evaluating 4 proposed projects using standard financial selection metrics. Project A has the highest internal rate of return. Project B has the shortest payback period. Project C has the highest net present value. Project D has the highest benefit cost ratio. Leadership wants to maximize long-term value to the organization. Which project is most likely to be selected? A. Internal rate of return. B. Payback period. C. Net present value. D. Benefit cost ratio. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of project selection metrics and how each aligns with business goals, especially in predictive environments where formal evaluation is used to prioritize initiatives. Choice C is the best option because net present value, NPV, reflects the total expected monetary gain over time, discounted to today's value. It directly aligns with the goal of maximizing long-term organizational value. A higher NPV means greater return in absolute terms, making it a preferred metric for strategic project selection. Choice A is incorrect. Internal rate of return, IRR, is a valuable metric, but it measures efficiency, not overall value. A high IRR may not deliver the greatest net benefit to the organization. Choice B is incorrect. Payback period focuses on how quickly initial investments are recovered. It favors speed over total return and may overlook long-term value. Choice D is incorrect. Benefit cost ratio, BCR, provides a value per cost view, but it can be misleading if benefits are small but costs are very low. NPV is more reliable when the goal is maximizing total value. Let's move on to the next question, if you're ready. Question 113. You are working with a sponsor during project initiation on a new effort to streamline internal workflows and reduce processing time. The sponsor wants clarity on how value from the project will be realized, sustained, and evaluated over time. What document should you consult? A. Project charter. B. Business case. C. Project management plan. D. Benefits management plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of the benefits management plan, a key output during initiation and predictive projects that focuses on value realization over time. Choice D is the best option because the benefits management plan explains what benefits are expected, when and how they'll be delivered, and how they'll be measured and sustained after project completion. It serves as the value roadmap throughout and beyond the project lifecycle. Choice A is incorrect. The project charter defines the high-level scope, objectives, and authorizes the project, but it does not explain how benefits will be tracked over time. Choice B is incorrect. The business case justifies why the project is initiated, based on anticipated value, but it does not detail how benefits will be measured or realized after delivery. Choice C is incorrect. The project management plan outlines how the project will be executed, monitored, and closed, but it does not focus on post-project value realization. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 114. A senior manager asks you to begin assigning team members and scheduling kickoff meetings for a project that has executive interest but has not yet been formally approved. The business case is still under review and no project charter has been issued. What should you do? A. Escalate the issue because no formal authority has been granted to the project manager. B. Proceed with planning since executive interest implies authorization. C. Begin stakeholder identification and resource allocation. D. Draft a project management plan based on the business case. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of formal project authorization in predictive environments and when it is appropriate to act. Choice A is the best option because in waterfall projects, no work should begin without formal authorization via the project charter. Escalating in this context means you're flagging a governance risk, not creating conflict. Until the project charter is issued, the project manager lacks the authority to allocate resources or start activities, even if there's executive interest. Choice B is incorrect. Executive interest is not equivalent to formal approval. Proceeding would bypass required authorization and could cause organizational misalignment. Choice C is incorrect. Beginning stakeholder identification or resource allocation assumes the project is already authorized, which it isn't. Choice D is incorrect. The project management plan is developed during planning after the project is formally authorized. Creating it now would be out of order. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 115. You have just been assigned as the project manager for a new government infrastructure project. The charter is being finalized and the sponsor emphasizes the importance of early stakeholder alignment before moving into detailed planning. What should the project manager do first? A. Conduct stakeholder analysis and prepare the stakeholder engagement plan. B. Identify and document key stakeholders who may influence or be impacted by the project. C. Send surveys to gather detailed stakeholder expectations and preferred communication methods. D. Create a stakeholder register including role descriptions, influence levels, and engagement strategies. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of stakeholder engagement activities during the initiation phase of a predictive project. Choice B is the best option because, during initiation, the project manager's primary responsibility is to identify stakeholders who can influence or be impacted by the project. Early identification ensures that key stakeholders are recognized, documented, and included in the charter process before detailed planning begins. Choice A is incorrect. Conducting stakeholder analysis and developing the engagement plan occur during the planning phase, once stakeholders have been identified and their interests understood. Choice C is incorrect. Sending surveys assumes stakeholders have already been identified and the engagement process is underway, which is premature during initiation. Choice D is incorrect. Creating a detailed stakeholder register with engagement strategies happens later, after the initial list of stakeholders is confirmed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 116. During the early stages of a predictive project, several unknowns are raised, including resource availability and vendor response times. The project sponsor wants to proceed but asks you to track these uncertainties somewhere until more information is available. What is the best action to take? A. Capture and track initial assumptions and constraints that could affect project planning. B. Log the uncertainties in the risk register and monitor them during execution. C. Include the uncertainties in the stakeholder engagement plan. D. Note the uncertainties in the procurement management plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your knowledge of how to manage uncertainty in the initiation phase of a predictive project. At this stage, formal risk planning hasn't started, but assumptions and constraints still need to be acknowledged and tracked. Choice A is the best option because in predictive projects, an assumptions log is created during initiation to capture uncertainties, unknowns, and constraints that could affect planning or execution. This allows the team to revisit and validate assumptions later during detailed planning. Choice B is incorrect. While uncertainties may later be analyzed as risk, the risk register is not typically used during initiation. It is a planning deliverable. Choice C is incorrect. The stakeholder engagement plan focuses on communication and involvement strategies, not technical or logistical uncertainties. Choice D is incorrect. The procurement management plan outlines how procurement will be conducted. It is not the place to document general project assumptions or constraints. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 117. You are initiating a regulatory compliance project with high visibility. Several functional managers express hesitation about assigning resources, citing unclear priorities and a lack of formal direction. The business case has been approved, but the project charter is still in draft form. What is the best next step to establish project authority and secure support? A. Proceed with initial planning using available resources to build momentum. B. Conduct stakeholder interviews to document expectations and influence. C. Develop a detailed RACI matrix to clarify roles and responsibilities early. D. Engage the sponsor to formally authorize the project and confirm resource commitment. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of the sponsor's formal role during initiation in predictive projects, particularly their responsibility to authorize the project and enable resource commitment. Choice D is the best option because the sponsor signs the project charter, providing the project manager with formal authority to begin applying resources. Without this authorization, managers may hesitate to commit resources. Engaging the sponsor to complete this step ensures the project can move forward with organizational backing. Choice A is incorrect. Starting work without formal authorization violates predictive governance principles and may create confusion about legitimacy. Choice B is incorrect. Stakeholder interviews are useful, but they do not address the root issue of formal project authority or resource commitment. Choice C is incorrect. A RACI matrix helps clarify responsibilities, but it is part of planning. And without a signed charter, roles have no formal context. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 118. You are initiating a large-scale system implementation project in a highly regulated industry. Executives emphasize the need for oversight and formal controls throughout the project. As a project manager, what should you ensure is in place during initiation to support organizational governance? A. Include detailed quality assurance procedures in the work breakdown structure. B. Establish formal decision points and project oversight mechanisms. C. Identify all potential risks and route them through the change control board. D. Document lessons learned from prior projects to avoid future noncompliance. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of governance structures in predictive environments, especially at the initiation phase where foundational oversight is established. Choice B is the best option because governance frameworks in predictive projects include stage gates, approval points, and decision-making structures that help ensure compliance, alignment, and control. These elements are introduced during initiation to shape how the project will be managed. Choice A is incorrect. Quality assurance procedures belong in the Quality Management Plan and WBS, which are developed during planning, not initiation. Choice C is incorrect. Risk identification and change control occur during planning and execution. Routing all risks through a change control board is premature and impractical during initiation. Choice D is incorrect. While lessons learned can inform future decisions, they are not governance mechanisms and don't fulfill the oversight need during initiation. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 119. You are assigned to initiate a project aimed at reducing employee attrition through new HR systems. During executive discussions, some stakeholders question whether the project overlaps with an existing workforce retention initiative managed by a different department. What is the best action to take to ensure proper alignment? A. Rescope the project to avoid potential duplication. B. Request a change in project sponsorship for better departmental fit. C. Validate that the project supports broader organizational goals and portfolio priorities. D. Consult with the department managing the retention initiative to clarify scope and intent. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to align project efforts with strategic objectives, portfolios, and programs, a key aspect of initiating predictive projects. Choice C is the best option because project alignment with organizational strategy is a core responsibility during initiation. Validating alignment ensures that the project contributes to strategic outcomes and doesn't conflict with existing initiatives within the broader portfolio or program structure. Choice A is incorrect. Rescoping is premature before confirming whether there's true duplication or misalignment. Strategic alignment must be validated first. Choice B is incorrect. Changing sponsorship is a structural change that doesn't address whether the project itself supports strategic goals. Choice D is incorrect. Consulting with the other department is a helpful tactic, but on its own, it doesn't ensure that the project aligns with higher-level organizational strategy or portfolio priorities. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 120. You are finalizing initiation documents for a multi-year system modernization project. Leadership has emphasized the importance of measurable value delivery, even though many of the project's benefits will be realized long after project closure. As project manager, what should you ensure is addressed in the project's initiation phase? A. Outline deliverables, sign-off criteria, and detailed transition checklists. B. Ensure that expected value delivery is planned, tracked, and transitioned to operational ownership. C. Confirm that the sponsor is committed to supporting benefit tracking after the project ends. D. Define change control processes for evolving benefit realization metrics. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of benefits realization planning in predictive environments, a key initiation activity that links the project to long-term value delivery. Choice B is the best option because the benefits management plan, typically created during initiation, defines how benefits will be delivered, when they'll be realized, and who will take ownership after the project closes. This ensures that value is not just promised, but sustained. Choice A is incorrect. While sign-off criteria and transitions are part of closing and handover planning, they don't fully address the planning and ownership of long-term benefit delivery. Choice C is incorrect. Sponsor support is important, but relying on informal commitment isn't enough. A formal plan with measurable tracking and ownership is required. Choice D is incorrect. Change control governs scope and deliverables. While benefit realization metrics may evolve, they are not typically managed through formal change control during initiation. Congratulations for completing all 10 questions for initiating predictive projects, bringing your total to 120 questions completed in the Waterfall PMP Exam Prep Series. You're building strong momentum toward exam success. If this helped your prep, be sure to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP practice content. Ready to dive into the next topic? Let's keep going. The topic we'll cover is planning waterfall projects, the phase where detailed plans are developed to guide execution and control. The purpose of planning in waterfall projects is to establish baselines and create a comprehensive roadmap for the work ahead. These baselines become the reference points for measuring performance throughout the project. The output is an integrated plan. This combines all subsidiary plans such as scope, schedule, cost, quality, risk, resources, communications, and procurement into a single project management plan that coordinates the entire effort. A critical component is the performance measurement baseline, which integrates the scope baseline, schedule baseline, and cost baseline into a unified control framework. This allows the project manager to measure and manage deviations across all three constraints. PMI emphasizes the planning order. First, scope is defined, then the schedule is developed, and finally costs are estimated. This logical sequence ensures that the baselines are built on accurate and consistent information. Waterfall projects also emphasize documentation and approvals. Plans are formally reviewed and require approval by sponsors or governance bodies before execution begins. This ensures accountability and alignment with organizational standards. At the same time, tailoring is important. The level of detail in the plans should match the project's size, complexity, and industry requirements. Large, complex efforts require more documentation, while smaller projects may allow for streamlined planning. Planning must also capture dependencies, assumptions, and constraints. Documenting these factors early prevents surprises later and ensures risks are visible and manageable. Another element is governance integration. Plans must align with the organization's decision-making framework, including stage gates, reviews, and approval checkpoints. Planning also incorporates benefits realization tracking. The benefits management plan must be embedded into the planning cycle so that expected value can be measured and monitored beyond project completion. Finally, remember the waterfall emphasis. Planning is highly detailed, front-loaded, and less adaptive compared to agile. The success of execution often depends on the thoroughness of this planning stage. So, planning waterfall projects is about building integrated baselines, securing formal approvals, documenting dependencies, and embedding governance and benefits tracking into the plan. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of planning order, baselines, documentation requirements, and how governance and benefits are tied into predictive planning. Let's get into the first question on this topic. Question 121. You are leading a large predictive project in a government organization with fixed budgets and rigid reporting cycles. A key stakeholder urges you to accelerate execution and figure things out along the way, citing urgency and political pressure. What is the best response from a project management perspective? A. Agree to proceed with execution and defer some planning activities to post-kickoff workshops. B. Reinforce that detailed upfront planning reduces uncertainty and enables performance measurement throughout the project. C. Introduce rolling wave planning and defer detailed schedules until deliverables are better understood. D. Propose switching to an agile lifecycle to accommodate urgency and late-breaking needs. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of why waterfall projects emphasize comprehensive upfront planning, especially in complex, high-stakes environments like government projects. Choice B is the best option because the purpose of planning in predictive projects is to establish control. Detailed plans and baselines reduce uncertainty, provide a roadmap for execution, and enable monitoring against clearly defined scope, time, and cost metrics. In regulated or fixed scope environments, this structure is essential for accountability and success. Choice A is incorrect. Deferring planning in a predictive project undermines the entire lifecycle model and introduces risk, especially in a government context. Choice C is incorrect. Rolling wave planning is better suited for adaptive or hybrid approaches, not pure predictive models that require upfront planning and approval. Choice D is incorrect. Changing the project lifecycle model midstream is a significant governance decision and usually not feasible in fixed-scope predictive environments. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 122. A project manager is finalizing the integration of multiple subsidiary plans, including scope, cost, schedule, and risk management into the overall project management plan. During review, several functional leads argue that their departmental plans are detailed enough and that consolidation is unnecessary since each team already has clear deliverables and reporting structures. What should the project manager do next? A. Accept the separate plans and begin execution since team-level clarity already exists. B. Ask the sponsor to mediate between the project manager and functional leads to gain sign-off. C. Begin execution while coordinating among functional leads to align plans during implementation. D. Integrate all subsidiary plans to ensure alignment across baselines and governance before execution. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of why integration is critical in predictive project planning, especially when managing across multiple functions or departments. Choice D is the best option because integrating all subsidiary plans ensures alignment across scope, schedule, cost, and risk baselines. It creates a single source of truth for execution and control. Without integration, you risk misalignment, duplication, and governance issues, even if individual plans seem clear in isolation. Choice A is incorrect. Team-level clarity doesn't replace the need for integrated oversight. Predictive projects require a formally approved, consolidated plan before execution begins. Choice B is incorrect. Involving the sponsor for sign-off mediation bypasses the project manager's responsibility to lead planning integration. This is not a sponsor-level issue. Choice C is incorrect. Executing while aligning in parallel goes against predictive principles where planning must be completed, reviewed, and approved before execution begins. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 123. During execution of a predicted project, a regulatory change introduces new compliance tasks that could affect upcoming milestones and costs. The project manager is reviewing the impact with the team. What should the project manager do? A. Revise the cost baseline to account for compliance and communicate the change. B. Review baseline impacts across scope, schedule, and cost before recommending changes. C. Update the risk register and reassign tasks to absorb the changes without affecting the timeline. D. Add the compliance work to the schedule buffer and monitor it during execution. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how to apply the performance measurement baseline during execution in predictive projects, especially when evaluating change impacts across multiple areas. Choice B is the best option because the project manager must evaluate how the regulatory change affects the scope, schedule, and cost baselines before taking formal action. This integrated baseline serves as the foundation for performance tracking and change control. Choice A is incorrect. Revising the cost baseline without analysis or change control may lead to inconsistencies across the performance measurement baseline. Choice C is incorrect. Updating the risk register is helpful, but reassigning tasks without assessing baseline impacts risks misalignment. Choice D is incorrect. Buffers are not a substitute for formal impact analysis and change control in predictive environments. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 124. A predictive project is in the early planning stages. The engineering lead insists on developing the detailed project schedule first to lock in vendor timelines. However, the work breakdown structure has not been finalized and cost estimation has not yet begun. What should the project manager do? A. Proceed with scheduled planning to secure vendor commitments early. B. Begin estimating costs in parallel with the schedule to save time. C. Remind the team that detailed scheduling cannot proceed until scope is clearly defined. D. Allow schedule planning to move forward using assumptions until scope is confirmed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your knowledge of the planning sequence in predictive project management, where scope must be defined before schedule and cost planning can occur. Choice C is the best option because in waterfall projects, planning follows a logical sequence. First define scope, then create the schedule, and finally estimate cost. This ensures that downstream plans are based on accurate and complete inputs. Choice A is incorrect. Scheduling without scope clarity introduces risk and rework. It's premature in predictive planning. Choice B is incorrect. Cost estimation relies on both scope and schedule. Doing it in parallel undermines planning integrity. Choice D is incorrect. Proceeding based on assumptions bypasses the disciplined planning structure of predictive approaches and may lead to misalignment later. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 125. A project manager is leading a predictive project with a tight schedule. The sponsor wants early confirmation of vendor contracts, but several risk events and quality requirements are not yet defined. The resource and communications plans are also incomplete. What should the project manager do next? A. Complete risk and quality planning to guide procurement and resource strategies. B. Finalize the procurement plan and begin vendor negotiations to meet contract deadlines. C. Proceed with resource planning to identify staffing needs and confirm internal capacity. D. Develop the communications plan to ensure all stakeholders remain informed and aligned. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how planning elements are interconnected in predictive projects and why sequencing matters. Choice A is the best option because risk and quality planning provide critical input for procurement and resource decisions. In predictive environments, procurement planning should not begin without clarity on quality standards and potential risks that may influence contract structure, vendor selection, or timing. Choice B is incorrect. Finalizing procurement without understanding the risk and quality context may result in poor contract decisions or missed compliance requirements. Choice C is incorrect. Resource planning depends on risk exposure and quality expectations. Proceeding prematurely may lead to inadequate staffing or misalignment. Choice D is incorrect. Communications planning is important, but in this situation, risk and quality need to be addressed first to support downstream planning activities. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 126. A project manager is preparing to finalize the project management plan for a predictive engineering project. The schedule, scope, and procurement plans are approved, but the cost baseline and quality management plan are still being reconciled. Senior management pressures the project manager to submit the plan for final approval to meet an internal deadline, even though several sections still contain unresolved assumptions. What should the project manager do next? A. Submit the plan for approval, noting the pending items and assumptions in the approval request. B. Finalize all subsidiary plans and baselines to ensure completeness before seeking formal approval. C. Proceed with document routing for partial approval and incorporate remaining updates through change requests. D. Request sponsor authorization to proceed based on the approved sections while continuing to refine open items. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of documentation and approval in predictive planning. It can be difficult for a project manager to take the proper action when pressured by senior managers, but PMI expects the full plan to be finalized and approved before execution begins. This ensures alignment and control across all areas of the project. Choice B is the best option because predictive projects require a fully developed and formally approved project management plan. Seeking approval with incomplete plans may result in misalignment, uncontrolled execution, or audit issues. Choice A is incorrect. Submitting a plan with unresolved assumptions, even if disclosed, formalizes an incomplete plan and weakens control. Choice C is incorrect. Partial approvals are not consistent with predictive practices. Change requests apply only after formal baselines are approved. Choice D is incorrect. The sponsor cannot override formal planning standards by authorizing partial execution before final approval. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 127. A project manager is leading a predictive project for a mid-sized government infrastructure initiative. While reviewing the project management plan, a senior team member argues that the level of detail is excessive and adds unnecessary overhead. The organization typically runs small, informal projects, but this engagement has regulatory reporting requirements and multiple external contractors. What should the project manager do? A. Adjust the level of detail in planning based on the project size and industry expectations. B. Align the planning detail with the organization's typical project style to maintain consistency. C. Reduce documentation effort and focus planning only on deliverables managed by external vendors. D. Proceed with existing planning practices and simplify later based on feedback during execution. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of tailoring in predictive project environments, specifically how to adapt planning practices to fit the project's size, complexity, and industry context. Choice A is the best option because tailoring means adjusting the approach to fit the specific characteristics of the project. For a government infrastructure project with external vendors and compliance obligations, more detailed planning is appropriate, even if the organization usually operates informally. Choice B is incorrect. While consistency can be valuable, using informal methods on a complex, regulated project introduces risk. Choice C is incorrect. Reducing documentation may overlook internal dependencies and compliance requirements not tied to vendors. Choice D is incorrect. Simplifying planning after execution begins goes against the predictive model, which requires front-loaded, complete planning. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 128. During planning for a predictive software rollout, the project manager notices that several functional leads are making schedule estimates based on undocumented assumptions, such as system availability, vendor turnaround times, and resource flexibility. There are also unspoken constraints tied to fiscal reporting and external partner commitments. What should the project manager do? A. Confirm estimates once actual data becomes available during execution. B. Accept expert judgment from leads and focus on finalizing the baseline to stay on track. C. Analyze and document assumptions and constraints to reduce risk and improve alignment. D. Meet with the functional leads to record their assumptions and incorporate them into the plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how assumptions and constraints should be handled during planning in predictive projects. These factors affect estimates, schedules, and risks, so they must be documented and evaluated before moving forward. Choice C is the best option because assumptions, constraints, and dependencies should be formally analyzed and integrated into the plan. This helps reduce risk, maintain alignment, and support reliable planning decisions. Choice A is incorrect. Waiting until execution to confirm assumptions delays critical analysis and compromises the planning process. Choice B is incorrect. Expert judgment is useful, but unverified assumptions cannot form the basis of sound predictive planning. Choice D is incorrect. Documenting assumptions with functional leads is helpful, but PMI expects project managers to also evaluate those assumptions for their impact before finalizing the plan. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 129. During a planning session for a predictive project, the scheduling team begins building the detailed timeline before the WBS has been finalized. A senior engineer defends the approach, stating that the major deliverables are already known and delays in scheduling will affect vendor onboarding. What should the project manager do? A. Allow the schedule work to proceed while finalizing scope in parallel. B. Confirm that scope is baseline before continuing with detailed schedule development. C. Finalize vendor scheduling based on current inputs and refine scope as needed later. D. Proceed with procurement activities while using rolling wave planning to define schedule. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to avoid a common planning trap in predictive project environments. A frequent exam pitfall is to start schedule or cost planning before the scope has been clearly defined and approved. Choice B is the best option because in predictive planning, scope must be baselined before schedule planning begins. This ensures that schedule and cost estimates are accurate and aligned with what the project is expected to deliver. Choice A is incorrect. Working on the schedule in parallel with scope planning introduces risk, misalignment, and potential rework. Choice C is incorrect. Scheduling vendors based on incomplete scope creates uncertainty and undermines contractual accuracy. Choice D is incorrect. Rolling wave planning is used in adaptive or hybrid models. It is not appropriate for a fully predictive project. Let's move on to the final question in this topic. Question 130. A project manager has obtained internal approval for the scope, schedule, and cost baselines. The PMO requires these baselines to be formally integrated into the organization's governance system before execution begins. The sponsor urges the project manager to start progress reporting immediately. What should the project manager do? A. Begin tracking performance against the approved baselines while governance integration is in progress. B. Proceed with execution since the baselines are already approved by key stakeholders. C. Coordinate with the sponsor to communicate progress readiness while ensuring baselines are integrated into governance. D. Submit the baselines through the governance process before using them for monitoring and reporting. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of how baselines must align with organizational governance before execution begins. In predictive projects, approved baselines are not actionable until they're formally integrated into the organization's governance framework. Choice D is the best option because it reflects a key principle in predictive project management. No monitoring or reporting should occur until control baselines are formally integrated into the approved governance framework. Choice A is incorrect. Starting performance tracking before formal integration creates a mismatch between project-level data and portfolio-level governance expectations. Choice B is incorrect. Execution should not begin until the organization's governance requirements are met, even if internal stakeholders have approved the baselines. Choice C is incorrect. While proactive communication is useful, it cannot substitute for formal governance integration before baseline use. Congratulations! You've now completed all 10 questions for planning waterfall projects, bringing your total to 130 questions in this PMP Predictive Exam Prep series. If you found this helpful, please like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more exam content. Ready to keep going? Let's move on to the next topic. The topic we'll cover is executing waterfall projects, the phase where the plans are put into action to deliver the project's outputs. The purpose of execution is to deliver the work according to the approved baselines, detailed plans, and governance requirements. This is where the project manager ensures that what was planned is now being carried out. The core process is direct and manage project work, which means overseeing day-to-day operations, coordinating tasks, and ensuring deliverables are produced as specified. Team management during execution involves acquiring the right resources, developing team members, and managing their performance. Unlike in planning, where resources are identified, here the focus is on applying and guiding them to complete the work. Quality management also plays a role during execution. This is where quality assurance activities take place, ensuring that standards, processes, and best practices are being followed to prevent defects. This is distinct from quality control, which happens later in the monitoring stage and focuses on verifying results. Communications are another vital part of execution. The project manager disseminates information, conducts meetings, and ensures stakeholders stay aligned. This builds on the communication planning from earlier and puts it into practice. Stakeholder engagement in execution means actively managing relationships, addressing concerns, and aligning expectations with project outcomes. It is about keeping stakeholders supportive and informed as work progresses. For procurements, execution is the phase where contracts are actually carried out. This includes selecting vendors, negotiating terms, and managing procurement activities, as opposed to planning procurement strategy earlier. Throughout execution, the project manager collects work performance data. This includes raw data on costs, hours worked, deliverables completed, and other measures that will later be analyzed during monitoring and controlling. Another important tool is the issue log, which records problems, tracks ownership, and ensures accountability for resolving issues as they arise. The role of the project manager in execution is directive. In a waterfall environment, the project manager is expected to lead decisively, ensuring that the team follows the predictive plan, adheres to governance processes, and delivers according to scope, schedule, and costs. So, executing waterfall projects is about coordinating resources, managing quality and communications, engaging stakeholders, conducting procurements, and maintaining control through data and issue tracking, all under the directive leadership of the project manager. Now we'll go through practice questions that test your knowledge of project execution, team management, quality assurance, stakeholder engagement, and the role of the project manager in waterfall projects. Well, let's get into the first question on this topic. Question 131. During a predictive project's execution phase, a project manager notices that while tasks are progressing, some team members are prioritizing activities outside of the project plan to address urgent department needs. This has started to affect deliverable completion and milestone tracking. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the sponsor to issue a directive ensuring team members prioritize the project. B. Meet with the team to discuss the issue and reinforce project priorities. C. Discuss with the functional managers about the resource realignment issue. D. Oversee day-to-day project execution to ensure deliverables are produced as planned. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the project manager's role in a predictive environment, especially in a matrix or functional structure where resources may be shared. When project team members are pulled into departmental work, the project manager cannot resolve the conflict alone. Choice C is the best option because functional managers control staffing assignments. The project manager must collaborate with them to address resource conflicts, reaffirm commitments, and keep the project on track. Choice A is incorrect. Involving the sponsor at this stage bypasses the proper chain of accountability. The issue should be addressed with the functional managers first. Choice B is incorrect. While it shows initiative, meeting only with the team doesn't address the structural issue. Their conflicting priorities are outside the team's control. Choice D is incorrect. Overseeing day-to-day work is important, but it doesn't solve the root cause of resource misalignment coming from outside the project. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 132. While executing a predictive manufacturing project, the project manager observes that deliverables are being completed on time, but some stakeholders are concerned that the team is focusing too heavily on speed and may be overlooking critical process steps. The project quality plan includes compliance with specific ISO standards. What should the project manager do? A. Review process compliance and conduct quality audits to ensure standards are followed. B. Perform product inspections to identify and correct any defects in completed outputs. C. Remind the team to maintain adherence to the approved processes as work progresses. D. Meet with stakeholders to explain the team is following approved plans and standards. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of quality assurance during execution in a predictive project. PMI distinguishes between process-oriented quality assurance and product-focused quality control. In this case, stakeholder concerns point to potential process deviation. Choice A is the best option because it uses formal quality assurance tools like audits and compliance reviews to ensure the team is following the standards defined in the quality management plan. Choice B is incorrect. Product inspections focus on deliverables, not whether the team is following the right process. That's quality control, not assurance. Choice C is incorrect. A verbal reminder is not enough. The project manager must verify process compliance, not just encourage it. Choice D is incorrect. Reassuring stakeholders without validating the team's actual adherence to standards assumes compliance without proof. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 133. Midway through a predictive project, the project manager notices that one team is falling behind schedule and producing inconsistent outputs. The team lead states the team is technically strong but struggling with collaboration and internal communication. Which approach should the project manager take to address the issue? A. Clarify team roles and responsibilities to improve coordination and reduce confusion. B. Schedule additional status meetings to reinforce accountability and track progress. C. Allow the team lead to manage the situation independently to avoid micromanaging. D. Monitor team performance and provide feedback to ensure alignment with project objectives. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of team management during execution in predictive projects. When technically skilled teams underperform due to collaboration issues, the problem often lies in unclear rules, misaligned responsibilities, or lack of structure. Choice A is the best option because clarifying team roles and responsibilities directly targets the cause of weak coordination and internal miscommunication. In predictive projects, strong team structure supports reliable performance. Choice B is incorrect. More meetings may help track progress but won't resolve root issues related to unclear responsibilities. Choice C is incorrect. Delegating entirely to the team lead may delay corrective action and ignores the project manager's responsibility to lead during execution. Choice D is incorrect. Monitoring and feedback are important but less effective if the team doesn't understand who is accountable for what. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 134. A predictive project is in the execution phase. Several team members report they are unsure about upcoming task dependencies and feel out of sync with cross-functional counterparts. The communications management plan was approved during planning, and status updates are scheduled weekly. What should the project manager do next? A. Facilitate clarification among teams during upcoming status meetings to improve coordination. B. Ensure timely dissemination of project information as outlined in the communications plan. C. Revise the communications plan to delegate updates to team leads for faster delivery. D. Review communication effectiveness and gather feedback before making adjustments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to manage communications during execution in a predictive environment. While a communications plan may be approved, real-world execution often reveals misalignments or gaps. When team members raise concerns, it's a signal that the plan may not be working as intended. Choice D is the best option because it allows the project manager to assess whether the existing communication methods are effective and gather targeted feedback before making changes. This approach respects the planning process while remaining responsive to team needs. Choice A is incorrect. Facilitating clarification is helpful, but it doesn't evaluate or address the broader issue of ineffective communication structures. Choice B is incorrect. Simply continuing to follow the communications plan may not resolve existing confusion. PMI expects responsiveness to real-time performance data. Choice C is incorrect. Making changes without assessing the current plan or using formal change control processes goes against predictive governance expectations. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 135. During execution of a predictive infrastructure project, the project manager observes a shift in stakeholder behavior. Several stakeholders who were active during planning have stopped attending meetings, while others have become more vocal, challenging decisions previously agreed upon. Permitting and inspection dependencies are approaching, and input from the disengaged stakeholders is still required. What should the project manager do? A. Re-engage stakeholders through proactive communication and involvement in current work. B. Reinforce the decisions already documented and proceed to avoid delays in upcoming dependencies. C. Review the stakeholder engagement plan to assess whether adjustments are necessary. D. Conduct a stakeholder survey before updating the stakeholder engagement plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the difference between managing stakeholder engagement and monitoring stakeholder engagement in a predictive environment. A shift in stakeholder behavior signals that the actual engagement level no longer matches the planned engagement level. When this happens, the project manager must first review the stakeholder engagement plan to determine whether it remains appropriate. Choice C is the best option because reviewing the engagement plan allows the project manager to analyze why stakeholder behavior has changed and determine whether engagement strategies need to be adjusted before taking corrective action. Choice A is incorrect. Re-engaging stakeholders is likely necessary, but doing so without reviewing and adjusting the strategy first may repeat ineffective approaches and increase resistance. Choice B is incorrect. Forcing previously documented decisions ignores the shift in stakeholder influence and risks regulatory or permitting delays. Choice D is incorrect. A survey may provide additional data, but the project manager already has sufficient evidence of a behavior shift and should first assess the engagement strategy. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 136. During execution of a predictive construction project, the project manager receives multiple vendor proposals for a critical component. One proposal is highly recommended by a senior stakeholder due to past performance on other projects, even though the bid is higher and delivery terms are less favorable. The procurement management plan includes weighted criteria focused on cost, schedule, and technical capability. How should the project manager proceed? A. Ask the stakeholder to formally justify the recommendation so it can be documented. B. Reopen vendor discussions to try to improve the recommended vendor's bid terms. C. Follow the procurement management plan to evaluate bids using the predefined selection criteria. D. Choose the vendor supported by the stakeholder to maintain internal alignment. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of conducting procurements and predictive projects, where adherence to approved processes is key. Procurement in predictive environments emphasizes structure, fairness, and traceability. Choice C is the best option because it aligns with the procurement management plan and ensures an objective, criteria-based evaluation. This maintains transparency and reduces the risk of bias or favoritism. Choice A is incorrect. While documenting preferences is useful, it doesn't replace the need to follow the selection criteria already established in the plan. Choice B is incorrect. Reopening negotiations based on stakeholder preferences introduces bias and could undermine procurement integrity. Choice D is incorrect. Selecting a vendor based on stakeholder influence violates the procurement process and exposes the project to governance and performance risks. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 137. A predictive IT project is nearing the end of a major development phase. The team has completed all technical components outlined in the scope baseline and is ready to hand them off to the quality team for inspection. The project manager wants to ensure everything is on track before moving to formal acceptance. What should the project manager do first? A. Submit the deliverables to the customer for sign-off based on milestone completion. B. Verify completed deliverables against project requirements before submitting for validation. C. Ask the quality team to begin product testing to confirm deliverable functionality. D. Review the scope management plan to confirm if all scope items are included. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of deliverable verification and predictive execution. In the waterfall model, completed deliverables are outputs of execution, but they must be internally verified against the scope and requirements before being submitted for formal validation or acceptance. Choice B is the best option because verifying deliverables ensures they meet internal quality standards and scope expectations before advancing to the next control point. Choice A is incorrect. Customer sign-off should only be pursued after internal verification and validation are complete. Choice C is incorrect. Testing may be part of validation, but verification should occur first to confirm deliverable readiness. Choice D is incorrect. Reviewing the scope management plan explains how scope will be defined and controlled. It doesn't confirm whether the actual deliverables have been completed as per the scope baseline. Verification should be based on tangible requirements, not planning documentation. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 138. A predictive project is in the execution phase. The project manager receives inconsistent updates from different teams. Some report total hours worked weekly while others provide only % complete estimates. As a result, it's difficult to track schedule and cost performance accurately. What should the project manager do? A. Request the PMO to provide updated reporting templates to all teams for consistency. B. Consolidate current data into performance reports and proceed with trend analysis. C. Ensure that raw performance data is collected accurately and consistently during execution. D. Conduct a variance analysis to identify teams that are falling behind. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of work performance data collection in predictive execution. In waterfall projects, consistent and accurate raw data like hours worked, deliverables completed, and cost usage is essential for reliable performance reporting. Choice C is the best option because the project manager must first ensure that all teams are collecting and reporting work performance data in a consistent format. Without this, analysis and reporting will be unreliable. Choice A is incorrect. While reporting templates may help, it's not the PMO's responsibility to drive consistency during execution. That falls to the project manager. Choice B is incorrect. Consolidating inconsistent data can lead to inaccurate analysis. The focus should be on standardizing the data collection process first. Choice D is incorrect. A variance analysis requires reliable data. Performing analysis on inconsistent inputs could lead to incorrect conclusions. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 139. While executing a predictive infrastructure project, a subcontractor informs the project manager that a critical delivery will be delayed by 3 days. The delay will not immediately affect the schedule, but if not addressed within the next week, it could impact a downstream activity. The communications management plan outlines an escalation path for unresolved issues. What should the project manager do first? A. Conduct a detailed impact analysis and notify the sponsor of the risk. B. Direct the subcontractor to expedite shipping to avoid schedule conflicts. C. Hold an emergency team meeting to evaluate possible schedule rework. D. Log the issue and follow the escalation path in the communications plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the proper order of actions when a potential deviation occurs during predictive execution. When a problem arises, PMI expects the project manager to analyze before acting or escalating. Even though the subcontractor reports a 3-day delay, the project manager must verify whether float exists and whether the delay truly threatens the critical path. Choice A is the best option because conducting an impact analysis determines whether the delay affects scope, schedule, or cost. Only after understanding the impact can the project manager decide whether escalation or corrective action is required. Choice B is incorrect. Directing the subcontractor to expedite shipping may increase costs and bypass formal evaluation. Corrective action should not be taken before understanding the actual impact. Choice C is incorrect. Holding an emergency meeting without first analyzing the impact uses resources inefficiently and may create unnecessary urgency. Choice D is incorrect. The escalation path applies to unresolved issues. At this stage, the project manager has not yet determined whether the delay requires escalation. Let's move on to the final question in this execution series. Question 140. During execution of a predictive engineering project, a team member suggests adopting a more flexible task sequencing approach to help accommodate recent workload changes. Several other team members support the idea, citing increased collaboration seen in other projects. The project plan has been approved and work is underway according to strict deliverable deadlines. What should the project manager do? A. Encourage the team to adapt their work style as long as deliverables are not delayed. B. Maintain directive leadership to ensure work aligns with the approved project plan. C. Facilitate a workshop to compare predictive and adaptive techniques for future use. D. Update the schedule to reflect the team's proposed changes after gaining consensus. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the project manager's leadership style in a predictive environment. Predictive projects emphasize adherence to the approved plan, with the project manager exercising directive leadership to keep work aligned with baselines and governance. Choice B is the best option because in predictive execution, the project manager is expected to lead with authority and ensure that work proceeds exactly as planned unless formally changed through the control process. Choice A is incorrect. Allowing flexible work styles without evaluating their impact can lead to scope and schedule misalignment. Choice C is incorrect. A workshop may be valuable, but it's not a priority during active execution governed by a fixed plan. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the schedule based on team input without formal change control violates predictive planning principles. You've now completed all 10 questions for executing waterfall projects, bringing your total to 140 questions in this PMP exam prep series. If this video helped your exam prep, be sure to like the video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more realistic practice content. Let's keep going when you're ready for the next topic. The topic we'll cover is monitoring, controlling, and closing waterfall projects, the processes that track performance, manage change, and bring the project to a formal close. The purpose of this phase is twofold: to measure actual performance against baselines during execution and to ensure closure delivers lasting value to the organization. A key part of monitoring is variance and trend analysis. Performance is tracked against the scope, schedule, and cost baselines using tools like earned value management and schedule analysis. The focus on the exam is not calculations but interpretation. For example, a CPI below 1 signals cost inefficiency, while a SPI below 1 indicates schedule delays. Forecasting builds on these metrics. The project manager uses estimate at completion, estimate to complete, and trend analysis to anticipate whether the project will finish on time and within budget. These forecasts guide proactive decision-making. Another cornerstone is integrated change control. Change requests are captured, logged, and evaluated for their impact on the triple constraint and quality. The Change Control Board, or CCB, reviews each request and formally approves or rejects it. This governance process prevents uncontrolled scope creep and ensures baselines are only updated through formal approval. Corrective and preventive actions are also critical. Corrective actions realign performance when deviations occur, such as expediting a delayed activity. Preventive actions address potential problems in advance, such as strengthening reviews to avoid downstream defects. To keep stakeholders informed, the project manager provides performance reporting. This may take the form of dashboards, variance reports, or presentations, all aimed at showing current status and future outlook in clear, actionable terms. In cases where approved changes significantly alter the project's trajectory, the project manager may need to establish a re-baseline. This resets the scope, schedule, and cost baselines so performance can be tracked against realistic expectations. As execution winds down, the focus shifts to closing activities. Deliverables are validated against acceptance criteria, and formal sign-off is obtained from the sponsor or customer. Without this acceptance, the project cannot be considered complete. Procurement closure is another step. The project manager ensures contracts are finalized, all work is delivered, claims are resolved, and records are archived. This protects the organization from lingering obligations. Finally, closure ties back to governance and value. The business case and benefits management plan are updated to reflect actual results. This ensures compliance with organizational standards and enables benefits realization to be tracked long after project completion. So, monitoring, controlling, and closing waterfall projects is about interpreting performance data, managing change through governance, applying corrective and preventive actions, keeping stakeholders informed, and ensuring structured closure with validated deliverables, closed contracts, and updated benefits realization. Now, we'll move into practice questions that test your knowledge of variance interpretation, forecasting, change control, and the steps required to properly close a waterfall project. Let's get into our first question on this topic. Question 141. During a predictive project's execution, the sponsor grows concerned that the team is not adjusting quickly enough to small deviations in scope and schedule. The sponsor suggests implementing real-time changes based on field feedback. The project manager explains that the team is following standard control procedures and meeting performance thresholds outlined in the plan. What approach should the project manager continue to follow? A. Empower workstream leads to address minor deviations without formal documentation. B. Adjust deliverables via submitting formal change requests to better match field conditions and resource availability. C. Compare actual performance to baselines and manage deviations through formal processes. D. Shift to more flexible delivery methods to respond faster to stakeholder expectations. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how monitoring and controlling works in predictive project environments. The key goal is to measure actual performance against approved baselines and address any deviations through formal control processes like change requests. Choice C is the best option because predictive project management emphasizes structured governance, comparing actual performance to baselines, and controlling changes through documented procedures. Choice A is incorrect. Delegating informal authority to workstream leads bypasses the change control system, which undermines predictive governance. Choice B is incorrect, although it references formal change requests. Adjusting deliverables based solely on field conditions may not align with overall project objectives or baselines. Choice D is incorrect. Shifting to a more flexible approach mid-project violates predictive methodology and undermines previously approved plans. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 142. During the midpoint review of a predictive construction project, the project manager observes that multiple tasks are marked complete in status reports, but the team has exceeded both the planned budget and timeline for those tasks. The schedule and cost baselines were approved during planning, and weekly reports are required by the sponsor. What should the project manager do to accurately assess the project's performance? A. Meet with task leads to confirm if reported completion percentages are realistic. B. Evaluate earned value and schedule data against the baselines to determine performance gaps. C. Reforecast the remaining work using updated team estimates for effort and cost. D. Initiate a change request to update the baselines based on observed performance trends. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to analyze project performance using standard variance and earned value techniques. In predictive project environments, variance analysis compares actual performance to approved baselines for schedule and cost. Choice B is the best option because it aligns with predictive project practices, using earned value and schedule data to identify variances and performance gaps before taking corrective actions. Choice A is incorrect. While checking in with task leads may provide clarification, it doesn't offer objective performance data tied to baselines. Choice C is incorrect. Reforecasting is useful later, but it should follow a variance analysis to understand the extent of deviation first. Choice D is incorrect. A change request to update baselines would only be appropriate after formal analysis and approval, not before performance issues are fully assessed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 143. A predictive IT infrastructure project is 60% complete. The project manager notices that although work is progressing, cost performance has been trending below expectations for 3 consecutive reporting periods. The original cost baseline was approved, but current expenditures are higher than planned. Leadership asks for a realistic view of the final project cost. What should the project manager do next? A. Review cost performance trends and update the estimate at completion to reflect current conditions. B. Discuss with team leads whether the remaining work can be completed under the original budget. C. Report the budget variance and continue tracking performance to confirm whether trends persist. D. Assess if contingency reserves can be applied before revising the cost forecast. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of forecasting techniques in predictive projects. When cost performance trends are unfavorable, project managers are expected to evaluate actual performance and update the estimate at completion to reflect current conditions. Choice A is the best option because it uses objective data to project future costs based on real trends, a key forecasting practice in predictive cost management. Choice B is incorrect. While team input is useful, relying solely on informal estimates isn't sufficient for reliable forecasting. Choice C is incorrect. Waiting for more data without analyzing the current trend delays necessary action and may worsen budget overrun. Choice D is incorrect. Using contingency should only follow forecasting and root cause analysis, not be a substitute for updated projections. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 144. Midway through a predictive product development project, a senior stakeholder requests the addition of a feature that was not part of the original baseline. The project manager recognizes that this feature could have implications for the timeline and resource availability. The stakeholder emphasizes that the feature is aligned with evolving business needs and expects a prompt decision. What should the project manager do? A. Work with the sponsor to determine if the feature aligns with updated strategic goals. B. Ask the team to provide estimates so the feature can be fast-tracked if capacity allows. C. Analyze the change impact and initiate the formal change request process. D. Document the request and coordinate with affected leads to prepare impact inputs. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of integrated change control in predictive projects. When a change is proposed, the project manager is responsible for evaluating its impact on scope, schedule, and cost before initiating the formal approval process. Choice C is the best option because it reflects PMI's structured governance approach. Assess the impact, then formally initiate the change request process for review and approval. Choice A is incorrect. While the sponsor plays a key role, the first responsibility lies with the project manager to assess and initiate the change process. Choice B is incorrect. Estimating without first performing a formal impact analysis and entering the change process bypasses governance expectations. Choice D is incorrect. While gathering input from affected leads may support impact analysis, simply documenting and coordinating informally does not initiate formal change control or ensure proper governance review. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 145. During execution of a predictive product development project, a team finishes a task 5 days late due to an overlooked dependency. The issue was resolved without impacting the final milestone, but the project manager is concerned that similar delays could occur in upcoming tasks with parallel dependencies. What should the project manager do? A. Submit a change request to update the schedule with additional buffer. B. Review task sequencing to determine if additional logic constraints are needed. C. Notify affected stakeholders and continue monitoring similar tasks for delays. D. Implement a preventive action to avoid recurrence of delays in similar future tasks. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to distinguish between corrective and preventive actions. In predictive project management, a preventive action addresses potential future problems, even if the current issue is resolved. This proactive mindset helps maintain baseline integrity and avoid unnecessary rework. Choice D is the best option because it directly targets future risks. By implementing a preventive action, the project manager reduces the likelihood of similar dependency-related delays in upcoming tasks. Choice A is incorrect. Updating the schedule adds buffer but doesn't address the root cause or prevent recurrence. Choice B is incorrect. While reviewing task logic is useful, it is not a preventive action unless followed by specific changes or safeguards. Choice C is incorrect. Monitoring helps detect problems but doesn't prevent them from occurring again. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 146. A predictive construction project is approaching a major milestone. The sponsor has requested an update on progress while department heads want clarity on current cost and schedule status. The communications management plan outlines monthly status reports and milestone-based updates, but some stakeholders are asking for more detail than usual. What should the project manager do? A. Share a performance report comparing actuals to baselines as defined in the communications plan. B. Review stakeholder expectations and adjust the format of the next report to better address current concerns. C. Provide interim summary data while continuing to compile the full milestone report. D. Meet with stakeholders individually to clarify reporting expectations and preferred formats. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of stakeholder-focused communication in predictive projects. Even when a communications plan is in place, project managers should remain responsive to evolving stakeholder needs. PMI emphasizes adapting communication delivery without bypassing structure. Choice B is the best option because it reflects an adaptive yet formal approach. Reviewing expectations and refining the next report format ensures that stakeholders receive relevant, clear updates while preserving structured communication. Choice A is incorrect. While following the plan is important, ignoring stakeholder feedback can reduce engagement and value of the report. Choice C is incorrect. Providing informal summary data could cause confusion and lacks the full context needed for milestone reporting. Choice D is incorrect. Meeting individually is time-intensive and unsustainable. It doesn't address the broader issue of how to improve formal performance communication. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 147. A predictive project counters a significant shift in client priorities, requiring a change in scope and extending the delivery timeline by 3 months. The change request has already been evaluated and approved through formal change control. However, the project team is still tracking against the original baselines and reporting performance variances that no longer reflect the current direction. What should the project manager do next? A. Start reporting against the revised schedule and scope to align with stakeholder expectations. B. Meet with the project team to clarify expectations for reporting on the revised work. C. Reassess and formally update the baselines to reflect the approved scope and schedule changes. D. Continue monitoring performance to collect trend data before updating the baseline. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of baseline control in predictive projects. Once major changes are formally approved, the project manager must update the scope, schedule, and cost baselines so that future performance reporting reflects the current plan. Choice C is the best option because it ensures that reporting and performance tracking are based on the most current authorized plan, maintaining alignment with PMI standards. Choice A is incorrect. Reporting against revised targets without formally updating baselines bypasses the change control framework. Choice B is incorrect. Clarifying expectations is useful, but without a formal rebaseline, confusion and misalignment will persist. Choice D is incorrect. Delaying rebaselining introduces risk and confusion in performance tracking during the interim. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 148. A predictive project team has completed a key deliverable and submitted it to the customer for review. In a recent meeting, the customer verbally confirmed it meets their expectations but has not returned the formal acceptance documentation. The team wants to proceed with downstream work that relies on this deliverable being officially approved. What should the project manager do? A. Instruct the team to prepare for the next phase while awaiting written confirmation from the customer. B. Review the deliverable against acceptance criteria and seek formal sign-off from the customer. C. Proceed with the next work package while documenting the verbal approval in the issue log. D. Follow up with the customer to confirm if there are concerns delaying formal acceptance. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of deliverable validation and control in predictive projects. In a waterfall environment, formal acceptance of deliverables is required before proceeding. Verbal confirmations may be helpful indicators, but they do not replace documented sign-off. Choice B is the best option because it reinforces the need to validate the deliverable against defined acceptance criteria and secure formal approval. This ensures alignment with scope requirements and prevents rework or disputes later in the project. Choice A is incorrect. Preparing to move forward without formal acceptance assumes that approval will come, which may not happen. This introduces risk and undermines the integrity of the project controls. Choice C is incorrect. Documenting verbal approval in the issue log and continuing work bypasses the formal validation process entirely. PMI expects formal approvals to be obtained before continuing with dependent work packages. Choice D is incorrect. Following up with the customer is a good step for clarification, but it still does not meet the requirement for validating the deliverable or obtaining formal sign-off. It leaves the project in a gray area with unclear accountability. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 149. A predictive project team has received the final shipment of materials from a vendor. All deliverables were received on time and verified, and the vendor has submitted the final invoice and documentation. The procurement administrator asks if the procurement process can be closed. Which action ensures compliance with procurement closure requirements? A. Submit the vendor invoices for payment and notify the team the procurement is complete. B. Confirm that there are no open issues, then notify finance that the final payment can be processed. C. Verify final delivery, confirm contract completion, and coordinate with procurement to archive documentation. D. Review the vendor's performance and notify them that the team may request support post-project. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of formal procurement closure in predictive projects. Closing out a contract requires more than final payments. It includes verifying that all deliverables were accepted, ensuring contract terms are fulfilled, and archiving documentation in line with company policy. Choice C is the best option because it reflects a complete and compliant approach to closing the procurement process. Choice A is incorrect. Submitting invoices and notifying the team may seem sufficient, but skips important steps like archiving records and formal contract closure. Choice B is incorrect. Confirming no open issues and proceeding with payment is a good practice, but procurement closure also requires formal documentation and record management. Choice D is incorrect. Notifying the vendor about possible future support is proactive, but it does not address the formal closure process. Let's move on to the final question if you're ready. Question 150. A project is nearing closure and all deliverables have been accepted. While reviewing closure requirements, the PMO reminds the project manager that governance procedures require attention to long-term value tracking. The project's benefits realization depends on operational teams continuing the work after handover. What should the project manager do? A. Meet with the operational teams to confirm readiness for ongoing support. B. Conduct a lessons learned session to capture project performance and improvement areas. C. Update the business case and benefits plan to reflect outcomes and ensure long-term tracking. D. Transition the benefits realization plan to the operations team for post-project tracking. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of benefits realization responsibilities during project closure. In predictive projects, once all deliverables are accepted, the project manager must ensure that plans for realizing business value are transitioned to those who will carry them forward. Choice D is the best option because transitioning the benefits realization plan ensures that operational teams can track outcomes, measure success, and sustain value delivery after the project ends. Choice A is incorrect. Confirming readiness for support is helpful, but it doesn't fulfill the governance requirement of transitioning the benefits plan itself. Choice B is incorrect. Lessons learned are part of closure, but they relate to project performance, not long-term value tracking. Choice C is incorrect. Updating the business case and benefits plan may occur earlier. At closure, the focus should be on execution and transfer, not revision. Congratulations! You've just wrapped up all 10 questions for monitoring, controlling, and closing waterfall projects and completed a total of 150 questions in the Predictive Project Management series. That's a major milestone in your PMP exam preparation. If you have not already done so, make sure to check out the Agile Project Management Review and Questions series next. Finally, best of luck with your PMP exam and thank you for watching.